Good morning and welcome to the 5th Annual Houston Cyber Summit organized by Cyber Houston. My name's Phil Beckett and I will be your MC for today's events. We're live and excited to have you join us today. We have a hand-selected group of experts from Cyber Houston and leading organizations around the state. In this summit, we highlight our cyber rock stars bringing valuable information to you. Our goal is to continuously educate and inform business leaders on how to manage and govern cybersecurity risk. We truly have something for everyone. As I mentioned, my name's Phil Beckett. I'm the CEO of HASA, and an early member of Cyber Houston. HASA is a healthcare information organization. We connect hospitals, physicians, payers, and patients to share securely medical records. So if I go to a doctor or a hospital, the physician can easily see my past medical record and not give me something I'm allergic to, for example. I've worked in healthcare data for over 25 years now, and security and privacy is always a top priority. One of the reasons that I've been part of a volunteer with Cyber Houston since its beginning. My own background's in agriculture and biology, and I often look at things through the lens of biological systems to help me understand and think about how systems work. We're all affected and disrupted by the current COVID pandemic. And the reason we're meeting virtually today and not in a room sitting together around tables discussing cybersecurity in person. I look forward to doing that again with all of you soon. So back on the biology, and in our bodies are under constant attack from pathogens. Most of the time, we're not aware of the defense work that's going on through our daily lives because our immune system takes care of it without any alerts. The immune system keeps an inventory of what we've seen in the past and eliminates those threats. However, when it's exposed to something new, it has to build new tools. It has to react and respond to that. That's an arms race. So like the coronavirus, you're typically aware of this because you don't feel great. And tragically, it's some of us lose that battle. And that I know that has affected many of us personally in all of our lives. It's tough to put a global cost on the pandemic in loss of life, productivity, and disruptions, but it's huge. And if I think about that, if that was a cyber event, that impact. But through this pandemic, the place that's given me interest and hope on the healthcare side is healthcare entrepreneurs have been asking the question, is it possible to give the body tools to predict things that it's never seen yet? So rather than, trying to plug the hole in the next hole that it sees in the dike and like repeat pathogens, but can it respond so you never even know about new ones? Today, you'll hear from our speakers and panelists about the latest in cybersecurity and cybercrime. I hope there'll be lots of questions and input from our audience too. I'll be listening for the answer to, can we as business owners, technical experts, legislators, and civic leaders work together to design cyber defenses that can be more future-proof? So I don't discover a breach 220 days after it happens. That's the current average. Rather, it never happens. Of course, there's more money in fixing things than there is in making things that never break. The appliance manufacturers figured that one out, so we have to solve that problem too. Cyber criminals are smart, organized, and financially motivated, not going away. We need to be on the defense side, just better. To that end, I would like to thank our sponsors, Cyber Houston, Blue Lance, Reneka Digital, Locklord LLP, Network Box USA, and KPMG for underwriting this 5th Annual Cyber Summit, and all our sponsors and exhibitors for underwriting the 5th Annual Houston Cyber Summit. Without your support, this summit to bring together experts to share and discuss, help solve cybercrime security issues wouldn't be possible. Thank you. I'd also like to call out just a few names. You'll meet most of these people today, but Andy, Mary, and Elizabeth from Cyber Houston put together today's agenda. Jesse and George, the prospectus and all the sponsorships. Reneka Digital, Sam and Raver have done all the marketing design. And most of all, Liz Battle has been behind the scenes here making all of this work, has been our coordinator. So a big shout out to her and that whole team. Just a few housekeeping notes. We will be giving away $25 Amazon gift cards to the most active commenter in the questions and social media. So we've got a few a couple of social media handles, hashtag Cyber Houston and hashtag Houston Cyber Summit. Please post all through the day, the end of the day. We will be doing those giveaways through the day and at the end, but you must be present to win. We're happy to answer the questions along the way. So if you have a question or comment, please put that in the comment section. You can see here on the bottom right-hand side of the video, and you can comment there. Please put your comments and questions in there. Please make today's event interactive. And I look forward to lots of discovery together. Before we kick off the day with our keynote speaker, Representative Capriglione, I really have the privilege and honor to introduce my dear friend and colleague, founder of Cyber Houston, Umesh Verma. Umesh is the glue that binds all of us. Thanks so much. At Cyber Houston, the reason this group exists and all pull together. Umesh is a highly accomplished businessman, cyber expert, and civic leader. I think I have a lot of energy. Umesh does so much more, and I'm still trying to learn his secrets. Umesh and I have been great friends and business partners for over a decade now. Just a few of those accomplishments. Over the past 30 years, Umesh and his team have built Blue Lancer into a leading developer of IT security audit and compliance automation software. In 2013, Umesh and Reva Verma launched Renica Digital, a full-service design analysis and software development firm specializing in custom cloud, SaaS applications, website development, live streaming, and integrated social media market campaigns. As part of his civic activities, Umesh has served as chairman of the American Diabetes Association National Board of Directors, advisory boards of the Greater Houston Partnership, Center for Houston's Future, Houston Health Connect, another health information partner of HASA, Houston Diabetes Resource Center, University of Houston College of Technology, Houston Baptist University, Houston Community College, and Lone Star College. In 2016, Umesh founded Cyber Houston. Cyber Houston is committed to ensuring the Greater Houston region and its citizens are continuously educated and prepared to conduct day-to-day cyber activities in a safe and secure manner. Also in 2016, Cyber Houston produced its first Houston Cyber Summit. Last year, the fourth annual Houston Cyber Summit was held virtually October 20 through 22nd, 2020 of last year, and attracted over 400 board members, CEOs, CISOs, CIOs, and business leaders. But Umesh, you set the vision and tone for Cyber Houston. You set a vision for Houston to be a leader in cyber education, business vitality, and cyber leadership. You also set the tone for the group. I mean, everyone involved in Cyber Houston is highly accomplished in their own field, competitive, and leading their own organizations to success. It's humbling to sit at that table. It's easy to feel like an underachiever in that group. Yet everyone checks that competitive hat at the Cyber Houston door. We sit at the table to discuss together how we can help not only businesses represented by Cyber Houston, but all businesses, small, medium, and large, address the common enemy of cyber threats. Thank you for all you do, Umesh. We all appreciate you. And the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Phil, for that awesome introduction. I mean, I was sitting here listening to it and I went, my God, that is a body of work. It's kind of nice when someone actually introduces you with all that background. So it felt really good. Thank you, Phil. I mean, and, you've been an awesome member of from a founding member of the Cyber Houston effort. But, and without you and the other names that you mentioned, who are the conference co-chairs, we couldn't have come this far. So with that, I just want to welcome our audience. Good morning, Cyber Houston rock stars. Welcome to the 5th annual Houston Cyber Summit. October is Cybersecurity Month, and through an abundance of caution in lieu of an in-person event, we're bringing the summit to our community as a virtual summit free of charge. Now, we have a full day planned with great speakers and great content. Yes, that's a full day with 3 keynotes, 15 sessions, and 30 expert speakers. And as Phil mentioned, in a true spirit of cooperation, that's where we cooperate in the morning and compete in the afternoon. All these leaders have come together and really performing their civic duty, volunteering their time, and it's all free of charge. As Phil mentioned, I'm Umesh Verma, CEO of Blue Lance and the founder of Cyber Houston and the Houston Cyber Summit. Events such as these would not be possible without the generosity, support, and civic leadership on the part of our conference chairs, panel participants, Cyber Houston's Greater Houston Cybersecurity Council, sponsors, and community partners. I'd also like to recognize the staff at Blue Lance and Reneka Digital for the countless number of volunteer hours they have put into preparations and the production of this event. We thank you. Cyber Houston is a Department of Homeland Security recognized ISAO. That's spelled ISAO, standing for Information Sharing and Analysis Organization, and is a coalition of volunteer business, cybersecurity, academic, government, and civic leaders. Our goal, as Phil mentioned, is to continuously educate and inform business leaders on how to manage and govern cybersecurity risk. We take lessons learned from the enterprise and distill them down into sensible, economical guidance to help businesses improve their cyber posture, build resilience, and become better and stronger suppliers and partners back to the enterprise. Cyber Houston and the Greater Houston Cybersecurity Council are committed to assisting businesses of all sizes prepare, identify, and respond to cyber incidents. Our goal is to thrive as a resilient business community. To that end, Cyber Houston and the Greater Houston Cybersecurity Council produce this annual Houston Cyber Summit. The Houston Cyber Summit is designed to provide actionable responses to your business security concerns by arming senior leaders and executives with insightful and current cyber intelligence to govern and manage risks associated with complex cyber attacks. And equally important, the summit helps business leaders develop a network of trusted experts, from elected city, county, and state officials to individuals in charge of cybersecurity risk and reputation management at the most respected companies, universities, state, and federal agencies. The summit provides a unique opportunity for business leaders to learn and network with some of our region's most respected names in cybersecurity leadership. I thank you for taking the time out of your busy day to participate in the 5th annual Houston Cyber Summit. And now it is my honor and immense pleasure to turn the mic back to my dear friend, Phil Beckett, CEO of HASA.
Domesh, thanks so much. You are the rock star here. You made all this happen. Thank you for that great story and introduction and kicking us off. With that, it's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker today, Representative Giovanni Capriglione. He's a member of the Texas House of Representatives. He currently serves on the House Committee on Pension, Investment, and Financial Services and the House Committee on Appropriations. He is the chairman of the Innovation and Technology Caucus and a member of the following House caucuses: Manufacturers Caucus, Rural Caucus, Sportsmen's Caucus, Veterans Caucus, Farm to Table Caucus, and the Fine Arts Education Caucus. Representative Giovanni also chairs the Tarrant County Delegation. He has authored several bills on cybersecurity and broadband access in Texas. Last year, he closed out our Houston Cyber Summit with a fireside chat with me on legislative issues. It's an event that was fun, and I still remember with a smile. On a personal note, he's married, father of 3 children. Welcome, Representative Capriglione, and thanks for joining us today.
Hey, thanks for having me. How are you doing today?
I am good, thanks. It's great to see you again.
Great to see you too.
Thanks. Well, I will hand over to you, and then I'll come back at the end, and we can go through questions.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. Hey, hi everybody. Good morning. I'm really glad to be here. My name is Giovanni Capriglione, and I'm a Texas State Representative. I represent an area in Northeast Tarrant County. If you've ever been to the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, you've been to my district. I wanted to talk to you today about a lot of different things that we were able to do during this past session. And as you probably know, we've had a few extra special sessions this particular year. We just finished our 3rd special session, and it was a lot of effort. Obviously, we were in the news a lot about the fact that some of our members went to DC, that we passed a lot of bills, some of them controversial and not. But tucked in the way of all of that, I think, were some really big wins for cybersecurity, for IT, and for making sure that Texas is on the leading edge when it comes to not only technology, but also protecting individuals' data. One of the things that, just a little bit more about me, just for a second. So I used to be an engineer. I used to work for some big internet companies, technology networking companies. I went into the semiconductor space and used to work on a team designing high-speed Ethernet chips and devices up to 10 gigabit per second, which at the time was pretty high speed. I worked on a lot of different things. I work on the finance side of things. I work on the budget. I work on investments for the state. But one of the things that I always obviously naturally got readjusted to and attracted to was technology. And a few years ago, I worked on a pretty big bill for the state, the Texas Cybersecurity Act, along with some other representatives and senators, to kind of kick off what I've felt and I still believe is one of the biggest risks to Texans, right? We've always worried about hurricanes and tornadoes and now power and energy and those sorts of things. But as technology has advanced, so has the risks for that. As the amount of data that's being collected by our government and our state grows, as the population grows, also increase the amount of risk to individuals and persons. So what I wanted to do is talk about some of the legislative advances that we've had. But I guess I'll start off with saying that while I may talk about the people who filed these bills and passed these bills in the legislature, completely all the credit goes to the Texans who I've worked with, a lot of people in the cybersecurity space, in the technology space, some of the larger, even some of the smaller tech companies who provided input along the way. And I say that, one, because it's an accurate representation of how these bills get passed is through support from individuals. But also to say that as we prepare for the next session, which is just about a year away from now, I'm always looking for input. Your state representative and your state senator is always looking for input on how and what we should be doing when it comes to protecting our cybersecurity stance in Texas. Now, there have been some really cool things that happened this session. Right before the beginning of the session, I was nominated and appointed the chair of the Innovation and Technology Caucus. I'm proud to say that it is now the largest bipartisan caucus in the Texas legislature. And I think that's a sign of how much interest there is in this topic. You all know it because you're in the field, but we're getting a lot of members, a lot of representatives, elected officials, and others who want to know more about it. So what the IT caucus has done, first of all, it's raised a lot of money, and it uses that money to educate other members. And so just as an example, we're preparing a bunch of tours to go visit, at least right now, Houston, Austin, and the DFW area. But if there's other places you think we should go to, or other places where you'd like to see your elected officials come and visit, we're looking to do that. And the job, again, is to educate our members. We had, for example, a lot of conversations with our members about cybersecurity, about what that means, about ransomware, malware attacks, all those kind of things, so that they can be better prepared when dealing with their constituents and also their businesses. Also, worked a lot on things that they found interesting, right? So during the middle of the session, I realized that a lot of members were really interested in Bitcoin and investing in all sorts of weird digital coin currencies. So what we did is we found kind of a YouTube sensation. His name is BitBoy, and we flew him in to go and give members kind of a high level and mid-level view of not only Bitcoins, but blockchain technology. We've also been involved in things like with the Texas Blockchain Council, so that we can work closely with them and with the bill that was passed, so that we can start looking at where we can use blockchain technology in the state, for the state, but also looking at current laws and see maybe how they can or need to be adjusted so that we can incorporate blockchain technology, for instance, and all of the the security and the technological advances that come with that. Now, I mentioned, and that was kind of the teaser, some of the things that that really went well for cybersecurity during the regular session. And there's two other members I do have to say that along with me have been really active in that space, and that's Senator Jane Nelson and Senator Angela Paxton from the DFW area, who have spent a lot of time on this as well and have been really critical in getting a lot of this done. As you may know, the federal government gave the states a lot of money in order to prepare for COVID, right? And so that's gone to everywhere from getting PPE to making sure that we have doctors and nurses and other medical professionals available at hospitals. We've gotten all of this money, and exactly 48 hours ago, we passed the bill that funds a lot of these things. It helps pay for unemployment insurance. It helps pay for some help with retired teachers' health care and others that have seen huge costs because of COVID. But tucked away in all of that is $200 million for cybersecurity. And it's specifically placed in a fund that Senator Nelson and I created during the regular session. So that's that bill. If you want to look it up, it's House Bill 4018. And what it does is it's a fund that's gone and it will be used for cybersecurity and legacy modernization. And so we were able to fund, and it passed, and all of that with $200 million. That's a lot of zeros to go and do that. And part of the reason is, a lot of businesses, of course, spend money on IT, and they want to make sure that they have servers and services that are fast enough and quick enough and secure enough to deal with their customers. Well, the state has always been lagging on that. I love the state of Texas, but when it comes to IT, it has, up until now, relegated it lower on the priority. We have machines still today in your Texas government that were built 1960, 1965, 1974, really critical pieces of equipment. And we are literally hiring, you continue to hire Fortran experts, COBOL experts, others to try and keep these things going. So we need to modernize. We need to make sure that we do that, so that way that equipment and that software is not only sufficient for now an almost 30 million person population in Texas, but also to be able to be updated and upgraded and have the latest items. That's a fund that's going to be managed. It's kind of a first of its kind type of fund where members of the legislature, 3 from the House and 3 from the Senate, are going to be overseeing that. And one of the reasons to do that is, and this is where I'll just, I guess, be a little bit more blunt, is that sometimes the legislature will fund IT projects and not really oversee those investments. And then 2, 3, 4 years goes by, maybe the project has gone over budget, maybe the project isn't done yet, maybe it doesn't do what it was supposed to do. And mostly it works, but when it doesn't, the problem is then the legislature feels hesitant to do it again. So one of the goals of this is to make sure that we're involved, we're engaged, but also make sure that it's done, so that way we can minimize any sort of reluctance later on putting even more money and putting even more resources into cybersecurity. Now, some of the things that we worked on and is a direct result of things that we're hearing. Okay, cybersecurity is more important now than ever. We've seen increased threats coming from all over the world. Little quick story, in my district, about a year, I guess it's been a year and a half, 2 years ago, just a global event happened where the United States went and used a missile to basically take out an Iranian general, I guess, who was in Iraq. And you don't think about, okay, this is something that's happening almost on the other end of the world. Well, almost immediately, one of my school districts in where I am immediately started to see an increase in cyber attacks from Iran. Okay, so the world is global, the world is flat, and it's Texas versus the world a lot of times. And unfortunately, it's also your school district versus the world. It's your city or town versus the world, your county versus the world. And so as we work on this, what we want to make sure is that as we see these increased threats, we know that there's sophisticated criminals who are doing this either as part of a national interest, doing it for private gain or organizational gain when it comes for money, or just today, even extortion. And that's what we've seen here in Texas. We've seen the number of ransomware attacks go through the roof, malware attacks, but we're also seeing those attacks happening on our government entities. And I would say on the state level, of course, the state, since it spends a significant amount of money and resources and expertise, has been able to rebuff most of those. But school districts and others just don't have those kind of resources. And so some of what we're going to be doing is looking at how we can help, the state can go and help and do that. To that end, we passed the bill, Senator Nelson and myself, we passed the bill last session, HB 475, which looks at a lot of different ones. One of the things that it does, for instance, is it created a regional cybersecurity working groups, right? So what we're going to be able to do is with DIR, our Texas Department of Information Resources overseeing all of this, is create these regional areas where the state, where our Texas military department, our experts and others can kind of create these regional sections that provide and share information amongst those areas, but also provide early warnings for the other regions and be able to share that expertise at a higher level. Now, one of the things that's part of that also is we've created and we call it a volunteer incident response team. So what this does is allows DIR to establish a volunteer team to provide rapid response assistance to participating. So we have qualifications and eligibilities and acceptance. But if you're interested at all, in the case, for instance, that some regional attack hits, and we're talking about not a minor thing, right? We're talking about something that could shut down critical infrastructure or provides significant risk to public security, then we could call up these volunteers to go and help, whether it's resetting systems, providing information that they may know, or their skill set. So if after this you're interested in being part of this volunteer response team, I'm more than happy to help you. And that's a way that you can help Texas, help Texans. Now, what we also did is that we worked on cloud risk management. Okay, so a lot of the data that's being collected about individuals, and I say that to say that, you know, you may have your driver's license information, you may need to redo your hunting license, for instance, or you may be a teacher and you have information that you send back and forth to the state, or maybe you're a doctor or a dentist, and so you're having to provide this information to the state. A lot of that information is held in the cloud. A lot of that most of that information is held here in the state of Texas. What we wanted to do is make sure that we go in and we audit and we require when we go to third parties, for instance, that information is held and it's held security, and that they're able to provide. Anyway, we're able to provide a certain amount of audit and level of expectance of what these third-party cloud computing centers are. For instance, we should not have cloud computing in another country, right? We should go and make sure that they're following all the latest guidelines. Now, as part of this, and I talked about data a lot, and the reason why is because that's what people are trying to get to. That's what people are trying to stop your access to. So what we also did this session, which I'm pretty excited about, is we've created for our agency's data management committee that goes through and looks at each agency, making sure that they have an officer in charge on what information is collected. And it spans the range of the things that this data management officers and committee will look at. Everything from what information is being collected, why are you collecting this information, all the way up to what are the ethical considerations when it comes to having this data and using this data, right? So that's kind of a different way of us looking at it. Because before, you know, you call the state or you call your local department, and they'll say, hey, what's your phone number? What's your email? What's your social security number? And it's like, well, why do you need, is that necessary for us in order to do what you need to do? Other thing that happened as we were looking at data and collecting of data, which of course is at risk of bad actors, is what is information that we don't think the state should be collecting at all? And a lot of this happened during COVID, where we had, we just got a lot of emails, we got a lot of phone calls and everything about, during COVID, about contact tracing, right? And of course it's important, especially during the middle of the pandemic, for the state to know and where are the hot spots, how many infections are there, where can the state go and maybe set up a new health center or whatever. But when it came to the contact tracing, we heard, and I would say for the first time in a long time, real conversations from individuals at home who were worried about privacy, okay, who were worried about what that information and who is going to use it. So what we did in this bill is we now say that agencies, before collecting some of this stuff, need the written agreement by individuals in the state. So for instance, global positioning system technology, in other words, your precise geophysical location, it's not something the state can now get without asking, without your specific opt-in. We said that that also includes biometric identifiers. So for instance, the state can't collect biometric information, whether that's facial information or fingerprint information, without your written consent. And that also, what we did is it includes contact tracing information, right? So the state can't, without your knowledge and without your permission, start including you in databases and so on. Now, as we started working on that data and making sure that we had those cybersecurity protections, what we've knew and what I guess we've always known is that putting money into computers is important, making sure that data is protected is important, that we don't collect too much data is important. But also, at the end of the day, we're all humans and we're all people, and sometimes we're the problem. Sometimes it's us that leave the doors open, that don't redo the update, that click the link that you shouldn't click. And so what we passed over the last 2 sessions was legislation requiring every government employee that uses a computer. So in other words, any government employee that at least 25% of the time has access to and uses a government computer. And this includes cities, includes counties, it includes school districts, it includes others. Then all of those individuals now have to go through cybersecurity training once a year, which is kind of a big deal, right? So now, if you're an administrator in a city, once a year you have to go to DIR, and what we were able to do is we have, as I checked, over 90 different training modules you can choose, everywhere from hour-long sessions all the way to days-long, from free to not free. And what we're going to be able to, what this does, and it's now an actual requirement, right, which is what we did this session. It's not a voluntary deal. It is now required that all of these employees get up to speed so that they understand why they need to change their password, how often to change their passwords, what some of the top ways that bad actors try and get access to government computers. We were able to go and get that done. Now, part of the reason, of course, and we're trying to do all of this is because people are requiring it, okay? Just not too long ago, of course, it was before my special session, so I'm not sure, but maybe a couple of months ago, when the country was hit by an attack on a huge piece of critical infrastructure, that gas pipeline that goes from Texas all the way up to the East Coast. And I think that's probably the first time in a long time, and probably the biggest one in a long way, where millions of individuals were affected. And all of you on the phone call know that was a big hit, but they could be larger, right? And they can happen from anywhere. And so what we're hearing from constituents is, hey, this is affecting my fuel. I mean, this is affecting potentially my access to health. Whereas before it was just, not just, but it was, hey, it's spam. It's a virus that messed up my computer. My computer's locked out. Now it's actually, I think it's finally reaching the level of mind share for the average individual. Now, as we've been working on all of these cybersecurity things, technology keeps advancing, right? So it was maybe, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago when I got my first ride in an autonomous vehicle in Austin. I'll tell you, it was interesting. Of course, I love the technology about it, but there's something about going in a car, going 30, 40 miles an hour without an actual person on the steering wheel. But what I got to thinking about was, and of course, a lot of you probably have already thought about, is that's cool, but can someone get access to the vehicle some way? Is there a risk? And it won't be too long. And after my ride, I think it won't be that long at all before there's going to be a lot of vehicles running around in the country, driving around in the country, some of them with people, traveling across our roads, that could be a potential risk for a hacker or somebody else like that from going on it. So that's one of the areas that I think that that we need to look at, and we need to get trained on and go and look at it. The other side is on a blockchain, and I mentioned before about what we're doing. We have Tan Parker, Representative Tan Parker, soon to be Senator Tan Parker, created a bill, and it's the first one in the state where we're having a group of legislators and a huge number of private individuals who can be part of this board that will go and start looking at how blockchain technology can be used inside the state. So here's a kind of obvious example and kind of not. So when we look at elections, obviously there's been a lot of conversation all year long about election security and election integrity. And it's been pretty interesting to hear, right? Because some individuals think that paper is the way to go, that there is nothing more secure than let's go back to a piece of paper. Let's just check in the boxes and go and turn it into and put it inside of a sealed box or sealed briefcase or whatever. And that is the most secure way because it can't be hacked and it can't be done. However, on the other side of it, I think a lot of people on here would agree is that there is technology that can make things a lot safer even than paper. So you have other folks that want to go to the technology side. And for the most part, when you go vote, what you'll see is it does both. Right now, today, I just voted yesterday for our local elections that we had. And there's a computer that records your vote, but of course it also prints out a piece of paper, which is your receipt. And that piece of paper goes into a scanner that goes and make sure you can do that. So I think we're working on it from the election machine side, but one of my fears and one of my worries is related to each county individually is in charge for the cybersecurity and for the maintenance of their elections. And not every county is Harris County. Not every county is Dallas County or Tarrant County. There are some that just don't have that. So what I want to make sure is part of our funding mechanisms and even through this blockchain council is what can we do to improve those. Also wanted to talk to you, and I'll close here in just a few minutes so that if you have any questions related to any of the things that we're talking about. But some of the other things that I'm working on that I think are going to be key that I'll be working on next session in order to go and help with the state's cybersecurity stance is on the topic of artificial intelligence, right? Artificial intelligence is something that we put into law a little bit, that it's something that's eligible for things that can be procured and contracted out. I think we have to get to the next level on that, right? I think having those tools, whether it, and at the end of the day, people call it AI, but it's sophisticated neural networks that are running on cloud servers, whether it's just the collecting of that information in order to smartly act on it, can do a lot of wonderful things. during COVID, for instance, we had really bad time, and obviously a lot of people were unemployed very quickly. In fact, more than had ever happened in such a short amount of time in Texas. So we had call centers, we did all that, but if you have friends and others who had to reach the unemployment department, they realized that they just couldn't get through. So what Texas Workforce Commission did is they set up an app so that the app could go and have conversations with individuals and be able to get them to the right person, and if it could, figure out how to get them that information. That's kind of the low-level AI. But anyway, that's one of the things that I think the state can go and speed up its advancements on. I filed a bill last session where it didn't go anywhere, but I do think it was important, and it started a conversation, and I'm going to keep having this conversation about whether or not the state should allow any of its entities to pay for ransomware. So what my bill said is that no, that local entities cannot pay ransomware. I would love to hear your thoughts and your opinions on whether we should ban government, not businesses, okay, but whether the government should ban ransomware. And part of my rationale for having that thought, but looking forward to any debate on it, is there's no guarantee, of course, that by paying it, you're going to get the information. You kind of set yourself up, I think, a little way to be hit again. And listen, we're funding bad actors, right? I don't believe that taxpayer dollars should go, even if it's through a third party, through an insurance company, should go to reward and incentivize and possibly improve the abilities of these bad actors to go and make more attacks. And what we're seeing anyway is that after you pay the ransom, in some cases, it then turns into extortionware. We're like, okay, well, now we'll let you have access to it, but we've kept a copy of that as well. So it's something I want to keep having a conversation about. And I think I'm going to push forward again next session, unless some of you on here could talk me out of it. But I don't see how it's helpful to the state for us to allow continued payments to ransomware. I'm going to be working again on digital privacy issues. I would say that goes hand in hand. There's an intersection there with cybersecurity. And then finally, what I want all of you to know again in closing is, and again, open any questions, is why we're doing this, okay? At this point, I would say there's no bigger risk to the state of Texas, right? We've been able to handle a lot of disaster. And people have suffered, okay, even whether it's the pandemic or whether it's flooding and all those kind of things, and a lot of those and all of those are outside of our control, right? I mean, no one can stop COVID, no one can stop the hurricane and stuff. And so for me, these attacks are different, right? These are things that, to a big extent, to a big level, it's a little bit of shame on us if we're not fully prepared or prepared as much as we can to prevent these sorts of attacks. And one of the ways we could do that is not just passing legislation and all of that, but something that is anyway, it's a problem for everybody right now, right? I was driving just the other day. I was going to the store and I saw one of those little vans, that has the digital billboards on the side, which is usually advertising something, one of those trucks you can rent, except it was doing it for wanting to hire people at the local Pizza Hut. And it was saying, hey, now hiring at Pizza Hut, $20 an hour. And not only, I think, is that, obviously a lot of money and opportunity, but that's the extent that some people are looking to find their workforce. I would say cybersecurity experts are even higher up and even more difficult. And so it's just, how do we as a state make sure that we have enough experts in this field, for instance? So one of the things that I did in Senate Bill 1, which is a bill in the appropriations bill that passed, is I put $3 million in the Higher Education Council and it's for upskilling, right? So one of the things that we've always done in the state is make sure that we have enough welders and we have enough plumbers and we do all that kind of stuff, which is absolutely important. Anyone who's trying to get that done knows how important that is. But what this fund does, it's an upskill fund, right? So it's to go and work on the kind of higher level cybersecurity and financial experts to be able to go and work in coordination with private industry and with local community colleges to be able to provide basically incentives and subsidies and support to make sure that we have even more people in this field, and whether it's IT modernization, cybersecurity, AI, blockchain, or just fintech in general, we're able to do that. There's a lot of things we're trying to do in closing, everything from workforce to security to trying to understand it, to try and get the members involved. But again, we can't do any of this without your support. We can't do any of this without your expertise. And so I just want to make myself available. I know your local state rep and senator also want to make themselves available to hear you and to try and get your perspective so that we can go and continue to help make sure that Texas is protected from all of these attacks. Thank you.
Representative Capriglione, thanks so much. It's always a pleasure because not only you authoring legislation to try and protect businesses and all Texans, but you're an engineer, you know this stuff as well. So I mean, that you have so much credibility. Thanks for all that you're doing.
No, thank you. And I've always enjoyed being a nerd. In fact, I just built the last couple of weeks, I just built my own PC again. I hadn't done that in a while. So
love it.
And today was the first time I used the webcam on it, so I'm just really glad that worked.
So this is your home built one that you're using now?
Yeah. I've been really trying to get into machine learning and deep learning. And so I wanted to build a computer that lets me play around with some of these neural networks. And so anyway, I probably spent a little bit too much time and money on this one. But anyway, I got dual boot. I got Linux and Windows going on it. So I'm just trying to get there. But sadly, it's we need to get everyone in the government to have just as much technology. And
maybe not as much knowledge as you have, but a little bit, some awareness. I mean, I know in my own work, I deal with that a lot. It's just this total lack of awareness sometimes that this is even a risk.
Yeah.
I had some questions from the audience. I have a lot of questions over. I want to make sure we answer the audience ones first. One was House Bill 475, how individuals could volunteer to join the working group.
Sure. There's a few different ways to do that. And I'll say, if you want to know more about it, and I'll say it slowly, maybe I'll put it in the chat too. Just go to capital.texas.gov and in there, just look for SB 475 and you can look at the bill, and it has a whole entire section on how to do it. But you can either talk to your state rep, okay, or you can just call the Department of Information Resources directly. So if you go and Google and just type in Department of Information Resources, just let them know you're interested and you're willing to help.
Sorry.
That's okay.
They got me back. No,
So anyway, I put a link there for how you can get more information. But again, you can just call Department of Information Resources or call your state rep, and they can put you in contact. And the more people, the better.
That's great. Thanks. Another was for the IT caucus. You're touring various cities and places around Houston.
Yeah.
I know one of those requests was for San Antonio. I work there in San Antonio too, as well. There's a big group there involved in cyber with. And I'm happy to help coordinate that as others.
Yeah, absolutely. If you could just get with contact. We have an executive director. His name is Spencer Schumacher, and he's the one that's setting up all of those. And so my goal is, I had an awesome time when I went to UTSA to go, and we had one of our cybersecurity events right at UTSA, and want to go back there. There's a lot of technology everywhere from NSA to Rackspace or whatever, everything in between. So we could definitely do that with the San Antonio delegation.
Yeah, no, that would be, and they started a new school there of community health and policy.
Okay.
Dean Kosman is leading that, and I think that might, you're right, UTSA might be a great convener for
Sure.
something like that. Well, I will sync up with you on that. And Liz and Reva, keep me straight so I don't mention. One of the other questions was, are there any developments in quantum cybersecurity at the government level?
Ooh, no, that's next level for Texas. I'm interested in the conversation. I would have to check. Maybe some of our universities are doing some research in there, but no, like I said, some of us are still on COBOL here in the state, so quantum's a couple of spins away. So,
no, that's fair enough. I think one of the interesting things you said, and again, my own bias, I'm working with a lot of rural physician offices around Texas and rural hospitals, and you mentioned the school districts that just don't have the cyber resources to be able to do a whole lot. And part of Cyber Houston, one of our missions, or our main mission, has been in that supply chain. How do we elevate those weak links in the chain, those small businesses that are connecting to you? I mean, we go back to the Target hack. It wasn't Target that it was an HVAC contractor that was sloppy with the security, and that was the way in.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would be interested in, and especially that funding for House Bill 4018. How do we best help these small organizations, which are an easy way, if you're a hacker, to get in to bigger systems?
Yeah, I think you make a good point with Target, and I think a lot of times when people think about third-party risk, that's what they think about, right? A contractor or a vendor or whatever who's now plugged into your system. But in a way, maybe an analogy is that some of these smaller counties are a third-party risk to the state, right? Because they're set up, they're linked. There's obviously communication between the counties and the state. So yeah, it's been a couple of years, but about a couple of years ago, of course, 20 of these smaller cities and counties and part of the department were all hit one day. Big, huge attack that happened. And some of the things that we need to make sure is, okay, so one, we have these regional service centers so that we could go and provide that support. We can have voluntary response as well. And I don't know, maybe, when you think about, growing up, there's doctors who, as part of their residency or whatever, would have to go to more rural areas to go and help support there. There's a way virtually, I think we can do that as well. But I think with this funding, right, what we want to be able to do is say, okay, so here's an idea. We believe in local control in Texas. Every city and county should be able to listen to their community as well. But the state has a lot of resources, right? So what we're doing is we're setting up kind of even procurement side, right? And say, listen, you can go and procure whatever technology you want. We understand. But the state has gone and it's validated these, they've vetted these. So rather than just finding an off-the-shelf thing that you may, what it would be great is if we could somehow not steer, but incentivize some of these local communities to say, hey, use these because we understand these and they're not a risk. Use these volunteers and providers. So that's one way. But at the end of the day, I remember when I was at UTSA, we heard a lot of testimony, and this one fellow from a very, very small county came, and he was the IT department for this county, right? Everything from the elections to the vitals information and so on. And all I kept thinking was, well, who's doing it while you're here, right? And the answer is nobody. So they need more help.
They do. No, agree. Another question from Victor in San Antonio is asking, does it help to have checks and balances with options to assist law enforcement to thwart bad actors?
Yeah, and I would say that's a great question because, listen, I could talk about technology all day, but it's the Constitution forever, right? And so you have things like the Fourth Amendment, the First Amendment, things like that. And it's important for us, and they're contentious right now, right? Because there's always this conversation of on one side, which is you can't, whatever it's said wrong, but you shouldn't give up any liberty for security. And on the other side, some people might say, well, if you have nothing to hide, then what does it matter, right? I think it's important for us to keep the Constitution in mind when we work on that. I think that's when I talk about ethics and morals and law. We need to do that. And those subjects come up a lot when it comes to facial technology. And I think we have to be careful about that kind of stuff, right? I don't want to just walk down the street and get misidentified as someone else, and that's not fair to anybody. And so, it's come up a lot also with, should law enforcement have the key, right? Whether it's have the ability to decrypt. I say no, right? I mean, it's hard enough to prevent backdoors, let alone having even more people know what's going on. So that's me. But that's a battle, and it'll always be a battle. And I would say it's a bipartisan battle, right? Where people, doesn't matter what party you're on, you have your own feelings on whether law enforcement should have access to all of that. I'm on the side of no.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. And I want to, maybe, and we're still getting some questions. Thank you again, getting a lot of great questions, and maybe I'll have to save some for later. But I want to answer your question and maybe ask the audience for a straw poll that should we pay ransomware? I'll put my hand in the table and say, no, we should not. I agree with you because it just encourages it. I mean, if the only reason this ransomware is put on there is to extort money, and if they don't get any money out of it, they eventually quit doing it. And it's the shortest path to that. So I want to ask the audience, because I know you were looking for feedback on that. And if anyone disagrees or agrees, please put it in there. While they're doing that, Bugaboo Jones, what can be done to stop the constant pump and dumps rampant in the cryptocurrency space? It feels like just one big scam at this point.
Well, and that's something that's come up. And when I went to this Texas Blockchain Council event, it was awesome. First of all, I mean, you had Ted Cruz there, you had Senator Cornyn there, you had a lot of government and private sector people that are interested in it. And what I sensed, and I don't normally sense this, is I think people realize there needs to be some sort of financial regulations when it comes to cryptocurrency, right? There's some on the SEC side from trading. But I think for the legitimacy of cryptocurrency, for the legitimacy of blockchain. So one of the things that I'm going to be filing that I proposed is a constitutional amendment to allow certain cryptocurrency to be used to pay, for instance, your taxes, right? To kind of completely legitimize. But with that comes some sort of regulations, I think, on the state level that stop some of these completely fake coins that aren't even as nice as tulips, but being treated just as much. Right.
No, I'm sorry, we're out of time and we're getting more questions and more feedback. I'm not sure if you see that in the chat. Some people are pro, some people are no, because this, the ransomware payment, because it can put you out of a business if you're a small business, or if you're a hospital trying to take care of patients and you can't. So I think good arguments in there.
Sure.
We could keep you here all day, Representative completely.
Yeah, no problem.
But I know I need to let you go. And thank you again so much for your time. Thanks for doing this. It's great to see you, and we'll see each other in person soon.
Yeah, hopefully in San Antonio. All right, see you. Bye.
Thanks now. Bye. Well, thanks again to Representative Capriglione. I think that was a great presentation. Thank you to all of you in the audience as well for the questions and the feedback. I'm sorry we didn't get to all of them, but we will capture those questions and loop those back and capture these in the documentation and get answers and follow up on some of these responses. So thank you. With that, we move on to state and local cybersecurity needs. Sponsored by Reneka Digital. I would, my pleasure to introduce Elizabeth Rogers. And again, Elizabeth, hi Elizabeth, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Thank you. And Elizabeth, thanks for all your help in putting this great agenda together. Elizabeth is a member of Greater Houston Cybersecurity since its inception, but former Chief Privacy Officer of the Texas state government and currently a partner at Michael & Best. Elizabeth brings a unique and informed perspective to privacy and cybersecurity law practice. Elizabeth, thank you for having us. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Phil. Good morning, everyone. And first of all, happy Cybersecurity Awareness Month. It is so fantastic that we had such an exciting kickoff with Representative Capriglione. And I would otherwise say there's no encore. However, I have the privilege and the honor of introducing Mandy Crawford, who is the current Executive Director of the Department of Information Resources. Mandy is an attorney and a business leader, and we met almost 21 years ago when at the time I was ethics advisor and employment law advisor at the Office of Attorney General. Mandy started as an entry-level attorney at that agency and ended up being elevated all the way up to Deputy Attorney General for Administration and General Counsel for the entire Office of Attorney General before she became appointed as our current Executive Director of the DIR. In that role, Mandy is in charge of the overall direction of the DIR, which has, by the way, an annual budget of $4 billion. Because of Mandy's innovative solutions and her sound leadership, she has already distinguished herself as one of the most influential thought leaders in this space of the 21st century. I'm so proud to introduce you, Mandy, and I ask all of you to please join me in welcoming Mandy and her remarks this morning about the state of cybersecurity preparedness and resources for the state of Texas. Welcome, Mandy.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, and it's great to see you. It's I do think we should note that both of us were 15, 18 started together.
I forgot to mention that.
I know, right? Yeah, it was a child labor internship program. But anyway, thank you. I'm
welcome
here. I'm really glad to be here and with all of you. And as Elizabeth said, on Cybersecurity Awareness Month, what a time to be together and to be able to share what we know about cybersecurity. So I was asked to come to y'all today to talk a little bit about state and local cybersecurity needs. And I have a presentation that I'm going to put up here. If you will give me one moment. And also happy to share this presentation with Cyber Summit folks later. Of course, hang on one moment. It's always the technical difficulties, which have the added challenges when your state CIO. That makes it fun. All right. Well, one second. Let's see if we can make this happen. Sorry, folks. Let me see, maybe get some technical assistance on the share. I practiced yesterday. Here we go. It's up now. All right. We did it. Okay. And we're off. So I wanted to talk a little bit and kind of set the stage. And I know Representative Capriglione referenced this a little bit in his remarks, but this was an event, I think, for us here in Texas that certainly set the stage for where we are now in cybersecurity and the steps that we took. So back in August of 2019, there was a ransomware event that hit, ultimately, this says 22, but 23 local governments throughout the state of Texas. And this event, to kind of paint a picture for you. So it was a Friday morning in August, hot as it normally is here in Texas, and it was an ordinary day. And then we received a call at our office that at first an entity had been hit, a local government, and then soon the number had gone up to 2, then 8, then ultimately to 23. And when this happened, this obviously caused us here at the Department of Information Resources. We jumped into action when we learned that one of the entities, that their SCADA system at the water utility had been impacted. I reached out to the governor's office, and by noon that day, Governor Abbott had activated the Texas Division of Emergency Management's State Operations Center. This is the same operations center that responds to floods, hurricanes, pandemics. And Governor Abbott activated that operations center to a level 2 disaster declaration. And we were there. So really within a matter of hours, we went from the first phone call to having the responders together within the State Operations Center to begin assessing and triaging on this event. So we had state partners, federal partners, we all gathered together at the SOC. Soon by Saturday, and now we're on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week rotation for a level 2 disaster. We had our incident responders identify and prioritize all the sites by noon. By Sunday, we had incident responders visiting all those sites, which was a challenge because, as y'all know, Texas is a big state. And so getting folks up to the Panhandle, to West Texas, to Northeast Texas from where we were based out here in Austin, that was a challenge. And then the rest of the week, we worked that incident. We worked with the government entities, and we're happy to say that by Friday, so a week from the day when this event started, that all of the sites were remediated to the point that state support was no longer required. So how did this happen? As you all know, I mean, many of you are cybersecurity practitioners, so you're familiar with this area. Some of you may be business owners or government officials. So what was it that made this event so particularly successful? And it was one event that made certainly national and international news. Never thought that my agency and something we'd be responded to would make the headline on Drudge Report. It's not really a goal of mine, but it happened because this was the importance and the significance of this event. But it also got the attention of the United States Senate. I was asked to go to the United States Senate to testify in front of the Homeland Security Committee about the success of this event, of our response, how Texas responded, and what made us so successful. And I think the key here is preparation. So we had back in 2019, Senate Bill 64 was passed, which added the cybersecurity event to the definition of a disaster. So therefore, that's what allowed, when the governor declared it a disaster, for us to activate the State Operations Center and to have the Texas National Guard be able to assist with defending state cyber operations. We also had a lot of preparation because there's a cybersecurity annex to the Texas Division of Emergency Management's incident response plan. That came about in 2017 and asked for my agency, the Department of Information Resources, to create this statewide cybersecurity incident response plan in partnership with the Division of Emergency Management, with the Department of Public Safety, and with the Texas Military Department. And then once we had that plan, we held tabletop exercises and incident exercises with our partners to make sure we knew what to do when such an event happened. And as y'all know, with anything in life, but particularly in cybersecurity, this is a team sport. And so we had to form partnerships for incident response with our partners, which included the Texas Military Department, Division of Emergency Management, the Texas A&M University System, which the Division of Emergency Management is a part of the A&M system. Of course, DPS, FBI, DHS, CISA, and our private sector partners were absolutely instrumental in our success in that 2019 event, and other state and federal partners. The other thing we have as far as preparation, and Representative Capriglione referenced this a little bit, is one of the things that we offer through the Department of Information Resources is we have shared technology services. And one of those services is a managed security services contract. And this is a contract, it's pre-negotiated, it's security services on retainer that local governments, state governments, higher ed can all use for incident response. And you can enter into this contract and this agreement with no retainer fee and just have that contract ready to go should you have an incident that comes about. You can also, of course, use this contract to prepare so that you don't have an incident, so that you would have, maybe it's pen tests or security assessments or a variety of other things that you might need in order to prepare for a security event. So with that in mind, and I talk about that particular event, a little bit more about it. There was recently the AP did a story on that cyber event, which we were glad to work with them on because we want to spread the word. We want to get the awareness out there about what it is that any entity, but particularly government entities who are entrusted with our constituents' data, what we need to do in order to become more secure. So we were thrilled the AP did this story. And what came about there was this was a case of, lacking cyber hygiene practices and a variety of things that I'm going to outline here that existed during that event. And that won't be a surprise, certainly to the practitioners in the room, that these are the causes. But despite the fact that they may seem like common sense, these are the things we're seeing, particularly at the local government level. So one is a lack of knowledge of IT assets. So many times local governments are contracting with third-party service providers to build out their IT infrastructure. IT workforce is a challenge. It's a challenge in the private sector, and it is really a challenge in the public sector as well. So a lot of times we rely on our private sector partners to provide vital IT services. So that means that the business leaders and the deciders in government don't always know what assets they have. That was one of the things and the challenges we saw in that 2019 event is we needed to get face-to-face contact, boots on the ground to each of these entities. Because when we were talking to them on the phone about what was hit, what did they have? Let's talk about your servers, your networks, your services, your applications. The folks we were talking to on the phone, they really had no idea. And so this is key, of course, is making sure that, local governments, they need to know what's on the network. Making sure that network is segmented was a key part of what happened in the 2019 event. Is the criminals were able to get in through one area and then quickly transition and spread throughout the network. Folks don't even know where their systems run, where their servers are, where the servers are actually located. I mean, a lot of times, some things as basic as that, local governments are just not prepared on some of these issues. And of course, then also on backups, where are those backups located? That inventory of services. So again, going back to the idea that we have heavy reliance on the IT service providers and our IT teams, but they're usually not the business experts, right? They're not the experts in running the program areas. So this is key that, how do the constituents interact with their governments? We had folks saying, wow, I didn't know that application was used that much. And, think about the critical impact when we're talking about public safety applications. So you have, law enforcement, the ability to record dash cam videos, the ability to record body cam videos, which are all saved digitally. Then you have the whole IoT issue with traffic lights and drawbridges and all sorts of things like that. Billing applications, the basic ways that most of us interact with government is at the local level. When we go to our public water system to pay our bill, or we need, vital records and things like that are held in our counties. All of those sorts of systems are the things that really impact Texans every day. And it's that inventory of services and knowing what could be impacted and how can you move to a manual process in the event of a cyber incident. Those are things that we saw that were truly lacking in that event. And of course, an inventory of data. And I think that, no conversation about cybersecurity can really be had if you're not also talking about data. And I was thrilled to see that there are a lot of great discussions coming up later on today on the agenda around these issues as well. So you need to, obviously we know that the local governments and state governments as well. I mean, this is data management practices are things that we should have been looking at for a long time. And unfortunately, it was not always something where the emphasis was placed. So looking at whether or not you have PII, is there, CGIS type information, criminal history information, HIPAA information, billing information, other regulated data, knowing what data you have. And then in the event of a cybersecurity event, who do you have to notify? This was something we saw where local governments in particular didn't understand, not only what were the legal requirements for notification, but what about the business requirements? Who did they have to notify within their organizational structure when things like this happen? And of course, backups. As practitioners know, this is really a critical piece to being able to be prepared and be able to respond to an event. But we saw, here that, well, one, there wasn't a good sense of backups. There wasn't a good backup strategy overall throughout the local governments. Backups weren't segmented, they weren't tested and usable, and they weren't offline. And so all of those things, of course, led to the event being certainly more challenging when it came to responding to the event. Administration, and this was one of the things that really came in play in the 2019 event, is all about remote access, and and the making sure that remote access, when it's accessible to the internet, that we have VPN, remote desktop protocol, SSH, the type of basic cyber hygiene tools that would be used, and of course, and the really having strong passwords, changing passwords, administrators who were using privileged accounts just for regular, ordinary work. All of those things came into play. And I think so much of this also comes down to education and training and awareness, which I'll talk a little bit more about later on. But as we all know, that is really key to being able to combat these issues. So, third-party providers. I want to talk a little bit about this. In the 2019 incident, the attackers were able to come in via the managed services provider that these entities were using. That MSP cooperated tremendously with us, was a partner in responding to the event, and was really, they really did work hard to try to make this better for the entities that were impacted. And they're a great way, our third-party partners are a great way to provide support. But, I think like in this circumstance, they had been doing work for these folks for so long that they really felt like family. And maybe those questions weren't asked by local governments, because a lot of times they don't know the questions to ask. So I think, as a community, that, IT leaders and cyber leaders need to make sure that we are spreading the word and communicating the message about the importance of security, and making sure that the contracts have strong cybersecurity and liability protections. This is a key missing piece that we see in so many different contracts for IT services in state and local government. And one thing that we'll offer, and I'll talk a little bit more about this when I talk about legislation, is that at the Department of Information Resources, in addition to our Shared Technology Services program that local governments and state governments can use, we have a cooperative contracts program where we offer almost 1,000 contracts for IT goods and services that government at all levels in Texas and other states can utilize. And those contracts have strong cybersecurity and liability terms and conditions. And so what we're trying to do is press the easy button, but also the secure button. We want to help out local governments so that they make sure that those contractual provisions are there, that these are vendors who have been vetted, they've passed different security terms. And as we'll talk later, we're going to talk a little bit about cloud service providers and this, what we're calling a text ramp certification that's now going to be required here in Texas starting January 1. And I guess all of this comes down to lack of planning. And this is what we see so often in the local governments, is that there just wasn't a plan, whether there just wasn't enough time, they didn't know where to start. This wasn't even on the radar. And, you know, we need to know that, you know, planning and everything is so critical. Of course, experience is no substitute for having a plan. And we know that, and this is something that we've certainly seen anecdotally with the entities that we've helped, is that even if you've been hit before, but you didn't have a plan in place, and then you get hit again, that experience is not going to help you out as much as folks who had that plan. And we've seen that the planning, coordination, tabletop exercises, all of that makes such a difference. And I think the key thing overwhelmingly that I would say that we see in local governments and state government as well is a lack of cyber aware culture. We're getting there. We're changing some of that culture. You know, the conferences such as this are huge, and a lot of the different efforts that are going on throughout state government. It's really helping. But we have to remember that cyber aware culture starts at the top. And it sets the expectation for the entire organization. As I said earlier, cybersecurity is a team sport. So this is part of the business leaders have to understand cybersecurity and the operational risks, the reputational risks, the financial risks that come with not being prepared. And I think as a community, the IT community, the cybersecurity community needs to communicate all of those risks to leadership so that we're all on the same page and we can all work on this together. And I'd say another key thing is, of course, that cybersecurity training for all. And we know that thanks to Representative Capriglione and Senator Paxton, we had cybersecurity training that was required, not this session, but the previous session, for all government employees throughout Texas. We'll talk a little bit more about some of the changes that happened this last session to even strengthen those training requirements. One last thing is just talking about moving forward after an incident. We have seen entities that get hit multiple times because they didn't fix the underlying issue. This can also get into the talk about whether or not you pay a ransom. I'd like to point out that in the 2019 incident, no ransom was paid. And once you calculated the cost of recovery for those entities, it was significantly less than the ransom that was demanded. So having a strong plan, having the cooperation of state, federal, and private sector partners really enabled us to be able to respond to that event at a lower cost than what we would have paid had we decided to pay that ransom. So again, when you have entities that pay the ransom, they're not fixing anything. They're leaving the vulnerabilities. We see that a lot. And we see folks who don't go back. Once they get their systems back, they don't then do the investment in making sure that the way the bad guys got in has been shored up, and continuously updating that plan. And I think the other thing, and this is a cultural thing that we have to change, is the blame game. It is very easy when these things happen to want to assign blame. But at the end of the day, these are crimes and these are victims, and we need to stop blaming and just move forward. We need to fix what's wrong. We need to prepare for the future, and we need to move forward stronger than we were before. So I've talked a little bit about how my agency, DIR, can help state and local government. So a little bit about what we do in the security space. So DIR is home to the State of Texas Chief Information Security Officer, Nancy Rainasek. Nancy is a career IT and security professional. Nancy was recently recognized, I'm very, very proud of her, by the National Association of State CIOs as the Cybersecurity Leader of the Year. And that comes in part from all of the great things that she's led here at Texas to strengthen the cybersecurity posture of the state at all levels. And through Nancy's office and the OCISO, they provide strategy, leadership, policy, direction. We do education, awareness, reporting, and then statewide initiatives. And including in that is that incident response aspect. That was Nancy's team that responded in the 2019 event. And I would like to also point out that most of those are at no cost to entities. And then we do cybersecurity coordination. So the Texas Cybersecurity Council is led by DIR, and this is a partnership with the private sector, public entities, both at the state level, city level, and institutes of higher education. And the council works together on cybersecurity issues and is charged with making recommendations to the legislature prior to every legislative session on ways that the legislature can strengthen the state laws to help improve our cybersecurity posture. And then from an operations standpoint, DIR, my agency, runs the Network Security Operations Center, or NSOC. And there we serve as the internet service provider for state of Texas agencies, and we provide monitoring, intrusion prevention, alerting, incident response, threat analysis for all of our state agency customers. I'm sure it's no surprise that the state of Texas networks are a high target for those who would want to cause disruption to the state. And so we block upwards of 1 billion attempts a day. It's a lot of work. They're always on call, but my team does a great job in protecting our state networks. And then we have a variety of offerings. Some of those that I've talked about, these are just through some of the things that are available to local government, state government, and higher education in order to provide as much as we can in the area of cybersecurity to help strengthen what we really think a whole of state approach is the best way to tackle these. We can't fight all these individual battles. We've got to come at it with a whole of state approach. And that's obviously local, state, higher ed, and the private sector all working together. We also have, and we were charged by statute to create the Texas ISAO, the Information Sharing and Analysis Organization. And this entity is available to all Texas operations of public, private, and nonprofit entities, and it's at no cost. If you're interested in signing up, and I saw maybe some questions earlier, I know that that y'all have an ISAO as well. Well, we would love to partner with y'all. Feel free to reach out anyone on the call and go to the isao.texas.gov to learn more about it and consider joining this organization so we can help, again, protect the whole of the state. So I want to talk a little bit about how the state responded, and I know that some of this was covered in the previous remarks, but I really want to dive in a little bit in case there's questions about the specifics of what we're doing in these areas. So one, and really the biggest, is Senate Bill 475. And this is a bill that's gotten a tremendous amount of attention nationally. And not just within the state. And because it really is a comprehensive cybersecurity and data management bill that goes to address some of those critical weaknesses and provide some really innovative solutions to address those issues. So one of those is the Texas Risk Authorization and Management Program, or what we've called TexRAMP. So many of y'all are familiar with the FedRAMP that provides assurances and certifications for a variety of products. And then StateRAMP, well, we now have TexRAMP. And the idea behind TexRAMP is that for those cloud services and cloud products that are offered and that are for state agencies, this is not for local government, it's state agencies and institutes of higher education. If you do not have a StateRAMP or FedRAMP certification, you're going to need a TexRAMP certification. My agency was charged with establishing the rules and the certification requirements. I'd like to say that this bill was effective immediately, and it's a really big bill. And so we've been, what is it? How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. That's what we're doing. And we're going through this and trying to get prioritized to get these things rolled out. Any state agency that's going to renew or enter into a contract for cloud products or services must have either the TexRAMP, StateRAMP, or FedRAMP certification by January 1 of 2022. So this is our priority right now. This goes through the rule process. The rules actually go to our board next Thursday. They've been posted for notice and comment already. We've been having a lot of discussion. And the key thing here is we're looking at the types of data that will be accessed or within those cloud services or products. That's going to be key to provide the level of certification. And then we're only requiring our cloud vendors to meet the same security requirements that we require of our state agencies. So Texans data, Texans deserve no less. We're going to make sure that that is protected. I'd also like to note that the TexRAMP will be at no charge. Unlike some of the other certification programs, you will not be required to pay for a TexRAMP certification. We also have created the State Agency Data Management Board, and requires any agency of a certain size, I believe it's, I'm going to draw a blank, it's either 100 or 150, I think. Any state agency of more than 150 employees must have a designated data management officer. The bill also created the Texas Volunteer Incident Response Team. This is an idea that was born out of the 2019 event, where we had overwhelming response from the private sector wanting to help, wanting to be part of Team Texas to help us respond to this this massive event. And for contractual reasons, for liability reasons, for a variety of reasons, we weren't able to take a lot of those folks up on their offer. We were able, with the resources that we had, to be able to respond to this event of 23. But what if it had been 50, 100, 200? How would we have done that? And so this gives us this volunteer cyber militia, similar to what some other states have done. This gives us that bench strength to really be able to partner with Texans who want to participate and to help out government when they're impacted by an event. It also creates regional cybersecurity working groups, which actually the private sector can be a part of. So private sector entities can also be a part of. And we're thrilled that these working groups are going to be created. This is also something that we're charged with setting up the framework with. As I mentioned earlier, we're prioritizing how we're rolling out this plan. So we anticipate that we'll have more around the working groups later this year or early next year as we talk about building out that part of Senate Bill 475. And a really exciting endeavor that we're charged with going forward with under SB 475 is creating a regional security operations center with a to-be-determined public university here in Texas. Goes back again to the 2019 event. As I mentioned, and y'all know, Texas is a big state. And having boots on the ground throughout the state, ideally located at universities, would be tremendous in being able to respond to an event, would be able to provide that underlying network infrastructures for local governments who choose to use that, would be there for education and outreach, for incident response, and so importantly, it's going to be a training ground to utilize students at those universities to help train up our next generation of cyber warriors. So we're really excited about that particular aspect as well. We're starting to have conversations with the various universities and hope to have that determination on where we're going to start with that later this year or early next year. Another bill, HB 1118, and this is goes back to cybersecurity training. And the key here is it's putting teeth to that cybersecurity training requirement that I mentioned earlier. Mandatory cybersecurity training for all public employees in Texas. Now, this requires local governments to submit certification of the cybersecurity training completion when applying for the Governor's Division of Criminal Justice grants. And that they would have to, if your employees have not taken this training, they're going to have to pay back those grants and make them ineligible for additional grants. So we're really trying to reinforce, this is a clear message from state leadership, that cybersecurity is important and training is important for all levels of employees. HB 1576 created a work group on blockchain manners for the state of Texas. And this is a legislative working group to start talking about blockchain policy as an emerging technology and something that we can really use to help keep Texans' data more secure. House Bill 4018, this is generating a lot of buzz, not just in the state, but throughout the nation. I'm very active in the state CIO community across the country, and other states are really looking to Texas here to see what we do with this fund, how it works, and the efforts or the achievements that can be made by using this funding. So I'm really grateful to Representative Capriglione and Senator Nelson for their leadership here in this committee. Also, Senate Bill 851 added the Texas Secretary of State to the Texas Cybersecurity Council, which I think is great and helps to certainly add that visibility into election security as well. We also have SB 1696 that requires the Texas Education Agency and DIR to establish a system to share anonymous cybersecurity incidents among schools in the state. You know, again, going back to if you see something, say something, and we know that that information sharing, that timely information sharing is so critical to being able to respond and prevent future events. So we're excited about that. So those are all the policies, which are great, and the new laws that came about and how the state is responding. But let's talk a little bit about the funding. So there was a lot of cybersecurity funding in the 87th regular session, about $100 million in funding for cybersecurity projects, including $15.7 million for endpoint detection and response technology for state agencies. So this allows my agency DIR to purchase EDR and implement it at no cost for participating state agencies. So this is a huge, huge step in being able to protect those state agency endpoints and ultimately Texans' data. It also appropriated $6.9 million for the Regional Security Operations Center pilot that I talked about at one of the universities. So that was great. And that's just during the regular session. But as y'all know, there have been a few special sessions. So during the second called session, there were additional cybersecurity funding items, including more money for endpoint detection and response. So that would fully fund the EDR efforts for state agency endpoints, the fully funding the Regional Security Operations Center at the university, and continuing funding for multi-factor authentication, which is available to no cost for state agency network or state agencies as well. So these are all, again, it's a clear message from state leadership that cybersecurity is a priority that they're willing to invest in.
Mandy, I just want to do a quick time check with us. I want to leave a few minutes for questions.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So happy to take those questions. I didn't
want to cut you off, but just
no, it's my last slide. So you're
beautiful.
Fine. So it worked out perfectly. We've got $200 million for federal funding for that technology improvement and modernization fund that was just approved by both houses, and we'll wait to see what happens with that as well. But I am happy to take questions.
Thanks so much, Amanda. I mean, super informative, the work that you're doing and the resources that are available for DIR. I'm not going to ask my questions, but there was a question from Tony Quattro, which I think but working with cities over the years, it seems like a lack of budget is always an issue. What agencies in Texas can you refer them to help shore up those deficiencies?
Sure. So, well, one, I would say when you have limited budgets, I would recommend that they reach out to us here for the contracts that we have and the services that we provide, because we've been able to. I mean, when you're the 9th largest economy in the world, you can negotiate some pretty good pricing, and so we've got some great pricing that we can do, and there are a lot of free services. The other thing is with the federal funds that are coming down certainly through ARPA, and then more importantly through the Infrastructure Act that's coming later. I think there are a lot of opportunities there for local governments. I have some concerns around making sure that local governments get what they need, and not just the latest, greatest, shiny thing that may be more than what they actually need. So we're going to do some efforts around there to help on that education piece for local governments.
That's great. Thanks. Though there was a question from several people about a copy of the slides. We will be posting those on the website, so everyone can have access to them on the Houston.org. From Andre Bruce, I'm curious why Texas is not already using a developed certification for cloud services like CSA Star.
So we are using, as I mentioned, obviously FedRAMP and State RAMP, and some other states. I know Arizona's RAMP program as well. You know, this is a mandate from the legislature, and this was an importance that they saw. Part of it is this Tex RAMP idea, and you know, we're looking at all certification programs, and if they meet the standards that we have, then we'll give them. They'll work in Texas as well. But the key here is that some folks who maybe don't play in other state space or in the FedRAMP space, they wouldn't have that certification. This fills the gap by giving the Tex RAMP.
No, that's great. I'll keep an eye on if there's any other questions. I was also, you know, really encouraged by the contractual piece that you have. You know, doing the third-party contract is so important. You're right to have those in place, but trying to build it, especially as a small business, you know, again, I am myself. We're tiny, not for profit. It's hard to be able to do that with. There's resources like you're providing. It's great for small businesses to be able to leverage that.
Well, and I would say that too, even any small businesses, our contracts are posted on our website. They're open, they're available. Go and download them. Download them, borrow the language. It's out there for you to use. And if whatever we can do to help everybody, small businesses and governments, we're here to do that.
Great, thanks. Question from Sujit. Are there resources roadmap available for other states to use?
Yes, we do. We have resources on our website. We have our incident response red book, and we share a lot of information within the state CISO community and the state CIO community as well. So there's things we put out on the website for anybody, and then there's other things that we would just share internally for those responders. But we do, and if you know folks in other states that are interested, have them reach out to us. We are glad to help.
That's perfect. Mandy, we're out of time. Awesome presentation, super helpful. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks for doing this, and hope we can have you back.
I'd love to come back. Thank you, Phil. I really appreciate it. This was great. Thank you all. Appreciate your questions.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Amanda. Thanks again. And I know on our first with Representative Cabriglione, we didn't have a chance to finish all the questions in the timeline. So I do want to come back to those where we can. We have time for discussion at lunchtime. We'll have a fireside chat then. We'll get into some of those. So I hope you'll keep those questions, and we'll keep that dialogue going. It's now my pleasure to introduce my friend and colleague here at Cyber Houston, Andy Sawyer, on operational cybersecurity for the Houston region, sponsored by Blue Lance. Andy's Chief of Security Facilities for Locklord LLP. He's responsible for all aspects of physical and cybersecurity. He's the chair of the firm's Privacy and Cybersecurity Committee. He's chair of the firm's Privacy Task Force, member of the FBI InfraGard partnership with the private sector, and the Greater Houston Cybersecurity Council. I know, Andy, it's great to see you. Thanks for being here. I know you do a lot of work with attorneys around security and how you manage that. It's a culture. You know, I do a lot of that with physicians, so we have a shared brotherhood there.
Exactly.
But Andy, thanks for doing this. I will hand the stage over to you to introduce the rest of your panel.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. And it's good to see you. Thanks for the opportunity to talk about this really important topic. How do we actually operationalize cybersecurity? What are the nuts and bolts of it? What does it look like when you actually have a program going? I'm going to introduce my panel, And I'm kind of speaking to the background folks here as well, that if they think I'm bringing them on, I don't know how I'm doing that. So hopefully somebody's telling me how to introduce them as I bring them on here. But I've got a pretty good panel of folks that have very civic-minded, Houston-focused, that are going to be talking over the next 45 minutes with us about cybersecurity and how we, what programs are in place and what we can do with that. So let me begin by introducing Mel Navarez, who's, there's Mel. Mel has got a great title. He's the Manager of Identity and Access Management and SAP Security at Centerpoint. And somebody was talking earlier about child labor. Mel has been with Centerpoint for 39 years, so he was probably 3 when he started.
Thank you, Andy.
But his responsibilities include identity and access management for the organization, SAP security, and oversight of Centerpoint's cyber incident response plan and IT auditing. So not much going on with Mel there. And then secondly, I'd like to introduce Jesse Carrillo, who is the Senior Vice President and CIO with Hines, a global commercial and real estate investment, development, and management firm that operates in 27 countries and over 200 cities. Jesse has been with Hines for 26 years, and prior to taking on the lead role with Hines as SVP and CIO, he headed up the application development team. Lastly, I'd like to introduce Jason Hayward Grau, who is an advisory and managing director with KPMG LLP's Houston Consulting Cybersecurity Services Practice Group. Jason is based in Houston. His focus is on the energy industry. And welcome, Jason. If you're coming on, Jesse's saying no.
Nope, I think we scared him off. So he looks, based on the message we're getting, it looks like he's running a little late. So I think we're going to get started.
The 3 of us can. I think we can fill in. I think we can.
Yeah, I think we'll if Jesse jumps in, we'll certainly.
I just turn sideways when I'm Jason this way and I'm Jesse this way. How's that?
There you go.
That's great, Jesse. Very flexible as always. So I think cybersecurity is really top of mind for everyone. I can't think of a time when we had the President of the United States talking about cybersecurity, talking about zero trust security, talking about ransomware, talking about how to operationalize cybersecurity for the defense of the nation and our economy. It's a critical age that we live in. Cybersecurity has the focus. And really our nation, and as the president said, our economy depends on good cybersecurity programs and practices and hygiene. So let's talk about how do we give some information to this audience about how they operationalize cybersecurity at their companies. And I'm going to put a plug in at the end for our assessment tool as a really good yardstick. But let's begin with Mel. What are you doing, and what is the current maturity state of cybersecurity at Centerpoint in the age of COVID? What have you seen change in the last 18 months?
Good morning. Thank you. First of all, I want to really a shout out to Amanda and the presentation she put together. I think that was fabulous.
Most definitely.
Covered lots of areas that I think we're all going to touch and that hits home with all of us. So Amanda, hats off to you. Thank you very much. One of the things that we've worked on through the years is trying to assess your environment. Where are you? What's your maturity model? How much is your company willing to put at risk? How much are you willing to spend? You go ahead and look at how much of the cybersecurity budget has been allocated. I mean, the IT budget has been allocated to the cybersecurity. And, you know, in the past, it was 2 to 3%. Now we're seeing 10 to 15% of that being allocated because of the rise of the things that we're all talking about, right? So the first thing is look at your maturity model. In the past, I think it was probably, you know, we're pretty happy we're starting to look at sourcing some things to some third world countries at some point, you know, but then now after COVID, you got to sit back and rethink those things again. Let's look at that. You know, when the whole working from home, okay, what does that mean? Does that mean that the guy is going to be over at his house over in another country with my data, with my information, with no controls in place? Go back to what Amanda talked about. Look at your contracts. Let's go back and revisit them. Tell them, hey, you know, if you guys are going to want to support us, you can't be working out of a house. You can't be working. We want our data in a safe place. We want controls in place. We want to be able to make sure that that's going to take care of our data when it's at the different places. So those are some of the things that we're looking at, we're thinking about. Also, make sure you go back and look at your plan, your cybersecurity response plan. Are the things in place to cover those situations where now you've got remote users, where you've got remote people? How are you going to manage that? What happens if you're out of your network and you've got to pull up a quick conference call and your network's down? Those kind of things need to be considered because you're not in the office anymore. You're all spread out. So I'm going to stop there and just kind of open it up for conversation, because that's kind of where we're all thinking. It's a different world. You need to rethink where you're at, where your maturity is. And
Sure. Absolutely. So, Jesse, what about Heinz? What are you all doing differently in the age of COVID, or from what we used to call it before time up until now? How have your practices changed? Welcome, Jason.
And again, in commercial real estate. Hey, Jason, welcome.
Good morning, all. Apologies for my tardiness.
No worries.
It's another fun day at the farm.
I've already answered 2 questions for you, so you're all set.
You're good. You're good.
I owe you again, Jesse.
No, so Andy, good. So again, for us, again, being commercial real estate and being in 27 countries, you know, even before COVID, we had to be thinking about global security and traveling employees and how do we secure them. So for us, work from home really was work from anywhere before COVID, right? And so I think we were already having to do that from what I call the back office team members. But our also challenge is at the buildings, right? We have building control systems. We have a lot of IoT in our buildings. And so we've been kind of protecting that. I say for COVID, I think the thing that really helped us is when we started doing a lot of cybersecurity programs here at Heinz, we really try to make it personal. So when we would have security awareness, we would have tools in place. We'd say, okay, this is what you do at Heinz, but also, hey, take it home. This is the way you want to protect your family and your children and your assets at home as well. And so I think having that personal attention got folks in the mindset of I need to protect myself at home and protect myself at the office. And it became one and the same in their minds, right? And so I think for us, the big focus was, and we call it consumerize it, but really make it personal. And so then when folks went to this work from home situation, they already had that in the mindset. They already knew what to do at home. They knew that they weren't supposed to have, if you work in legal or in the funds, don't have papers sitting out there on your desk where your spouse or your kids can go read, right? I mean, you don't do that at the office. And so, shredding documents, making sure that they're secured even at home. And so I think for us is, again, making it very personal really helped us get into this situation. And then as we come back and forth, again, our property management engineering teams never really left the buildings, right? They're essential personnel, just like Mel and a lot of his team, were probably essential personnel for Centerpoint. And so we, coming back and forth, the things we focused on more is, we used to have a lot of mobile users. Now, pretty much almost everybody in the firm is mobile. So again, we're trying to teach folks how to be mobile. One of the things that we always worry about in the cyber front is lost equipment. Somebody stole a laptop. Somebody lost a laptop. Well, when you're a road warrior, you're used to carrying a laptop and you're used to putting it in your car. You're used to going through airports. When you ask someone to be mobile and they're not used to being mobile, those are the danger zones, right? Because all of a sudden they're the ones that aren't paying attention as much as someone who's used to it. So those are the things we really focused on as people started going back and forth more in a future hybrid type mode. And I'll stop there.
Okay. Thanks, Jesse. I would share just a little bit about what we as a law firm are doing differently in 2021 and where we're going as well. I want to start by saying that I'm very fortunate that our firm leadership prioritizes and communicates the importance of cybersecurity, and that was well before COVID started. It has been top of mind for the entire career that I've been with Locklord. And the real key that we place on the firm is empowering our attorneys and team members with security awareness training and cyber hygiene skills, and letting them know that, you know, whether the virus of the day is ransomware or data exfiltration or business email compromise, really the power is with the individual to provide cybersecurity for the firm and for our clients. And we've implemented a lot of new technology over the last 18 months to facilitate frictionless collaboration with each other and with our clients, and to provide application access from any device, anywhere, anytime. We continue moving forward aggressively with our long-term zero trust security strategy, and we can talk about zero trust during this conversation without making the assumption that everybody knows what that actually is. But that's a key initiative that we developed pre-COVID that we continue moving forward with. And again, we're focused on enabling the human firewall to protect client and firm information. Cyber hygiene, security awareness, never more important than what it is today, with a disparate workforce and what used to be thousands of data points to protect becoming multiples of thousands of data points to protect. Jason, anything that you'd like to share on this topic?
Yeah, no, I love it. Andy, you preaching to the choir and to the converted from my perspective. One of the things that we've seen time and time again over the last 18 months and change, and because the change is gathering pace, is significantly the fact that it's no longer the case that you have a security team who are worrying about cybersecurity. It's no longer the case that it's just one person or a team of 50, 100, whatever it is. And we're seeing it across the board with a number of our clients. We don't have a team of 100. We have a team of however many thousand people actually work in the organization. We've shifted away from, well, it's cybersecurity's job to protect us to it's everyone's job to protect us. And actually that also is now starting to push into the supply chain space. We're seeing, the reliance that we had on our third parties has become much more significant over the course of the last couple of years with SolarWinds and other bits and pieces. It's a slight pivot, I grant you. It's definitely becoming something more and more of a concern for organizations because we're no longer relying on third parties. It's probably fourth and fifth parties. None of us, thought about the implications of having to secure X number of thousand homes when this all started. A lot of our clients didn't have a VPN infrastructure that was scalable to handle the number of remote connections that they suddenly got asked to do. So everyone was scrambling around trying to figure it out. And what we've also seen is a real fast shift into cloud adoption, which, whilst being a brilliant thing, has its drawbacks if it's not defined with security in mind. And we've seen that time and time again. A number of our clients over the course of the last 18 months, 2 years, have fallen foul of ransomware attacks in cloud environments or hybrid environments because you've now got the best or the worst of both worlds. So we're definitely seeing a lot more of the how do we secure more effectively and how do we as organizations ensure that we're preaching to everybody that everyone's part of the security team.
Right. So Jason, you touched on it a little bit. Let me just ask you if you can take a little bit deeper dive into how you manage your third parties, what your review process is like, and how you move forward with that. Yeah, no, it's a great question. And I think it's something that we're all worrying about, if I'm brutally honest. There's a client I'm talking to, and good to see Jesse nodding because he and I know about the challenge in this space. We're all concerned, especially post SolarWinds, that the way that bad actors are now playing, if we've tightened our defenses, which we have, and most of us are getting better at keeping those, that continuum and the constant Hawaiian wave of challenge of staying defended, they need to find another avenue to get in. And those avenues are largely coming through third parties because third parties are, trusted. We want them to be in our environments. We want them to do things, especially places like SolarWinds where you've got a significant footprint in a number of our customer landscapes. So what we're seeing is kind of a couple of things, and let's turn it into tangible action. If you haven't yet
you need to start asking your suppliers questions around how are they protecting themselves and how are they going to support protecting you, and what are the relationships that you have and the connections that you have in the event something happens. A lot of our clients are literally starting that manual process right now of, and we all used to do it. Okay, it's been 3 years since we spoke to company X. It's time to do procurement. Are going to do a review, and procurement don't know what cybersecurity is. So we'll just pick up the same contract and we'll renew it and we'll just take 10% off the price, right? That's how it works. Well, no, that's not how it works anymore. The world's changed, guys. So we're educating procurement teams now far more effectively and shifting away from we'll just do standard terms to now we need to look at cybersecurity. We need to incorporate that actually into our review processes. And that in itself is not enough. We're now seeing organizations start to say, well, how do I know if you guys are going to tell me if you've had an attack? What constitutes what you need to tell me? So how do I define that? And then shifting away from how do I make this a manual process that happens once every 3 or 4 years to how do I continuously understand the attack surface around me through my supply base? So we've got organizations that we're working with right now who are literally starting to say, I want to understand how to move away from this passive 3-year cycle to, if somebody has a chatter on the dark web about a supplier of mine, I know about it. I'm informed. I'm able to make some strategic decisions about which suppliers I'm going to work with because of what they do. I mean, we're seeing it across the board. Hopefully that kind of gives you some insight into what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
That's great. So thank you for that, Jason. So Jesse, let me shift to you and ask you a little bit of a different question. I noticed, or I noted in your introduction that you have you're in 27 countries and 200 offices, or 200 cities in 27 countries. You're literally all over the planet, and were before COVID. So how do you, I know you've got programs and systems in place that have geotagging and sensors that detect where people are working and why, and what the norm is and what the anomalies are. Can you talk a little bit about what Hines does to manage the identities of individuals and strike a balance with the privacy of those individuals?
Yeah. No, I mean, and again, I'm just going to latch on something that Jason just said just a minute ago on the third party, because I think that is, as we saw with recent breaches, that is probably the one biggest things that keep us up late at night, right? Because if you look at commercial real estate, we have vendors that are small, medium, and large, really large vendors, and so how do you create programs that accommodate the budgets and the staff of all those? So yeah, it definitely is around creating a more solid vendor third party program where you're actually keeping up with them and complying with the annual check-ins or the 3-year check-ins, and not just having to check the box. We're actually doing it, and I'm guilty. We're all guilty of, historically, that's all we did, right? We just checked the box, but you just can't do that anymore. It's too risky for you not to really be more in tune with what your partners are doing. And that latches into your question. I think for us, we have such a dependency. My team is not a big team, so we can't have IT team members and cybersecurity members all over 27 countries, right? So we are very dependent on our suppliers, our partners, our vendors out there to work with the properties, work with our big hubs to protect those endpoints. I think for the big interesting thing that is okay, in our arsenal, right, as cyber experts, we have tools that can help track. It's kind of like Find My Phone on an iPhone, right? And I think Android has something similar, but we do have tools on our laptops, on our endpoints that we can track them, because we need to be able to track them for stolen devices. What happens if data gets pulled from a device? You want to know where it was pulled, and so you need to have these tools on our laptops. And I think the challenge is in today's world is Big Brother, right? Big Brother's watching. How do you balance that people don't want to be monitored. They don't want to know that they're traveling in certain places. But from a cyber standpoint, you have to know. It's like part of our job. And so we spend a lot of time on education around why we have to put these tools in place, why we have to really know where the device is. I always say, I don't care where you are, but I need to know where the device is, right? And so, if it's in a cab somewhere and it's driving somewhere, I need to know where it is, right? So I think it is the continual conversation and dialogue as to why you're doing this, and then for us, it's partnering with with the HR teams at Heinz, partnering with the leadership teams at Heinz, just so that you do have some buy-in around some of these tools that we're having to implement. Because again, if the company's asking us to protect them and they're challenging us to protect them, then there are certain things that we need to do that maybe make people uncomfortable, but it's part of our jobs. And so just again, it's the constant communication, collaboration with the respective teams. I think that makes it doable. And then I think Umesh just said something here, but I think for us, I was going to land into that is with 27 countries and different privacy laws, different regulatory laws. We've got teams in compliance and teams in legal working with my team that are constantly keeping an eye on those things and making sure that we're in compliance of all the different regulations out there. And so it's getting tougher and tougher. I think what we're seeing is a merging of cybersecurity, legal, compliance, risk, audit. I mean, it's all morphing into one giant, cybersecurity ball that maybe is no longer going to be just IT. It is going to be an entire cybersecurity business program within our respective firms and moving away from just the technology.
Right. And let me just ask Mel if you want to share some of what you're doing and what you're seeing just with regard to remote access and third parties and keeping track of people and knowing with confidence that the right people have access and the wrong people don't.
Absolutely. Thank you. A couple of things, right? You just think back of some of the operational things that we've done and are maturing, and we always did it internally. Now we're pushing it out. Single sign-on. You start looking at that. You start looking at multi-factor authentication. We implemented a PAM solution that says, hey, if you come in and get one of our administrator passwords, you've got to be trusted. You have to be those. And what we did find out was kind of a side story was we found out people were sharing passwords, right? Sharing accounts. Now this forces them to come in and get individual. And, they're just some of the good things that happen from a bad thing, right? So if you start implementing those kind of things that help us monitor, and Jesse hit it a few times, manage those environments, you can come back and start to figure out how to tighten it all up. So those are some of the things we all need to keep in mind. The data loss prevention tools that are out there also help keep an eye on where the data is going, what's leaving. We've got some policies in place that doesn't let you copy something from your cell phone and paste it to anywhere. So those are great things that allow, because everybody's got a cell phone now. Everybody's got that data in their hand. And guess what?
Right.
Now they can't even copy and move it anywhere because those policies are in place. So those are some of the things that we just kind of think about internally, but now we've got to extend it to our third parties, to our trusted vendors and others out there. So thank you, Andy. Great segue from Jesse to allow me to talk to that from a Centerpoint perspective.
Sure. And let me just kind of mention one thing that I know we're doing as a law firm, and I'm sure everybody else in this meeting is doing as well, just with regard to single sign-on and user identity management. The promise and the benefit to our attorneys and team members is that we're moving to a passwordless system. Because who wants to keep track of 125 passwords? So as we move to leverage behavioral analytics more effectively, knowing who you are, where you are, still striking the balance with privacy concerns, obviously, the real benefit is that you become more productive, you become more mobile, and you are able to work without having to focus on the IT part of it. So there's the challenges that we have faced over the last 18 months have ended up, I think, making us better and making us in a better position to provide better technology and more secure technology to our clients. And our clients can be real clients of the law firm, but internal clients, team members, other staff at the firms where we work. So let's shift a little bit and talk about why cybersecurity is so much top of mind for everybody right now. I'm going to use the R word, ransomware, because everybody thinks that's the working crisis of the day, and clearly it is the second global pandemic in our time. And if just anybody who would like to take this one, Why is that? Why is ransomware up? Ransomware in June, week over week, was up 1,000% in 2021 over 2020. There were 1,000% more ransomware attacks week by week in June of this year than in June of 2020. Why is that? Anybody?
I can probably start with that one, and then I'll definitely throw it over to my friends to give a sense of what they think. I think the first and foremost thing is it's a cycle of growth. Let's indicate that we've seen ransomware be propagated throughout the media. It's a very simple thing to talk about. It's visibly successful. Castle Magalit, when they got hit, they actually conducted a negotiation in public. It's an insane thing to do in some respects, but they did. They negotiated with the ransomware vendor in public, which makes it more interesting. When you start seeing large numbers, that's the first thing, which is it's seen to be successful and it's evolving. The second thing I think, which is probably worth bearing in mind, we did some research within KPMG recently, and it's just kind of side research through some of our colleagues that touch the dark web. The average cost and barrier of entry has gone down exponentially. If you go back 5 or 6 years ago, great question, Roger. Is it a growing business? Absolutely. It's a business model that unfortunately works. You ransom people. That if it didn't work, people wouldn't be seeing the exponential growth in it, if I'm brutally honest. And we'll talk a little bit about what you can do about it, maybe in a minute or two, because I think that's probably part of the question. But what we're seeing is that the barriers to entry have gone down. 5 or 6 years ago, in order to launch a complicated attack that would require everything from reconnaissance right the way through to actually deploying a payload and then detonating it, required skill. It required the ability to actually program and do. There is no need for that anymore. The kits are pretty much self-serving. You can launch them without any real effort. And the danger is that obviously anybody and their granddad and their wife can now hop on and have a go at ransomware. So it's pervasive, it's accessible, that's part of the challenge. But it's demonstrating more concerning to my mind the trend that we always thought we were going to get attacked. If you go back 5 or 6 years ago, the darling of the world that we were dealing with was DDoS. We were all worried about, oh my God, our online presence is going to get knocked offline, they're going to DDoS us. That still happens, by the way. DDoS is still occur, but they're not interesting. No one's interested. You're interested in, what's happening with ransomware. And what we're seeing is the evolution has also changed. Ransomware started out, if you go back to things like WannaCry and NotPetya, which are more my concern from an operational technology standpoint, but they existed to make life difficult for people. What we're now seeing is that the evolution has shifted. So we'll try and exfiltrate your data. The ransomware, the bad actors are far smarter now. I heard this yesterday. They're far smarter than they were. They actually do reconnaissance, not just of your environment, but of your balance sheet. They'll know how much money you've got, what your last 10K looked like, and what you actually submitted as free cash flow. So they know what you've got to actually potentially spend on a ransom. That's the next thing. And the third thing is that they also now take the initiative to reach out to your customers. And they will tell your customers, hey, we have just ransomware X, they're not paying. We've got your data. You might want to encourage them to pay. So what we're seeing is a significantly pervasive crowdsourced approach almost to a degree where you've got bad actors who have become far smarter and far more capable. That's my 10 pence and why it's grown so much. Jesse, Mel, I'll welcome your thoughts and input.
Let me just, I think that's great. One of the things that I will, very near and dear to my heart is being prepared in the event you are attacked.
That's the one.
So I will just say briefly, practice, go through, one of the scenarios that I always say is, somebody's asking you for $1 million for ransom. What do you do? Pick up and call the Treasury Department and say, cut me a check for $1 million? That doesn't happen, right? So there's other ways you've got to go through and make sure your executives are prepared in the event this happens. What actions are you going to take? The FBI is going to come in and say, no, we don't pay that. Let's do this. Or, so those are the things you need to build into your plan. Do a tabletop exercise, run through that scenario, come back and understand who the players are. Hire a third party to come help you in the event of a breach. That's another thing that you can do as well. So those are just recommendations that we come back and because we practice it, we raise those questions and we're prepared. We're aware of the different avenues that a ransom attack could take your company.
And Mel, I'm going to jump on that super quickly before I hand over to Jesse, because you raised two super wonderful points. First and foremost, preparation is everything, because you will be attacked. I totally agree with you. And you'll be amazed the number of organizations that don't have a cyber response capability lined up. So KPMG does it. I'll give you a great example. Here we are. We do it. We've supported thousands of clients over the last couple of years in responding to getting the bad guys out of the environment as quickly as possible, helping you figure out how quickly to recover, because recovery is everything. If you plan it properly, you'll have a bad day. Guarantee it. It's a question of when it happens. And to your point, Mel, if you've tested it and you understand what your playbook looks like and what execs need to do and how to deal with the things like legal privilege and what happens in that respect and how to engage your IT team efficiently and recognize that your IT team are probably going to be overwhelmed in 14 days. And what are you going to do to augment that team? Because they might be 30, 60, 100 people, whatever it is, but they're not going to have the hands and feet to fix it. Have you thought about backups? You know, it's amazing the things. 15 years ago, I was worried about backups from a completely different standpoint. And to your point, Mel, if you've got good backups that are secure, and I use that word super advisedly, because the bad actors will go after them. They know that if you've got backups, you can recover and you're not going to pay the ransom. So they'll try and exfiltrate your data. So logically, you're right. Do a tabletop exercise. Get a cyber retainer in place. They don't cost anything for you to do it. And the third one, which I'll add just for good fun and good measure, then I'm going to throw it over to Jesse because he's probably going to throw something at me in a minute. Cyber insurance is not something just for fun. A lot of organizations still don't understand that they should be looking at cyber insurance as a mechanism to support them. It's just another business risk these days. The kind of however to it is recognize that cyber insurance is now requiring far more diligent responses, which is a good way of having a dialogue with your board to say, guys, listen, we're going to need to get cyber insurance in place. In order to do that, there are going to be certain table stakes that the cyber insurance companies are going to expect us to do. So we need to do them and have those conversations. All right, I'm going to hush up and hand it over to Jesse because I think I've taken up all the oxygen in the room.
No. Hey, Jason, you always have awesome things to say, you and Mel and Andy. But so just a few follow-ups. I think I love the question about the business because when you said R, I think you said the R, I was thinking ROI, right? Because ransomware has a strong ROI if you think in business terms. And so I think going back to what Mel said about tabletop and preparedness, you know, I start to look at it as ransomware is a business and how would, as a competitor, like a competitor to Heinz in commercial real estate. So how do I treat ransomware bad actors as a business? Put yourself in that mindset. What would they do? How would they think? How would they get more cash flow? Where are they spend the money? Where do they spend their time? You know, how do you negotiate with them, right? Because again, I think what I've started to see around ransomware specifically is historically the answer was you don't negotiate, you don't pay, you don't do that. But now I've seen a lot more incidents where it's better just to pay, get your stuff back, because the alternative of downtime, business interruptions is just so great that you'd rather just pay the negotiated amount. And I think, Jason, you said is they know how much we can afford, how much a business can afford, and they're going to start there and then know that you're going to negotiate. So it's become a business. And so treat it like a business as you're creating your tabletop exercises, as you're creating your preparation plans. Treat it like any other business, because that's what it is now. So I love that. I think from a cyber insurance, agreed. You look at cyber insurance, get yourself a policy. The only concern I have with cyber insurance that I'm starting to see in some trends is because of what's happening with ransomware. Insurance companies are in it to make money and be profitable, and their rates are just going through the roof, right? And so will we get a tipping point where you end up being in a situation where you're better off being self-insured versus getting cyber insurance, because the rates are just going tremendously higher and higher every year. So I think those are the things that, as a CISO or as a CIO, as you're thinking about cyber insurance, look at amounts, but also look at, is it time for you to maybe self-insure, bring it in-house, as opposed to do the easy answer. So those are things I'll say right now.
No, great points, Jerry. Jesse, from my perspective, I question it too, and you put that, both you and Mel said exactly the same thing, which is, look, guys, it's a business discussion. It's no longer a security discussion. It's a business discussion, whether you opt to do cyber insurance, depending on the size and scale of your organization, how much you choose to self-insure to. My last life, we self-insured to circa 50 million. That was our choice as an organization because we were prepared to carry that on our books. Materially, every organization is different. And you're right, the rates are going up. But what I'm also seeing is that those organizations that are more prepared and have demonstrable plans in place are actually getting a lower and more favorable rate from the insurance companies because they're demonstrating they're being proactive. It's no different to anything else. And I'll add one last one, and then Andy, I promise I'll hand it back. It's my day for chatting. What can I say? It's Wednesday. It's an exciting day. Come on, let's have some fun with it.
Sure. That's right.
Everyone's listening to us, so let's give them the benefit of it. In third point, and I think which is kind of where I was going with all of this. When you talk about this as a business-based decision and it's a business-based discussion, if you have your protection in place and you've got your plan designed, recognize it's not going to work 100% because they evolve faster than we do. So we're always going to play catch up. But having those preparatory conversations, as Mel says up front, doing the tabletop exercise, you'd be amazed the number of boards that we meet with on a regular basis that have never had a real ransomware event. So when I talk about it in a kind of real sense, if you're doing a tabletop exercise, make it real. If someone says, I can do a recovery of a system in 24 hours, go away and go test it beforehand. I did this recently. The CIO was very confident. Our book says that we can respond in 24 hours, so we're good. And I said, well, that's really interesting. We did a little bit of a snapshot with you, and it took 6 weeks because you had to recover from a tape backup, and then you had to recover from the tape backup into an operational environment that didn't operate the way it did before because the configurations have changed. So you're going to have to manually load all those configurations and go line by line. Now, that was a shock because suddenly what was supposed to be a day or two based event because we got backups became something far worse. And then they had to think about what they're going to do because this is the other part of the equation. Think about what you as an organization need to do differently going forward. So taking the output of a tabletop and actually turning it into an action plan that you can do something with is crucially important in my humble opinion. And on that note, Andy,
So Jason, we're going to run out of time here pretty quick, and we do want to give some time for the audience. But let me kind of wrap up this great discussion on ransomware. And I think to summarize some of the things that were said and maybe put in a little bit more context here as well, ransomware is really the manifestation of the cyber event. It's not the thing that happens first. It's the thing that happens last in the event, as Jason said before. And I think on TV we see, I clicked the link and my computer locks up. That's really not what happens. What happens is you click the link, they get in, they start to dig around, they do their reconnaissance, they exfiltrate your data. Then they let you know they're there by locking up your computer and saying, and you should go ahead and pay us now, or we're going to start publishing your data. So I want to kind of wrap up and then open it up for questions with what I saw Umesh flash across the screen here a little bit ago. Prior preparedness prevents poor performance. We want to prepare in advance. And I'm going to give a nod to what we've done at Cyber Houston in the way of our assessment tool. So if you have an opportunity, I wanted to share it at the end so you would still get to see us for the 45 minutes and not go dial off somewhere on Google and look for this. But please go to assess.cyberhouston.org. Great measuring stick, great opportunity for you to develop your own game plan if you don't already have one, or measure our game plan against yours. Prior preparedness prevents poor performance, and that's what it's all about. We're all in this together, and each of us makes all of us better. And with that, Phil, I see you jumped in here, so.
Phil, you're on mute.
Thank you. That's better. Hey, thanks, Andy, Mel, Jesse, Jason. Great presentation and panel. I wanted to make sure, even in the last 5 minutes, that we got to all the audience questions. There was quite a few in there. So maybe our team in the background can pop those up.
While we're waiting for that, I wanted to make 2 points real quick, just to help everybody think about this. Go out, assess your environment, and pick a framework. Build a plan around it. I'll leave it with that.
Yep. Thank you, Bill.
Yes, a question from Roger. Does cryptocurrency influence a greater number of attacks?
Oh, that's a really good question.
I think the obvious answer is yes, because the sense is that there's.
It does. Yeah.
Makes it easy.
Yeah, it's the sense is there's some anonymity. The criminals are rarely caught, right? The FBI has caught a few, and that's great. That's a good story to tell, and we hope that becomes the norm.
Great. Yeah.
Awesome. From Peter, we see a lot of news about tokenization as a process of replacing sensitive data with unique identification symbols. Could the panel comment on this topic and discuss adoption?
I don't know enough about it to talk about it, so I'm gonna remain silent.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember the word. There's a fancy word for it that we just got a contract from another country that was talking about this. It's the idea that in your databases, in your systems, you replace any PII or any private information with symbols and letters. And so it's kind of like the hash, the old programmer hash that you do with all your data. And so I think it's something that's becoming more and more looked at by, especially from foreign countries. And so I think we're going to start to see more of that, where we're going to have to ask our vendors, our partners to make this part of their applications or systems, where anybody just looking at a database or a table or data that has PI information, it's like today when you hide all the digits except the last 4 digits of the social security number. I think you're going to see a lot more of that because we're being pushed by a lot of countries.
Yeah.
Okay, we're about 4 questions behind, Phil.
Yeah. Well,
Let me talk a little bit about the exercise
for the purple.
On purple. Well, I think that the important thing is that you should be able to control how you want the outcome of that exercise to play out. You take it to whatever level you need to take it. What I do warn people, and I've done many of these, is to be careful not to scenario yourself to death. Don't allow those people go down the wrong path, or come back and tell you, oh, that can't happen to us, because that'll always happen. You want to play it out. You want to let it run, whether it's a red team versus a blue team, or however you want to do it. Play it out like you need to. There's several companies out there that can help you do it as well. And you want to make sure that you've got a strong person running the event to keep everybody within their lanes. That's the important thing. We made a mistake once and invited the executives in without briefing them, and it went down a bad path because we never got back on track and accomplished what we needed to. Good questions. Just didn't keep it in control.
Let me just say this real briefly about the tabletop exercises as well. This is not an IT exercise. This is a business exercise. So if you're just doing a tabletop with your IT group to see, can they fail over to the other data center? Can they fail over to the other mail service? Can they do that? You're just missing it, right? The C-suite has to be involved. There has to be a C-suite exercise. Ask them the hard questions. We just had all of our data locked up, and they're threatening to exfiltrate it. And what do? Who's the person that speaks for the firm? This is a business exercise.
Yeah, in our plan, Andy, we contact legal in the event we have that starting to get that serious, right? After a certain level, legal's involved, and then we take direction from our legal team. And I think that's where you bring in all the business and all the different C-suites to understand what's going to happen. So,
assignment of privilege is what they normally call it, right? That's the immediate response. And the other thing to bear in mind, guys, is that it's all well and good to say I'm going to pay the ransom if that's what you choose to do, but there's no guarantees. I've had a client most recently who paid the ransom, even though it was not recommended, and I don't tend to recommend it because you're propagating criminal activities and enterprises. That's what it is. The decryption key was slower than recovery from backup, because guess what? The bad actors don't care about that half of the equation. They only care about the bit that they really want to get you to pay. Once you paid, it's not a big deal to them. Right. So just bear it in mind.
One last question, Andy. You mentioned what the work you were doing to get rid of passwords, and you go in making it easy for employees to use or not have to use password. I think that's great. But a comment came back was, as part of MFA, you really can't get rid of those. But can you remove employee managed passwords?
Well, I think you certainly have to have password policies in place that you enforce on the employee side. I think the most popular password in the country used to be password. I think we've moved beyond that. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is still pretty popular out there.
We just added password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and just to make it longer.
Yeah, because we heard that moving from, the longer passwords were better. So we went from 1 through 6 to 1 through 8. But yeah, definitely, I think at some point you've got to have a key password or a master password, but enforcing a password policy. And I have within my firm made password a bad word. I don't use the word password within the firm. I use passphrase and just reinforce the policy that phrases have power, phrases have strength. And, any password, if you think of a complex password, the guy that invented that in 2002 came back and said it was a terrible idea. And we still use it today.
Microsoft chose recently to announce that they're not passwords are going to disappear, and I actually fully endorse the fact that we should be moving away from the concept of a structured password. It is not a word anymore, and there are more effective ways of gaining access to systems. But the key thing ultimately, I think, and it goes back to what Mel said, I think a little bit earlier, was around recognizing the identity of who can and who can't access. And there are solutions out there that will help you do that.
Yep.
Looking for the logical thing of, and it touches on behavior. If you look at behavior analytics, does Mel log in every day from the same place? And suddenly Mel's logging in from China? Really? Is Mel on a business trip? Did we know about that? Not saying that he would, but there's a nature and a natural kind of, the tools and technologies have evolved beyond the basic block of a password. I think
exactly. Behavioral analytics is the way to move away from the password. And I do think that day is here.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Thank you, guys. This is awesome. I don't keep us on time. Andy, thank you all again. Great panel. Andy, I'm going to hand back over to you to introduce our next panel, please.
Okay. I'm going to introduce George Crawford, and the panel is cybersecurity for the board of directors. So we talked a little bit in the last, at the end of the last thing about this is a business exercise, not an IT exercise.
Yeah.
So George is going to chair this panel, and George is the winner of the 2020 Houston CIO of the Orby Award. He's responsible for directing all technology, innovation, transformation, strategy, merger, acquisition, integration, and cybersecurity for Catapult Energy Services portfolio companies. As a member of the Greater Houston Cybersecurity Council, he works with C-suites and boards of directors to help their companies and organizations ensure cyber preparedness. George believes that we all have the ability to help others change their stars and is a strong supporter of our youth's STEM-based education programs. He serves as a mentor for multiple education groups and agencies and is a co-chair of SIM's golf charity event and outreach committees. So, George.
Andy, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. So, yeah, perfect segue, Andy, into from what you were talking about regarding cybersecurity. And sometimes people think that it's an IT initiative, which it's not. It has to be an entire company initiative, starting with the board of directors, which is appropriate that we're going to be talking today about cybersecurity as it pertains to the board of directors and what's their role in it. So, which is key and critical. So we're going to be going through some of the things today on multiple aspects. What is the board of directors' role within cyber and within the culture within the company? Because it really does start there, and then it just cascades throughout. So that's a big part of the culture within an organization. And we have some great guest speakers today on our panel. I'm really excited about each and every one of them. And I'm going to go ahead and introduce the first one, Elizabeth Rogers. She's partner with Michael and Bess. Elizabeth, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. So if you would just a brief introduction, Elizabeth.
Oh, sure. Thank you, George. I have been a privacy attorney for about 10 years. I entered my career as the first chief privacy officer for the in Texas state government following the data breach that occurred in April of 2011, whereby there were multiple million social security numbers that were exposed on a public-facing website. And to sort of put that in perspective, that was before the mega data breaches that we now know of. But back then, the then existing chief information security officer was let go, along with 2 of his team members. And then this position was created so that now throughout Texas state government, if any agency would like to create the position of chief privacy officer, it's available. Now I'm currently a privacy attorney in the private sector for Michael Best, and I help companies do basically what I did inside of the comptroller's office, and that is to help build a privacy program brick by brick. And we actually now have some actual laws that are our foundational principles, but I also work with breach response and breach prevention.
Great. Well, we're lucky to have the legal side of this, which I think as we go through the panelists, you'll see that we have a lot of the different angles associated with the board of directors and how their role is in cyber. So thank you, Elizabeth. Next, I'd like to introduce Ashley Hunter. She's the managing director of HM Risk Group. Ashley, welcome. And if you want to give us a few minutes of introduction to you.
Sure. Yes, I am the managing director of HM Risk Group, and we are an MGU, which is a managing general underwriter in the insurance space, and we specialize in professional and management liability. Prior to founding HM Risk Group, I worked for a multinational insurance company in the Middle East. So yes, that's
great. So Ashley's going to be helping us from the insurance side. So we have the legal side, the insurance side, and next, where I'm going to pleased to introduce, although she really doesn't need any introduction for the group, Angela Hahn. She's the executive director of the Oil and Natural Gas Information Sharing and Analysis Center. So Angela, welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
So you want to tell us a little bit about, and I know that aligns closely with the cyberhouston.org, which is an ISAL, not to be confused with an ISAC, but you want to give us a brief introduction into what you do with that group?
Absolutely. Thank you, George. It's a pleasure to be on this very distinguished panel. The Oil and Natural Gas ISAC Information Sharing and Analysis Center is one of 27 ISACs. And as you mentioned, there are many ISAOs, Information Sharing and Analysis Organizations. We are made up of oil and natural gas companies. We also have a strategic partnership program for partnerships with security, IT, and OT vendors, as well as some other ISACs that have common stakeholders, trade associations that we are focused on in the industry. So it's my pleasure to be the executive director for the past 3 years. As many of you may know, I spent 20 years with the FBI as a special agent, including the last 5 or so in FBI Houston field office as the outreach and engagement coordinator. And so my passion has really been information sharing and working together with the good guys against the bad guys. And this allows me to do that in a great way. And I just very passionate about building trusted relationships and helping people be prepared and help prevent attacks, as well as respond and recover when something does happen. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak with the group today.
Yeah, absolutely. And Angela, real briefly, I want to thank you on behalf of the oil and gas industry, because a lot of times we're a little bit behind the times on technology and cyber. And for you going out to educate these groups, we appreciate your efforts with that.
My pleasure.
So our final panelist, Greg Lakey, he's the managing partner with Catapult Energy Services, and he's going to be giving us the board perspective.
Well, I appreciate the ability to be on the panel today, and I appreciate George. George and I are partners, actually, and so I've been educated by George, and George is a very key person in our cybersecurity framework. And my background just is a Texas CPA. Started out with KPMG. I've been in oil and gas services industry for 30 plus years, and worked for 3 multinationals until I went over to the dark side and started with private equity, which George and I are now in private equity. And I feel like I'm a bit of the straight man looking around this panel to the distinguished industry people that are on here. I will bring the director view of cyber, which is to say evolving, because it is with light speed that cybersecurity concerns have impacted our companies, and it's very easy to be overwhelmed by this. And so what I hope to bring is a perspective of how, frankly, I and many people like me have played catch up with this evolving threat and the dynamic environment that's occurring, that should be top of mind for many boards. So happy to be on the panel.
Thank you, Greg. So I think as you'll see as we go through this, so many different perspectives on cyber on the board, I think will be really valuable for us. So I'm going to go ahead and launch in. Elizabeth, I'm going to call on you first. So as board members, what do we need to know about our obligations regarding cybersecurity? And as it pertains to reasonable effort, we heard those terms before. What does that really mean? And what can we do to mitigate our risks for our company, as well for us personally, because we've been reading in some of the different judgments and different court decisions that when we have, great negligence associated with an individual, that they're talking about holding individuals accountable, not just the board. So if you could share some of that, that would be awesome. You're on mute, Elizabeth.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about this really important topic. And what I was saying is I want to give props to Cyber Houston for being as visionary as it has been. When I was involved in the very first Cyber Summit, we put together a guide, basically cybersecurity for the board of directors, and that was way back in 2015. And so, as we all know, the jurisprudence, the regulatory activity, and litigation has continued to mount against boards following cybersecurity breaches. So, to give people perspective of the risk of being a board member, back in 2009, after the financial crisis, there were only 165 securities class action lawsuits filed against boards. But up through 2019, there were over 400 securities class action lawsuits that have been filed. And the basis for these lawsuits, just to give you an idea of the type of exposure, is they claim that a board and the individual members are sued for failing to ensure that the disclosure of an adverse event that may occur, and failing to disclose that this could happen, and number two, not putting in place sufficient controls to prevent it. That's one route of litigation that is being pursued against board members. The second one are event-driven shareholder derivative lawsuits. And when we think about this, we think of lawsuits like the Bluebell Creamery lawsuit and also the Paradise Fire lawsuit that was filed against the board of PG&E after the electric line ignited the drought-ridden dry grass. The same is true following a cyber event. And so the basis of this lawsuit, and I think it's very important to emphasize, it's a derivative action whereby the board, the shareholders contend that the board could have prevented the loss or mitigated against it by insisting on certain controls. So this is exactly where the board finds itself now in 2021, in the 21st century. This is no longer a guessing game about the potential damages that can occur. We all know, speaking of the oil and gas industry, following the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack, it wasn't just the Colonial Pipeline event at Colonial Pipeline that caused damage. It was the entire economy in the Eastern Seaboard. So for two takeaways, and I do want to refer back to the Cyber Houston's Cybersecurity for Board of Directors. There's a number of questions that we have written into that particular guide that board members need to be asking, because the two takeaways are: number one, it's the board members' job to ask the tough questions of management about unexpected events that pose significant risks. It could be in one industry that, it's, car manufacturing. It's, but this is an area where it spans all industries, all disciplines. So those board members need to be asking the tough questions. It's also, the other takeaway, up to board members to ensure management has taken the action to reduce those risks. So now we know a lot more. Like maybe 10 years ago when I started in this business, board members didn't know. They just wanted to hire people who they thought were the subject matter experts to do the job. But we all know, following Equifax, when the CISO had a degree in music, that there's got to be a lot more vetting that occurs by the board. And then secondly, I do want to point out two other incredible resources from the executive branch of our federal government. In June of 2021, following the Colonial Pipeline, the Biden administration issued what's come to be known as the White House memo. And the subject is, it was from the Deputy Assistant to the President and Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Technology. And the subject line of this memo from the White House to corporate executives and business leaders is: what we urge you to do to protect against the threat of ransomware. And I can guarantee you that every plaintiff's attorney that wants to file a class action lawsuit against a business following a cybersecurity event will sue also the board of directors and said, did you not read the memo that President Biden's administration issued, along with his executive order that he issued in May, right before the Colonial Pipeline incident, which is the executive order on improving the nation's cybersecurity. So there's no longer, I guess, an excuse that cybersecurity and information and operational technology and security is siloed. All of us are in this, particular boat together. We all have to row, starting from the board all the way through the managers who have accountability for the reasonable security. So, George, to answer your question about reasonable security, I know there are many on the panel today who have that expertise in addition to what I study, but what we can say is you can't really define it. It's a continuous process. And so it requires monitoring. It's not perfect security, it's reasonable. And so basically, we have guidance that we can borrow from. From a regulatory standpoint, this has been the year for everyone to make a statement. The Department of Labor came out to issue a cybersecurity guidance for fiduciaries of ERISA plans. And so now the ERISA fiduciaries have personal accountability if they don't implement the cybersecurity guidance recommendations by the Department of Labor. They have already started doing audits of some of our ERISA plan clients, and we are scrambling to help them create a cybersecurity program that is reasonable. And so I can tell you, if we had to have three things in your program to consider it reasonable, I would recommend having a written incident response plan and regular tabletop testing, including perhaps a ransomware specific tabletop exercise. Number two, I recommend having written information security and privacy policies that go hand in glove, whereby there's accountability and collaboration and cooperation between the CISO and a privacy professional, whether it's full-time or not. And then finally, training. because the security program at any company is only as strong as its weakest link. And we all know that the human error is often, unfortunately, the cause for a cybersecurity event because of a business email compromise, a clicking on a attachment, and so forth and so on. So those are, I believe, to be the 3 stakeholder documents that any company should at least have as a minimum. But again, I refer you to the Cyber Houston's cybersecurity recommendations for the board and the memo that recommends 5 different practices that are the best practices according to the Biden administration.
Well, that's, and that just brings, as you're going through all these things, the responsibility of the board is getting more and more focused from a perspective of what's expected. And now that reasonable effort you were talking about, because of all of those, it's going to be a big chore to be able to stay up to speed on that. There was a clarifying question, Elizabeth. One was the 400 incidents you mentioned, is that in Texas or the United States?
That's as a whole over the United States.
Okay. And then the other one was regarding the liability associated with it, because we know a lot of the breaches happen through our third-party partners, right? And so when something like from a Microsoft perspective happens where someone gains access to us because Microsoft's software does something that it shouldn't be doing or has a breach point associated with it, do you see that the courts will ever start bringing in Microsoft to be culpable associated with that breach?
This is a tricky question because oftentimes when there is a software vulnerability, the software company will issue an alert and ask that the CISO and the security teams at all the businesses who use that software patch it immediately. In fact, that's how the Equifax breach occurred, or when the Equifax breach occurred, it was following an alert from CISA or CERT, the computer electronic, I can't remember exactly the acronym, what it stands for, but there is now a federal alert that goes out when there's a software vulnerability from any, like this one was a JavaScript vulnerability. So in most cases, it's the failure of the part of the team to actually implement the remedy that the software needs, rather than the software company itself. To the extent that Microsoft or any other large tech company has a culpability, I mean, they are in the hot seat in Congress now. There are actions, I think, underway to create guardrails and implement controls on just how much power they have. But I do believe that is, we're finally there. We're finally in a regulatory posture as opposed to self-regulation.
Well, yeah, that certainly is a lot that we have to track and keep up with. And it's the ever more complicated it is from the cybersecurity perspective. And which brings us in, does anyone else, Ashley or Greg or Angela, want to comment on anything that Elizabeth said before we move on to the next question?
I took a lot of notes about what she said.
Yeah, Greg's a very quick study. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into the next question with Greg, which goes hand in hand with what you just said, Elizabeth, because I think that Greg's a little bit more nervous now than he was prior to your part of the question. But Greg, so I'm going to ask you as board member, I know you recently just went through a renewal associated with cybersecurity. And the complexity and the significant increase in effort that it took to do that, as well as the third-party cybersecurity audit that you just had to endure and go through and probably get way too much in the weeds that you wanted to, but you were there nonetheless. So from those experiences, can you kind of give us some insight from a board member's perspective on what keeps you up at night?
Yes, George. I guess the biggest thing for me when we were looking at our renewal this year is what struck me, as you well know, George, when we got the applications from the insurance company, they were 10 times what they had been in the past. It was usually like a 1-page questionnaire. So I believe that insurance companies are, and we'll probably hear from Ashley here in a minute, but are really starting to pay attention. I love our broker. I don't think they paid a lot of attention to cyber and didn't know a lot about it. I think they're playing catch up as well. So it's been incumbent upon us, and frankly, I've leaned on George a lot to educate the board on what do we need to be paying attention to. And for us, obviously, getting that cyber policy in place was very important. I'll just mention a few things that I'm learning and implementing, and that's probably the most important thing from the board position is tone at the top. And so we've been having significant discussions with our management group. Our structure is we have a holding company, and then we have several companies in our portfolio. And what we've been doing is having conversations about things like basics, blocking and tackling of, having password protocols, changing passwords, multi-level authentication, having people pay attention to not using their personal laptops to store data, trying to understand what our customers, suppliers, and whatnot, how are they hooking into our systems. These are all things that we're starting to look at. The other thing is making this an employee down to the employee level concern. It's not just an IT concern. So social engineering is a big deal in our company, and we have social engineering attacks pretty frequently. The other thing is I'm learning from a board perspective is it's incumbent upon us on the board to ask the right questions. And what are we doing with our protocol? What is the plan? George introduced us to the idea of tabletop exercises, which, obviously we think, okay, that's great. Let's do it. Elizabeth, you brought up, hey, this is not just an exercise. It's something that the entire organization has to get into and pay attention to. So we're probably going to go a little more in depth. So vetting the plan is super important for recovery. So those mitigation activities are important, but what happens when, and I say when, not if, you get hit by a cyber attack, whatever that might be, whether it's from an employee, from a criminal seeking money, or from a competitor trying to just get in and take your secrets. On George, the other part of your question was on the insurance. One thing that I want to emphasize is, and this was brought up by our broker, is looking at the D&O insurance, looking at the general liability insurance. There are very specific exclusions that will. You have some great holes in coverage if you don't go for a cyber policy. So, highly recommend that you go for the appropriate size and structure cyber policy for your business. And they're all different. Our business is not as highly regulated as some of the businesses that are that have very specific regulation, and especially some of the ones that Elizabeth was talking about that it's written into law that you have personal liability. So you got to pay attention there. But that's pretty much a summary of what we went through this year. I guess the last thing that I want to talk about is this third-party audit that we had, which we're held primarily by a large PE firm, and they recommended a specific company to come in and help us, which, I'm going to give a lot of props to George on this, because we came out with the A+ rating from this company, and they came in and looked at what was in place, and then ran scenarios and tried to attack our system, and we came out really well. So I feel pretty comfortable as a board member after having that third party come in and do a pretty robust test of our system, that we're on the right track, and we're not going to sit back and relax. We have to continue to evolve. As I've been listening to the other panels on the Cyber Houston before our panel, and it's just amazing to me how dynamic this whole area is. So the third party audit, I think, is for the right companies is the right way to go. So anyway, I'll turn it back over to you, George.
Okay. So yeah, and I'll give kudos to Greg and to the board with our group, because, and that's part of the thing that I'm going to move into next with Angela, which is the more that you inform the board and you help them understand what their roles and responsibilities are, and you convey that message in a way where they actually hear it, and not from a technical perspective, but from a business perspective and risk mitigation and things of that nature that are important and buzzwords for our board when they continue to pay attention to you. But our group and our board of directors have been very, very bought into the fact that it does start at the top. And I've had companies before where, it's great. Yeah, everyone needs to change their passwords and have that password protocol in place, except for me, because I don't want to have to remember it. And things like that. But our board has been very much behind and establishing that culture and toeing the line and being the first ups on all the different things that we have to do. So kudos, Greg, to the board on that. So I'm going to move in next. And from that, Angela, that one of the things that's really important is for our oil and gas firms to understand what are those responsibilities that they have. And so with that, if you could tell us a little bit about the challenges that you face in your role, because you're supposed to go out to the community and say, hey, these are your responsibilities. Number one, to get the board or the C-suite to listen to you, and then to gain that trust in a very short period of time, and also for them to be able to communicate effectively back to you, which is another trust thing, saying, okay, well, I don't want to tell you any of our shortcomings or anything else. I don't want to tell any of our flaws. So if you could tell us some of the challenges within oil and gas, because it is somewhat a little bit behind as far as technology adopters. But so what are your challenges and what do you face on a regular basis?
Well, thanks, George. And I've just been so impressed with the comments so far. And I made some notes myself, including, have that incident response plan and exercise it. And if you don't know where to start, find good resources. ISACs are a good resource to point you in the right direction. We try to be, with the analytic services we provide, we want to be an extension of our members' security teams so that we can do some of the legwork or help out. One of the key components of sharing information is the trust factor, and one of the key functions of the ISAC is to help anonymize information. So you can share it. It's not going to be attributed back to you through the ISAC. We can scrub that attribution and you can share with others and find out, is anyone else seeing something, give you a better picture of what else is going on in the industry, or is this across critical infrastructure sectors? Is this happening elsewhere? We like to be able to provide that information and fill in some blanks with that role that we play. And also, just canvassing government resources. It takes a lot of time and effort, but that's what we're here for, is to help augment our member security teams that don't have time to go check all of these traps for information. We want to be that communication hub and funnel that information There is a phrase that I like to use when talking about information sharing, is that it should be smart. It should be specific, measurable, actionable, relevant, and timely. If any of those components aren't at work there, then it's going to be outdated, or that's nice to know, but I can't do anything with it. That's where actionable comes in, and being specific, because there's a lot of noise out there. And how do you really drill down into what is important, and try not to waste too much time or energy on things that are just going to spin your wheels. So that's one of the things that the ISACs can do. And again, having good resources in place. One of the questions that came out of ransomware incidents from this summer relate to, do you belong to an information sharing organization? And that's going to be important for board members to say, can I answer that? If I have to, if I have to be asked in front of Congress or media, or even amongst yourselves, like, do we know the answer to that question, and how does that help? Because being that warning system and getting a heads up that something's happening in a fellow member company, you don't need to know who necessarily. It's just really about what should we do about it? What are the best practices? And what can we do to be ready, to be prepared? Because dynamic has been used a lot today, and I agree 100%. You cannot sit back and relax on anything cyber related. One of the other really important components of this is it's not just IT, right? It's operational technology and how the two of them can interface. And so that's another kind of outcome of seeing if the ransomware attack is in the IT network, do we have to shut off things that are in the OT network? And have we practiced that? And again, going back to the incident response plan, and the practicing and the exercising of those plans is really important. So belonging to Cyber Houston, InfraGard, an ISAC, these are all ways to expand your resources and make sure that you're tapping into different opportunities, especially related to peer-to-peer communication.
Yeah, those are a lot of really good points, and we haven't really talked about OT, but with oil and gas, that's a significant concern for us as well. And we all know that a lot of the endpoint things that we have to do revolve around OT, because you have a lot of endpoints out in the field. And when you talk about those endpoints, obviously that's everyone loves to talk about the lateral propagation associated with the threat vectors coming in and how that works. And it's real, right? A lot of the ways to get in are through those endpoints, and then come in and try to figure out how to get a little bit deeper. Angela, one real quick follow-up question. So we all talk about risk appetites for the board, right? And those differ amongst industry, amongst business, whether you're small, medium-sized, or whether you're public. Do you ever run into that to help them establish what that appetite is? And do you help inform them on what that might be?
So we can share a lot of the best practices, and there's a phrase that I love that it is in security. It's protecting pencils like pencils and diamonds like diamonds. So those really important secret sauce recipes and trade secrets that are on processes, and you really can't protect everything equally. So how do you prioritize? And prioritization is what's going to save you. And how do you protect your company and its assets in the appropriate measured way? And there are a lot of great ways to do that. And you mentioned having a third party do an evaluation, and that's really important. We partner with companies that do that, so we can help our members address those vulnerabilities. And it's been really insightful to have that extra perspective. So I think that it's important, and that we also just create the awareness. We have these discussions. We're learning from subject matter experts on a regular basis to keep the knowledge aware and the latest and greatest, and keep the skill set up.
Yeah, that's a great answer. And I can tell you that with the boards that we work with, we use a real simple 4-quadrant and help them identify those crown jewels that they need to protect and help them understand the complexity associated with protection as well as the cost, and kind of allocate those to those real simple 4 quadrants, and they seem to get that real fast. So
Smart.
Angela, thank you very much.
My
So
pleasure.
Ashley, now that we've talked about, I think every single one of us talked about ransomware and about the cost of insurance and that road that we all need to take, but a lot of times the informed aspect of it for our board is difficult. And you've been in underwriting for a long time, and you're one of the people that know a lot about it. So can you share with us a little bit about the underwriting perspective regarding not just oil and gas industry, but other industries as well, and the trends that you're seeing?
Sure. So I guess, we have a few minutes left, so I will leave everyone in a very down space. Quite honestly, the cyber market is extremely hard. It premiums are increasing by 100, 200%. Depending on which industry you're in, there may actually not even be capacity for your business. Unfortunately, like many things in the insurance industry, cyber coverage or some iteration of that policy has been around for the past 20 years. It's just been very difficult to get businesses to sign up for it, right? Because cyber hadn't been something that they'd been looking at. Boards hadn't been looking at it. Hacks hadn't been something that people were actually doing. People weren't working from home. So as businesses started to evolve and people were working out in the field more, then this became much more of an issue, right? And to the point of the previous panel, everyone was using password 1. No one thought much of it. But now people are working from home, and now they're holding information that is sensitive to the company. So IP, whatever the case may be. Unfortunately for a board, you've taken on this task of trying to lead the company, forward. And unfortunately, that also comes with some risks. And quite honestly, between the cyber and your D&O, there will be gaps in coverage. And that is just because in the insurance industry right now, we're actually just trying to correct the broad and kind of just free-for-all for coverage that have been going on in the past 10 years. We were basically handing coverage out for pennies. And now we're in kind of a corrective mode. So if you did not have cyber previously and you heard these premiums of, you $10 million in revenue and you could buy a cyber policy for $5,000 annually, that does not exist any longer. The gamut, you could be running between hundreds of thousands of dollars in premiums just for cyber alone, and your D&O is also going to increase based on what kind of exposure you have. We're also telling directors that you need to take a look at your own personal insurance, because that is going to also help with the gaps in coverage that's on the business side, because quite honestly, the D&O is to protect the business with you as the director. But personally, if you are personally named in a suit, you do need to make sure that you do have some personal excess policy out there, some personal liability policy, because that does exist. And we pretty much encourage any board of director to look at that, to talk to your private client insurance broker or private client insurer to explain to them what you're doing. That way that they can actually cover you personally where the gaps in coverage may persist as far as coverage is concerned. Also, a lot of the larger companies are looking at alternative risks, how to offload your cyber into the reinsurance markets, because that is easier to do. That's easier to find coverage. It's easier to manage premiums. Because at this point, it is very difficult to budget for premiums a year from now when basically your premiums are just jumping from 100,000 to 500,000 to, in some cases, we're basically saying we can't actually even offer you coverage. So there may be things where, you need to speak to your risk managers, and you need to figure out if going into the reinsurance markets are a viable option, or if offloading it into a captive is a viable option. There are other ways to find coverage, but yes, unfortunately, it is a very difficult place to be right now if you are on a board, especially if you are publicly held or if you're a mid-cap size company. It is very difficult. Energy is another thing where it is also very difficult to find coverage. And that is just, quite honestly, media plays a part in this, and it makes it difficult. So anytime you see your name blasted or your industry blasted on the news, trust me, the insurance industry is looking, and your premiums will respond accordingly.
Yeah, real quickly, Ashley, you don't really differentiate between a public board or a nonprofit board, correct? If you're a board member, you're a board member, and you're at the same level of risk, whether it's a networking group board or whatever, right?
Yep, it does not matter.
Okay. Well, like you said a minute ago, the hard truth sometimes isn't very appetizing, but we need to know it. So thank you for that. And Phil, you're jumping on. So do I have time for a real quick wrap up from each individual, or you're on mute?
Please go for it, George. You got a minute. Thanks.
Yeah. So what I'd love to be able to do is just give everyone a few minutes to kind of wrap up, and from their perspective. Elizabeth, you want to kind of give some closing remarks?
Yes, I do. Thank you. First of all, it's been a pleasure to learn from and speak with all of you about this really important topic. And I think one of the guidelines and takeaways for the board is to keep an eye on what regulatory agencies are doing, whether it's in your industry or not. Everyone is struggling with the same, as I mentioned, it's a cross-disciplinary issue. Everyone is struggling with the same recommendations. How far, where do you draw the line at liability? It used to be that you would just get sued as an entity in a class action lawsuit, but now it is becoming a more personal liability issue. But thankfully, I think all of us have pointed to resources that are available, from Angela all the way over to Ashley and George and Greg. All of you have already reached out to resources. Just keep learning and stay alert. That would be my takeaway.
Yeah, and that's really, really important, obviously, the keep learning part, because it's never going to stop. It's like any other technology environment, but so many different aspects to cybersecurity and privacy and all the things we have to do, IT, OT, and all the other areas. It's overwhelming. So, Greg, do you want to?
Yeah, George, just if we can, because we need our sponsor break, and we're going to do a raffle here. So if you could go quick.
Okay. Briefly, Greg.
Very briefly, the risk is high. The oversight needs to be high.
My job just got harder. So, Angela, real briefly.
Just be involved, be part of the conversation, be with your peers, and learn from each other. And can't put your head in the sand. You got to be a part of the solutions, or you're going to be part of the problem.
Yeah, well stated. So, Ashley, any last minute?
Call us first. Right after you call your attorney.
Okay. Well, Phil, I just wanted to say thank you to all the panelists. Y'all made this really easy. I learned a tremendous amount, and thank you all for your participation.
I agree. Thank you all. That was a great presentation. I know we didn't have time for a couple of questions. I think, we've got this lunchtime. I want to bring some of these subjects back up again, and we can talk about those. George, just quickly, we wanted to do a raffle right now of a couple of our Amazon gift cards.
Okay.
And, the social media, looking at the social media posts, our good friend Victor Malloy in San Antonio is just, leading the pack there with lots of, so thank you, Victor. Thanks for all the comments, all the questions. So would love to send you one. We have several people, but number 2 has been Reno Ben with great questions and posts. So thank you, Reno. Appreciate it. And if you could just send your information to info@cyberhouston.com. It's that's on the bottom of the screen there. We will get you those gift certificates in the next 48 hours.
Great. Thanks, Phil.
George, thanks. Great panel. We will be back here at 11:30 in 10 minutes. Please take a break, jump around. Excellent. We'll be back for our next panel. Thank you, everyone.
All right.
With that, we will go to our sponsors, and we'll see you. Please, reach out to our sponsors, make comments, continue to engage. And we'll see you at the bottom of the hour at 11:30. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for all your comments, all your questions, and to all our presenters.
Cyber Houston is an organization comprised of business leaders and cybersecurity experts and practitioners that get together on a regular basis to take the learnings from the enterprise and distill those learnings down into digestible, sensible, and economic recommendations to small and medium-sized businesses so that they can improve their cyber posture, improve their resilience, and be better suppliers and service providers back to the enterprise. The whole idea is one of leadership and trust. So it's a group of trusted leaders and a trusted network.
NetworkBox USA is a managed security services provider that offers enterprise-class cybersecurity solutions that protect organizations of all sizes.
We maintain a presence in North and South America, Europe, the Middle East, and throughout Asia.
With multiple security operations centers spread across the globe and our very own security response center, we seamlessly manage and monitor the thousands of clients utilizing our award-winning network security services.
Our SOCs form a private cloud that in turn delivers protection to all NetworkBox devices around the world within seconds of availability. The crown jewel of our operations is our triple ISO certified Security Response Center, and at the heart of that is the NetworkBox Reputation Database. This is where we have over 100 partners providing us with the latest threat intelligence and analyses derived not just from clients but also from honeypots strategically created to draw in and trap malware. All that information, such as IP addresses, URLs, email addresses, and so on, is compiled and analyzed by NetworkBox SRC engineers, who convert this data into new signatures, pushing them out to all NetworkBox clients in milliseconds. True real-time updates are crucial in situations when it only takes seconds to make the difference between securely protecting our clients and one of them being breached.
Networkbox USA offers both physical and cloud-based solutions. Email security, content filtering, web application firewall, dark web monitoring as well as reputation protection, and security information and event management. We take care of all these aspects, so you can take care of everything else. We have clients in practical areas, primarily finance, healthcare, retail, education, manufacturing, but also many other sectors. Many of them have been with us since day one. In fact, we can proudly claim a retention rate of about 95%. I recently had a conversation with a client who was telling me, I sleep well at night because I know you are protecting my network. Our clients trust us with the keys to their kingdom because they know we can protect them 24/7, 365. Knowing that just one fatal attack could bring an organization to its knees, Networkbox USA has been proactively safeguarding companies and networks from breaches and threats since 2000.
In that time, we have worked with thousands of businesses, ranging from sole proprietors to prominent names within the global Fortune 500 list. And not a single one has ever been breached.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got a couple minutes and we will get started. I've learned so much just in this morning's session. Thank you again to all our presenters, the audience, all your questions. I think it's been really, at least for me, been impressive what I've learned and all the questions I have, and now I'm even more scared. And we will get started now with our next panel on the role of IT security auditing to reduce the attack surface and dwell time, sponsored by Cyber Houston. I would like to introduce our Michael Becker, is the sales VP. Hi, Michael.
Hello there, Phil. How are you?
Doing? Good, thanks. Thanks for joining.
Good. Glad to be here.
Yeah, Michael is sales VP for Blue Lance. Has keen interest in defending systems and networks since his time in counterintelligence in the U.S. Army and years-long assignment with NSA. As a C-suite executive, he has led successful business development and sales management efforts at a variety of international software and consulting companies. Michael, thanks so much for doing this. Really looking forward to your panel. I will hand over the screen to you to introduce the rest of your team.
Thank you very much, Phil. So our topic for this panel is the role of IT security auditing to reduce the attack surface and in-network dwell time for hackers. Cybersecurity attacks are increasing at an alarming rate year over year, with ransomware attacks costs tripling in 2021 over 2020. There are many and varied attack vectors, and principal among them are phishing, with business email compromise the most frequently used method to gain credentials to access corporate networks. During COVID, the dramatic increase in remote workforce deployment, often with makeshift security arrangements, has meant that attackers are also focused on those devices, which are remotely connected to corporate networks. A cybersecurity truism is the statement, it is not if, but when you will be breached. On October 15th, the Wall Street Journal reported that financial services firms alone had filed suspicious activity reports with the federal government listing $600 million in transactions linked to ransomware attacks. The total value of ransomware attacks globally is estimated to be over $3 billion so far in 2021. It's obvious that the old saw about the best cybersecurity defense is to keep the attackers out of your network doesn't capture the reality that hackers will eventually get in. For most corporate systems, Active Directory with group policies represents the final nexus of defense, which must be audited and monitored to maximize protection. Good cybersecurity hygiene is the critical first step to implementing and effective cyber defense and security auditing. Continuous monitoring and compliance with regulations represent the security baseline for any firm. Hence, we have today's topic, the role of IT security auditing to reduce the attack surface area and in-network dwell time for hackers. We have three outstanding panelists for today's discussion. Two of our panelists are from the rapidly growing managed service provider and managed security services provider Meriplex. It's headquartered in Houston, but with major offices in Dallas and elsewhere. First is Vijay Iyengar. He's the vice president of cybersecurity at Meriplex, based in Houston, Texas. Hi there, Vijay.
Hi, Michael. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. And let me continue. Vijay is a transformational leader with 20 years of industry experience and has a passion in cyber threat response. He has developed coherent, credible, and practical strategies in the field of cyber defense, threat intel, risk assessment, incident response, and advanced forensics, governance, and compliance. Over the years, Vijay has been responsible for driving thought leadership, providing domain expertise in areas of solution design, advisory, strategy for clients in many industry verticals, such as banking and financial services, manufacturing, insurance, energy and utilities, aerospace and defense, high tech, government, and so forth. Prior to joining Meriplex, Vijay held various leadership roles, managed cybersecurity operations and sales, and profit and loss for some of the world's leading IT services organizations. So we're really happy to have you here with us today, Vijay.
Thanks for having me, Michael.
You bet. Next is Bob Hart. And I think I hear Bob coming in. He's the director of cybersecurity operations at Meriplex. He is an accomplished IT security leader with 30 plus years of experience and year-over-year success in leading complex, challenging IT, security, and operations initiatives. Uniquely qualified as a servant leader with a solid knowledge of operations, strategy, and management, who has enjoyed repeated success guiding highly skilled cross-functional teams in areas of IT operations, project management, and cybersecurity. Highly competitive, passionate, persuasive, and articulate, he's a real professional. Thanks for being with us, Bob.
Thank you, Mikhail. BJ, good seeing you.
Seeing you too.
So guys, just a note, when you're not actually talking, would you mind muting your microphones? I'm getting background noise. And I'm going to now introduce our third panelist, who is Peter Thomas. Peter is Blue Lance's Chief Technology Officer, an extraordinary polymath with degrees in engineering and an MBA. He steered the product direction, feature set, and technology enhancement of Blue Lance's LT Auditor Plus, along with his all-star technical team, and he's built a mature cybersecurity, auditing, and compliance automation solution. With new capabilities in the area of identifying network vulnerabilities and spotting threatening network activity to quickly fix the root causes, he's known for his insightful contributions to the global cybersecurity community in several important industries and for critical infrastructure protection. Peter serves on the advisory board for the Eastwood Academy High School, a charter school serving underprivileged students near Houston, downtown Houston. He's also a member of the Greater Houston Cybersecurity Council, an ISAO organization committed to educating and promoting cybersecurity to small and medium businesses in Houston. Peter earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Electronic Engineering and a Master of Business Administration degree from the University of Houston. Okay, so there we have an introduction to all three of our panelists now. Let's see, everybody's with us. Great. Why don't we start off the questions with a question for Vijay. Question, Vijay, would you recommend penetration testing or vulnerability management as a way of reducing attack surface area?
Yes, as part of your information security program, vulnerability management and penetration testing both needs to be there, right? Because with the evolving threats and the vulnerabilities that exist across all the technologies that's there today, it's important to keep up with that and make sure that you have the right visibility into your environment and understand what vulnerability exists in your environment that's related to, people, process, technology, right? And, our focus, at Meriplex has always been to make sure that the customers get the visibility about their environments and definitely vulnerability. There's different frequency of vulnerability scanning that you could do and different types of vulnerability management that you could do. You could do an external and internal, that you identify the vulnerabilities, remediate them, and then again do a rescan to make sure whether it's been resolved or not, right? And then that kind of helps you, keep track of all those vulnerabilities that exist, and then remediate them and make sure the appropriate patching and everything else is done to keep your environment secure. When it comes to penetration testing, again, there are different types of penetration testing you could do, and also different frequencies. We've seen customers do penetration testing once in a quarter, once in 6 months, depending on how big your environment is. And penetration testing, it's extremely important to do internal and external as well, because you need to know what the insider threats are and also the threats that's coming out from external perspective as well. And what we recommend is, depending on the nature of business that you have, at a minimum, you need to do the, network penetration testing, and it's also advisable to do wireless penetration testing. And also, we've had a lot of customers in the banking space who also use a lot of applications that's used for everyday business, right? You need to also make sure that your web applications that's used for business is protected. And it's important to understand the code is secure, all the application that's being used on the web is secure. So a web application pen testing is also important to do. So that's kind of how an information security program should be designed when it comes to vulnerability management and secure penetration testing. And it's a must-have to make sure that you stay on top of it.
Okay, very good. Thanks so much, Vijay. Let me go with a question now for Peter. Peter, the Active Directory is used to control access to network resources, so it is critical to protect and monitor in it. What steps can we take in protecting the Active Directory to reduce the attack surface area for hackers?
Well, hi, thank you, Michael, for that kind introduction earlier. And Active Directory goes back a long time. Microsoft introduced Active Directory in the year 2000, so it's a pretty old technology, but it's adopted literally everywhere. Everyone uses Active Directory. Now, traditionally, from a security standpoint, Active Directory was used as a sign-on, a single sign-on, or an identity management system for access to resources in the environment. And also, there wasn't a lot of focus on protecting your Active Directory because all the money and energy traditionally has been spent on the perimeter, right? Trying to protect the bad guys from coming into an organization. But we know, as you just mentioned, we saw from your stats, Michael, that people get in. You can do everything you can, but people are going to get in. And then comes the question: what happens when they come in, right? Well, once you're in the environment, they want to gain access to resources, exfiltrate, and then we see all the consequences of ransomware that we've been talking about throughout this conference. But so from an Active Directory perspective, it's got a very large attack surface area. I mean, it's and Microsoft has over time made improvements trying to improve that, and there's a lot of time. But how do people get access? What are the core vectors that allow users to get into Active Directory and gain access to resources? Well, the first thing would be account takeover. You want to gain access and take over an account, right? Or it could even be misconfigurations within AD, right? So within Active Directory, there could be bad configurations, people not, taking shortcuts and then exposing the environment. So coming back to account takeovers, what are, an account takeover is when someone gets your identity, is able to guess your password and get in and access, move laterally and gain access to a lot of the data we're talking about. And so it comes back to how do we protect that, right? How do you reduce that? Well, I know we had an earlier discussion on passwords, and there's a general trend thinking about passwords. Passwords are old technology. They're going to have to move away. And that is true. Passwords are very old, but the reason why we have passwords is because, well, it's the least cost effective, right? Now we have mobile phones and we've got other devices where we're using biometrics. The costs are coming down. And I definitely see a point in time where we got to get rid of passwords. But unfortunately, I don't think that time is now or even in the very near future, because it's going to take a while for the system to adopt new technologies. So coming to when you talk about passwords, we've preached this for so long, which is, just having an 8 or 9, 10 cryptic password can easily be broken, right? And so what can people do to improve your password? Well, I think I just heard an earlier conference, Andy talked about password phrases. That's so important. Just think of a phrase, a long phrase that you remember, that's connected to you, right? Or you could use what we call password managers. Password managers allow us to maintain different passwords. Now, that's one of the problems with passwords is that people tend to use the same password in business and in the personal space, right? I mean, if you're logging into a bank account or your Facebook or social, whatever you do, if you're using the same passwords right across the spectrum, you're in serious trouble, because something compromised somewhere else in the dark web, your password exposed there, and someone else uses it and comes in and gets to you, particularly if you're a high net worth individual, and that's a problem. So you got to have different passwords for everything you use as a general practice. Not many people practice that. So use password managers to help you. And lastly, the technology is there. We've got multi-factor authentication. I think we've heard that across, but use another factor, right? You can log in with a good password and then get a response back either through an email or a text that you could put in some information that validates who you are. And that will, if you have a MFA applied right across an organization, you reduce your attack surface dramatically, right? The second thing I'd like to add to that is it's a question of permissions. Least, we have this principle of least privileges, right? And making sure people only have access to do what they want to do is easier said than done. It's not very. It takes a lot of work to make sure that people don't have access to resources that they don't need. Particularly if you have people in organizations changing roles, moving from one role to another role. They tend to retain and maintain those old access. And guess what? Now, if your account is compromised, voila, attacker now has access to a larger footprint, right, that they can compromise. So access, so least privileges, making sure people have only rights to what they need to do. And if I could just add one other factor to that, which is, today we know there's a lot of folks working remotely, working from home. They have a company-owned device. If organizations can just ensure that users on their endpoints, whether it's a laptop or a desktop, do not have high privileges, do not have administrative privileges to be specific, you can cut down on phishing attacks. It's incredible, because there's the attacker won't have the rights to embed within that machine or endpoint and then cause damage. So there's certain simple things organizations can do just to make sure that you reduce your footprint. And finally, I would just add that you've got to identify all your highly over-permissioned accounts. You need to put some good controls around those over-permissioned accounts, the accounts that have keys to the kingdom, so to speak, and make sure you watch those accounts so that they don't, that where they're going, what they're doing. You have to have auditing around that, and that's a critical key as well. Thank you, Michael.
Okay, Peter. Well, thanks very much. Bob, since auditing is so important, I wonder, have you had any really interesting advice from an actual auditor over the years here?
Yeah, I've been involved in many different audits over the years, and I think some of the most interesting advice that I got was never to share more than absolutely necessary, and so I always thought about that as like an opportunity to only say what needs to be said, not to expand upon it. Because what happens is, if you start expanding on what they asked for and give them more than what they asked for, that just opens up more questions and more opportunities to pursue and go look at other things, right? So the auditor actually advised us, only answer the question I'm asking and don't expand beyond that. So I thought that was very good advice from an auditor.
Okay, very well. Well, thanks, Bob. Let me go back now to Vijay. I wonder, tell us, Vijay, how do governance, risk, and compliance programs help reduce attack surface area and dwell time in your experience?
BJ, we can't hear you.
BJ, you appear to be muted.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Now we can.
All right.
Did you hear the question?
Yes, I did. Sorry about that. I muted it. Okay. So governance, risk, and compliance is extremely key. When it comes to information security, cybersecurity, right? you might have the right process in place, you might have the right people in place and the technology in place, but unless you have governance in place, you can't really measure, and you don't know how to evaluate what you have, right? So understanding what you have is key, and be able to monitor and measure is another thing. So governance plays a key role, because you might think what you have is good enough, but unless you do a constant check on what's being done as part of information security program, validate things, right, and be able to challenge the findings or the learnings, and kind of constantly reviewing what is being done as part of your operations is extremely important. And that's where the governance plays a very, very important role, right? At Meriplex, Bob manages my security operations, and we allocate a significant amount of time in terms of making sure what's being done adds value to our customers, and also make sure there's a proper governance process in place, which can do the checks and balance on a continuous basis, right? Because we do the SOC monitoring for our customers from different industries. We do business with in the OT security space. We do business with the banking vertical, healthcare, high tech, you name it. So every industry vertical has its own set of requirements and also compliance programs. And we, as part of our operations, we make sure that the governance is part of the whole process, and not an afterthought, right? So that's why the governance is extremely key. And also, the governance gives you the visibility in terms of what is being done from an operations standpoint, right? Be it your metrics and how are you trending. So we talked about the vulnerability management as part of the first question, right? So if you're doing these vulnerability scans, and then you're remediating those findings, and then you're doing a scan again, and then you're doing this process over and over again without a governance in place, it's not going to have any value, because it's going to be more and more scans, more and more findings, a lot of Excel sheets and workbooks to deal with, and you're never measuring how you're doing over 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, or a year, right? So the governance will help you look at how you're progressing from an operation standpoint, and also it gives you the visibility in terms of your vulnerability trends, right? So are you going down? Are you fixing things? Are you getting better? Or is it just more and more work and never got addressed, right? So I think that's one example across different platforms or technologies that's used in information security. So governance is extremely important, right? Next comes the risk. When it comes to cybersecurity, it's all about risks, right? So if you don't know where your risks are in your environment, there's no way you will be able to protect and defend against any cyber attack. So one of the key things that we believe in as part of our cybersecurity program is getting the right visibility and making sure identifying the risks on a continual basis and addressing those risks, right? So if you don't know what you don't know what you have from a risk perspective, there's no way you can protect from any cyber attack. So it's extremely important that you design your program, the information security program or cybersecurity program, always keeping risks in mind, right? So absolutely. So the more visibility you have in your environment, and the visibility you have around the risks, it definitely will help you reduce the attack surface, right? The next one is the compliance. Like I mentioned, we operate in different verticals, and every vertical has its own compliance program. So for healthcare, you have HIPAA, right? For the OT industrial securities vertical, you have NERC-CIP, and for your banking vertical, you have FFIEC. So there are so many different regulations and compliance that every vertical has to be complying with. It's important to make sure that you pick the right framework to address all the concerns that you may have around all these regulations that you will have to comply with, right? So designing your program, not only from a risk standpoint, from an information security standpoint, but also picking the right framework to be able to comply with all these regulations that you need to comply with from a vertical standpoint is extremely important, right? And if you don't comply some of these regulations, then you're going to get in trouble. So let me talk about one of the examples from the healthcare sector, right? HHS.gov, which is one of the websites for healthcare. And there's something called a wall of shame. So any company or any practice in the medical field, if they have their medical records compromised for the employees, or it could be the customers, you have to report to HHS. And if you have 500 records or more that's compromised, then you get on the wall of shame. So you never want to get on that portal, right? So, making sure that you understand what the requirements are pertaining to your industry vertical and then designing such programs is extremely key. So, to answer your questions, the governance, risk, and compliance is not a choice. All three of them is a must-have and a should-have. So, anyone who designs their cybersecurity strategy should keep this in mind always. That's all I have.
Super. Thanks, Vijay. Let me go to Peter again. Peter, historically, it takes months for attackers to be detected in a network. What can be done to reduce the in-network dwell time and find these attackers sooner? Are there risky behaviors and suspicious patterns of activity that can be detected?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mike. Yes, I think in an earlier session today we heard about the use of user behavioral analytics to detect, how people, to see if there are deviations from standard patterns of activity. And I think that's a field that's really going to come up. It's been around for a little bit, but it's really taking off. But coming back to what can we do today, very quickly to identify, because as you just said, Michael, an attacker gets in. In fact, the recent Sunburst attack, I think they were on the network for literally 8 or 9 months before there was some sort of detection. And so, so the key is dwell time or in-network dwell time, the time it takes for an organization to find out whether there is an attack. There's an attacker on. In most cases, they'll only find out once they get a question asking for ransomware, or they get a prompt asking for ransomware, or and having to compromise that. And one of the scariest things I heard today, literally, was that it's so prevalent that people now have to, Jesse was talking about the fact that you've got to treat it as a business. You've got to, how do they do it? How do we deal with it? And that's a really sad state of affairs, right? If companies are forced to treat this as a business because they have to compromise and pay just to get their systems back online. It's really sad, because on one hand, when we pay, we are encouraging their behavior, but a lot of times it could be mission critical, and who are we to say you can't pay, right? It's a very, very tricky situation. So the core then to your question, I guess, Michael, would be, how do we figure something's going on the network before we get to that state, right? You've got to figure out that there's some kind of activity going on that that should raise red flags and alarm bells, right? I would start with looking at, first of all, we'll start with looking at logon patterns, logon activities, right? So one of the favorite methods, once someone's a machine is infected and then the attacker wants to move laterally within an organization. So if you see within a period of time, the same user trying to connect to multiple other machines, right? So if you see that pattern, that's the same user connecting to multiple machines, that should raise a flag. There are other factors, like if you see within, from a logon pattern, you see multiple IDs authenticating to the same machine. For example, people coming in and trying to connect to the same machine. Now, is there some resource on that machine that is critical? Either case, that should raise a flag, right? When people look at failed logons, we know from a compliance perspective, from an IT security audit, failed logons are very important. But you don't want to die with looking at failed patterns all day long. But you got to be very, very, very smart about it. So today, for example, you probably hear of the term password spraying. Password spraying is very different from the traditional trying to crack a password. You find a user account and you try thousands of different passwords on it, and if you don't get locked out, you can keep guessing that password. Now what they're doing is they're able to identify all the IDs on the network, and then they'll use that one password across multiple IDs, right? So if you've got 1,000 users in the network, they have one password being used across multiple IDs, and then they try the second password. So you've got failures happening. So if you see a kind of pattern where you've got multiple users failing, and within a short period of time, you want to take a look at that. Those are kind of patterns of activity that means that you may have something within the environment that's trouble, essentially, right? And then other patterns of activity. If you see that a certain user's privilege is getting escalated, or they're able to get in, right? Or there's certain patterns of activity that we need to look at. You could see privilege escalations, permissions accessed, all very, very issues that could be a lot of traffic and difficult to parse and review. But today there are tools out there that can help you with that, and that's something you should be looking out for to identify if there's someone on the network. Suspicious installations of applications, or a lot of times attackers, if they're through malware, they've embedded on an endpoint, they install something, or they might create persistence so that even if you reboot the machine, the attacker stays embedded. So if you see patterns of persistence, typically, as an example of that would be on a Windows machine, if I could add, is that you've got every Windows machine has something called the task scheduler. And if you find items being injected into the task scheduler, that's not authorized. You may want to take a look at that, or applications being installed, or even if they're accessing information. Let's say you've got a large file share, whether it's on SharePoint, whether it's on your local file systems, wherever that data is. If you find a lot of large access within a short period of time, let's say 1,000 renames by the same user from the same, within a minute, you may want to take a look at that. If you can identify that, find that, that's a trigger that someone trying to exfiltrate information. It could be possible. So take a look at that. So there's these patterns of activity that we want to look at. And then
Peter.
Yes.
Peter, thanks. We've received a question from the audience. I think I'd like to toss this in at this point, and maybe you can give an initial response, and then I'll pass it on to Vijay and Bob. Peter, can you speak to how you would operationalize audit logging relative to your policies and procedures in order to stay in compliance with yourself?
Right. So that's a great question. I think the first thing to operationalize, if I can say that right, is you've got to have a good security policy. You've got to have a policy that you're going to measure yourself against, right? So because you could collect all this information and be spinning your wheels looking at everything, but you got to first, from a security standpoint, identify your core assets, right? Have a policy that says what kind of controls do you have that you're going to be putting around a critical asset, and then you're going to generate audit logs around as part of that policy. So when you do that, it's in a much more structured fashion. You know what you're looking for. You know what the deviations are going to be, and you identify that, and you're able to collect that and use it in a much better fashion. And I'd like to add something that Vijay just mentioned from a governance standpoint. It's so easy. It's so important to measure, right? Because if you don't measure, you're going nowhere, right? You've got to make sure that you're making incremental improvements with that, and hopefully that will help you.
Thank you, Peter. Vijay, Bob, would you like to contribute anything to that particular question? about operationalizing audit logging relative to your policies and procedures?
Sure. So why do we do a logging, right? Well, we want to understand who is accessing, what, and if they are the right ones to access, the servers or files or whatnot, right? Is that the right person accessing, what they're accessing? So that's kind of why we are logging all these activities, right? It is also important to understand and define the roles and what that particular person, he or she, is required to do, on that particular machine. So defining the right roles, responsibilities is extremely key when it comes to audit logging. And another important aspect of audit logging is the type of accounts that you want to audit, right? So there are different accounts. You have service accounts, you have admin accounts, you have privileged accounts. There's a lot of different accounts that you use for a specific purpose, right? Understanding the role, the type of accounts that's being used, and the purpose of the account is extremely important to create these policies around these accounts, right? And then then it makes much more effective, because you're not auditing all the logs, but you're auditing logs for a specific reason, right? And that's typically how you should be designing your policies, procedures around logging. That way you will know if you're compliant or not. For example, let me take privileged access as an example, or privileged accounts, right? So what is privileged access? Any access that will give you, access to the data that can be monetized. When I say monetized, it could be any data that can be stolen and sold, right? It could be your PHI information, PII information, things like that, right? So, understanding what the privileged access account is there for, and designing the policies around those accounts, and then enabling the right auditing on those accounts is extremely key. So, that's typically how you should go about, operationalizing the audit logging for your environment.
Thank you. Bob, did you want to comment on that as well?
Yeah, I would just add to, great feedback so far, that your logging level is very important. Like, you want to define what your logging level is from the log source. So typically you have different levels: warning, error, informational, debugging, right? You probably don't want to send debugging logs because it's going to use up your storage, but informational level logging is a security best practice. And then on the other side of that, you also want to focus on the types of logs, right? You don't want every log, but security logs would be good to have. And then any critical application logs, like things that are associated with critical apps that will, that have data elements that could be compromised, right? You want to make sure you're monitoring those, and be smart about it. Be strategic about what you're logging, because there's the cost associated with it, right? And then centralized logging, I think, is important. Sending the logs out there and just storing them meets some PCI requirements and some regulatory requirements, because you're maintaining them and you have them for X number of days, right? But there's also a requirement to review those logs, and it's kind of a loose requirement, but you have to show evidence that you're doing that. And so having a centralized management and monitoring system for logging, like a SIM, is very important.
That's great, Bob. You actually just answered an additional question that we had about the fact that if you do not review, if you don't document the fact that you're reviewing logs, that you really haven't done the job. So let me go to another question for you, Bob, regarding cloud security. What do you recommend that we do, or that a company does, to reduce the attack surface in the cloud?
Well, that's kind of a open-ended question, isn't it? Because there's not everybody can agree what the cloud really is. Is it a NESX server, a privately maintained server that only we have access to, or is it hosted by one of Microsoft or AWS or Google, or what is the cloud, right? And so if everybody could agree that it's a software as a service model that someone else worries about the infrastructure on, you need to put in security controls, right? For lack of a better word, you need to make sure that you're not accepting the default configurations from that vendor. That the most common breaches that are occurring in the cloud are due to misconfigurations. And those misconfigurations are typically based on some default settings that you got from that cloud provider. So that's very important to put in a CASB type solution or security solution, cloud security solution, to protect that infrastructure, right? But then it's also important to do some type of security assessment against that cloud infrastructure to make sure that there's no gaps. And then you want to secure your on-prem environment and your cloud environment so that they only talk to each other, and that you limit the access to your cloud infrastructure to only those people that need to be in there. And so that's important too.
Thank you, Bob. We only have about 4 minutes left. If you guys could limit your answers, I'd like to ask 2 more questions. First, I'll start with Peter. Cyber hygiene is a term that we hear frequently. Can you describe what it is and why it's so important?
All right. I think cyber hygiene, I like to talk about it as it pertains to your personal health, right? So you take some certain, personally, you do some certain, you take certain steps to make sure that you're protected, right? Eat well, exercise, things like that. The same things apply for cyber hygiene, right? So certain steps we want to do. We want to make sure that we look at our inventory, stuff that we don't need. We need to shut out, close out, clean out. So it's a question of pruning and cleaning, a spring cleaning that has to happen fairly regularly, just to make sure that we don't have loose ends on the network that can compromise us.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter. That was brief but informative. Let me go to Vijay then. Why do you think, Vijay, that despite all the tools in the market and all the efforts at education, we cannot seem to stop these attacks?
Yeah, so that's kind of interesting, isn't it? Because you have all kinds of technology in place. You conduct all your security awareness training on a regular basis, to your employees. But still, there's always something that happens, right? And I think that's the nature of cybersecurity, right? There's no eradicating the attacks forever or once for all. These things are bound to happen because it's technology. Whenever there's technology, you're going to have new features. New features is going to have new loopholes that the attackers are going to exploit. So there's not going to be a silver bullet that can stop the cyber attacks for once for all, right? So you just have to work around it and make sure you have the right things in place to protect and defend yourself from these attacks. Some of the things that we always tell our customers at Meriplex is that you need to have some security essentials in place to make sure that you're at least prepared for your attack, right? So one is, if you don't have an information security program or strategy, have one. And then if you have not evaluated and understood what your current infrastructure is today, and if there are any vulnerabilities with it, take time to address them and make sure that you understand the challenges that you have in your environment. Then, come up with a simplified approach to implement things like, do your patching on a regular basis, have an endpoint protection in place, make sure you have an EDR, an XDR, whatever you call it, right? Endpoint detection and response in place. Make sure you train your employees on a regular basis and, make them aware of what phishing emails are, and not make sure that they don't click on them or give their user ID and passwords out. Have the right web filtering solution in place. Do the right network segmentation for your environment, right? Because if you have an OT and IT environment, you don't have to have both of them together. Think about the Colonial Pipeline attack that we had early in the year, right? Network segmentation is extremely key. Have a strategy around your cloud, like Bob mentioned, right? Understanding the cloud, because you're not going to get all the security, along with the cloud. It's a misconception that if you go to AWS or Azure, you're going to have all the security, that comes with it. But that's not. You need to still protect your own application that you host on cloud, and then backup. Not last the least, right? We have had, situations where we have seen customers or people who don't have security get hit hard because they never had the backups in place and they can never restore. So I think these are some of these security essentials that every company has to have, and that's the only way to go about it. You can never eradicate the attacks, but at least have a plan in place to protect yourself.
Yeah, no, thank you all. Thanks, Mike, BJ, Peter, Bob.
Thanks.
I think the work that you do, there's the audit, it's hard. It's super garrulous, some of those things, and how do you work through those and the tools that you've got in place. So thank you for this panel. Really informative. Appreciate you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, if I can bring Elizabeth back, please. Hi, Elizabeth. Welcome
Hello,
back.
Phil.
Hey.
I think as they say it, or at least Bon Jovi said it, we're halfway there.
That's right. I know. I'm getting hungry here. What happened to the lunch break? No, this has been great.
Yes.
Elizabeth, thanks again for introducing Congressman McCall. I will see you in a few. The floor is yours.
Sounds great. Thank you. Hello again, everybody. Even though I am privileged to call Congressman McCall a dear friend for the past 20 years and a former colleague, I still get starstruck when I introduce him, even though we went to the same law school and we both got a degree from St. Mary's University School of Law. The accomplishments and contribution that Congressman McCall has achieved over his career as a lawyer and leader could take a full day for me to recite. But today, I'd like to go over a few highlights that set the table for his remarks, just to let you know a little about his background. We met in 2000 when he was the Deputy Attorney General for then Attorney General John Cornyn, and I was on the same floor and got to know him as a thought leader and a friend. But after that, he has just skyrocketed. He ran for Congress for the 10th Congressional District of the United States Congress and successfully has won for 9 terms. He's currently serving as the Republican leader of the Foreign Affairs Committee. But prior to that, he was a former chairman of the House Committee on Homeland Security. Before term limits became in effect, he served during the 113th, 115th, and 116th Congresses. One of the highlights of his career in that role is that he passed into law and stood up the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, otherwise known as CISA. Later this afternoon, we will be hearing from one of the CISA advisors that exists because of Congressman McCall's bill. Additionally, he passed the Cyber Diplomacy Act out of committee, and the list of the bills he has enacted or is responsible for in his career as a congressman is pages long, but I do want to point out he also is responsible for the Preventing Emerging Threats Act. And if all of his accomplishments as a leader and a pioneer in the area of cybersecurity legislation wasn't enough, he also has a huge heart. And I want to point out something very special is that Congressman McCall has taken a lead in Congress for the cause of childhood cancer. In fact, he founded the Congressional Childhood Cancer Caucus as soon as he was elected. He's had 2 bills passed that help pediatric cancer patients receive drugs faster than they were receiving before his bill. And one of his very proud accomplishments is getting the Childhood Cancer STAR Act passed, where he allowed childhood leukemia survivor Sadie to actually sign the bill before the president. So there's not enough wonderful things I could say about this amazing congressman, and we just want to thank him for allowing us to hear from him today. Please join me in welcoming Congressman Michael McCall.
No, thank you, Elizabeth. It's great to see your face, and I wish I was there in person, but it's great to join all of you virtually as we celebrate National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, really to discuss, I think, one of the most urgent global threats that the United States faces, and we've seen a lot of that just this year alone. But I really appreciate your friendship over the years, Elizabeth, and working together as colleagues under our dear friend John Cornyn. And I got really, I was in the Department of Justice for a long time, and really got interested in this new thing called cybersecurity at that time. And I formed a cybersecurity caucus, about 15 years ago when, it wasn't cool at that time to talk about cybersecurity. But now it's everybody has been discussing it because the threat level has gone up so much. In the last 2 years, we've seen massive cyber attacks against U.S. companies like SolarWinds in Austin, my hometown, and Elizabeth, Colonial Pipeline, JBS, software maker Kaseya, and affecting thousands of people and businesses. And those are just the ones we know about. We know a lot of these ransomware cases are not even reported, and they're happening every day. There are several things that I think can be done to serve as an effective defense against many of these attacks. And during my time in Congress, as Elizabeth mentioned, I did introduce various bills working across the aisle to build an adequate defense system against cyber attacks. Most notably, the passage of CISA, which stood up a structure to better defend the nation against these attacks. At that time, there wasn't, we just had what was called it was a little bit of a 3 circles on a chart trying to map out the role of the federal government when it comes to cyber. Obviously, the military, Department of Defense, and the Cyber Command play a huge role in the defense of our nation militarily, and they have great offensive capability. I still think the best in the world. But what we didn't have at that time was a more of a defense system to share threat informations across the spectrum, with the private sector. And so that there was some debate where to house that. Some argued that the NSA should have that authorities. That was around the time of Snowden. So we eventually agreed that the civilian agency at the Department of Homeland Security seemed to be the best fit in place to put this mission, if you will, because it would interact with the private sector to share threat information, to be able to patch networks against threats. But as cyber attacks become more complex, the U.S. and our allies must also work together. So now, as the ranking member on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, I'm working in terms of on the international stage. This is perhaps one of the final pieces to the role of what the federal government can do. One, offensive with our military, standing up in a time of war. DHS on the civilian side with the private sector. And then finally, on the international side. Over time, I've seen many attacks from our foreign adversaries, and they're continuing today. The problem is we haven't had any really international norms or standards. So I was, Russia, China, Iran are usually the major adversaries that are attacking the United States. China with a lot of espionage. We shut down the consulate in Houston because they were stealing so much from our Texas Medical Center and from NASA. But these adversaries work every day to dismantle our national security, compromise it, steal, IP theft. In fact, you've probably heard the reporting about the hypersonic missile that the Chinese launched recently. And unfortunately, that was done in large part with American technology that was either stolen or given to them or sold to them by companies in the United States. So in terms of looking on the international side of things, we passed at a committee my bill, the Cyber Diplomacy Act. This would be create an ambassador at large with an office with authorities to negotiate with other countries norms and standards. What is acceptable and what is not, and what would be the consequences if it's violated? Obviously, NATO and our allies are the best place to start, with this to counter Russia, China, and Iran. But Russia, China, and Iran need to also know that if they continue this bad behavior, that there would be, consequences to that. In Geneva, President Biden met with Putin, said he had red lines, told him to stop ransomware attacks. Of course, Putin said he had no control over these attacks, but it was interesting how those attacks shut down almost immediately after the meeting, which demonstrates to me that Putin controls all of this. It's like a mafia organization, if you will, a criminal organization with the oligarchs making money off ransomware. And of course, Putin benefits, off that as well, almost like the godfather of a mafia organization. So while he did for a very short period of time stop these attacks, unfortunately they've ramped them back up in a very strong way. But I think there needs to be a framework to be created that would implement a response for an attack, certain behaviors that are not acceptable in cyberspace on the international side. We don't even have a definition of cyber warfare, for instance. And I think these attacks should be met with a strong response for deterrence. For instance, I remember when China stole from OPM 23 million security clearances, including mine and probably many on this conference, and yet there was no consequence to that. I know one thing as a former federal prosecutor, if you let bad behavior continue, and as a father too, with my children, if you let bad behavior continue without any consequences, it's gonna keep going on. So that's why I think this final piece on the international side of the Cyber Diplomacy Act will help our government work with our allies and partners to better secure cyberspace, but also give it the authorities to hit nations back when particularly a destructive attack, when we have a very highly destructive attack to shut things down, like the Colonial Pipeline, shutting down our energy sector, that needs to be met with a swift response so they know if they continue to do this, we're not going to just sit by idly and allow it to go forward. So I think we have to have a clear, coordinated response. Also with our own offensive capabilities as a major deterrent. The administration and Congress, I think, it must also collaborate, with the private sector. Most of the threat information, a lot of people think that the federal government has all the keys to the kingdom and we have all the threat information, but the majority of the threat information, about 85%, really resides in the private sector. And it's that ability to share information through CISA to help other networks and the private sector, patch their networks and create a safer and more secure cyber environment. I think this partnership, it stretches across federal, state, and local. levels. It's vital to defend against and mitigate against potential risks that cyber attacks have to the public and private sectors. So that's why I think the communication information sharing is key across sectors with the 16 critical infrastructures. Another bill that I've been working with Representative Langevin, but we've been trying to make sure the private sector, every time we've done this, we've always want to ensure the private sector, we have buy-in from the private sector and experts that we have in the private sector before we introduce the legislation. So we're working on a breach notification law, but we want to do it right. And we want the input, from all of you in the private sector as to how this would best work. I think one of the problems today is when you have a breach, many companies do not report that to CISA for a variety of reasons. And I understand that, mainly because they don't want the vulnerability out there. They have a risk to their duty to their shareholders, a fiduciary duty. And so we need to create a system where a breach notification system that would protect these companies from that kind of vulnerability, kind of like in the classified space. When I get classified information, we're able to scrub the sources and methods and names and really just get the threat information itself. Well, the same thing would happen here, where we'd have a breach notification system where private sector would notify, but then CISA would scrub the company's name, scrub any sources and methods, and basically all we really care about are the ones in the zeros. What is the code, the malicious code that breached, that got into the networks and caused so many problems. This would be a major step forward, I think, in enhancing CISA's ability and the federal government's ability to protect on a wide spectrum, many companies and American citizens and businesses throughout the United States. Finally, one of our greatest defenses against cyber attacks is education. And that's why I think the Cyber Security Awareness Month is so important. Americans are on the front lines of our cyber defense, and as the world becomes increasingly more digital, it's more important than ever that people are educated on the techniques that criminals and foreign adversaries use, and how these attacks, what effects they could have on their daily lives. I know it's not a sexy topic, but hygiene is always a very important issue as well. I mean, I don't know how many people put their password on a yellow sticky pad right by their computer. I've seen many members of Congress do that, as well. But I think that's a very important piece. We also did a scholarship for service program that if you served with the federal government, either Department of Homeland Security or with, say, our Air Force, that we will pay for your education. We've had a lot of people involved in that program as well. So I think knowing how to defend against ransomware, phishing attempts, other techniques can help protect everyone here in the United States. And not to get in the classified space, I know my time has expired, as we say, and I'll be prepared to yield back, but I've never seen the cyber threat as high as it is today. Not just from criminals, but from foreign nation adversary states. Very much a big concern for us in our national security as they steal, blueprints from our military to, all of this technology transfer and just all the recent attacks that we've all seen just happened this year alone. And I think, again, if we get the offensive capability, defensive, but also international, and ability to strike back when necessary and appropriate, I think would better protect us all. And so with that, thanks for having me today. I wish I was there in Houston with you, but I hope that was of some benefit.
Congressman McCall, Phil Beckett. I'm sorry, Elizabeth had to run, so you get me. But it's great, and thank you so much for being here. I wish you could be here in person. Hopefully next time, and we can actually do that. I think also, your perspective, your work at the national, international level is so valuable in informing this group where we're working at the local business level, the local community level, but it has to be in sync with the work that you're doing. I had one brief question for you, but a conversation that came up earlier this morning was around ransomware and should we pay it or not? And you alluded to some of this as well around how do we encourage bad behavior or stop bad behavior. I would love to get your thoughts on that before we close out.
Good question. I mean, most companies will pay it, right? Because you're held hostage. But what I thought, if anything, the Colonial Pipeline case is instructive here because, they notified the FBI, and the FBI is getting better at because, as you know, they do the ransomware through the Bitcoin process. And I know in the Colonial Pipeline case, we were actually able to get back, I forgot the percentage, maybe 50% of what was paid out. And I think as we crack that code on Bitcoin, we take away, I think, a powerful tool that the attacker has in terms of being able to get that, that ransomware money's being paid back. So I think that, in addition to the threat that the United States may, because it's one thing to point out, it's not legal for a private company to fire back. And I've talked to a lot of them that would very much like to, but they're prohibited under federal law. And it'd be kind of like the Wild West if we opened up every company to firing, bullets through cyberspace. So it has to be done in a coordinated way. But I think that threat that we are going to retaliate would also have a very strong impact on that as well.
Yeah, no, that's great. Congressman Call, I'm sorry we only had a short time, and would love to have back in person. Thank you for being here today.
Yeah, well, thanks so much for having me, and I appreciate everybody that's in this field. There's no shortage of business, and it's going to continue to be a major, problem moving forward. But we are finding solutions too, and that's good.
That's great. We're in with you together. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye now. Well, thank you again, Congressman McCall. That was a great presentation of the larger picture. I would like to introduce my good friend John Volanti. John, I don't want to spend too long on introductions because I took 7 minutes of your time. So I'm going to be quiet, hand over, and let you introduce yourself and the rest of your group.
Great. Thank you, Phil. My name is John Volanti, and I'm really excited to be here with you this afternoon. We get to talk about cryptocurrency, and it's often misunderstood. There's a lot of misinformation about it. And I've got a couple of experts that I'm really fortunate enough to have join us. Some of you have seen me before. I've been with the annual Cyber Houston, the summit for a number of years. I work at Allegiance Bank, or a community bank here in Houston. I'm senior vice president, and I head our information security program, which encompasses cybersecurity as well. And today I'm joined by both Sam Weiner and Spencer Randall. Sam is KPMG's U.S. leader of crypto asset products and services, where he helps fintechs. It looks like Sam is in with audio only. So Sam helps with fintechs and all right, we got video too. Great. So Sam's working with fintechs, financial service businesses to build and optimize crypto asset capabilities. Welcome, Sam. I'm glad you got your video sorted out.
Thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
And we also have Spencer Randall. Spencer is a principal and co-founder of Crypto EQ, and he's a man. He's on a mission. So Spencer is going to simplify crypto for investors, traders, enthusiasts, and he's helped tens of thousands of people kind of navigate these waters, demystifying that complex world of crypto. So good afternoon, Spencer. Glad to have you with us.
It's a pleasure to be here, John.
Cool. So, we've done this before insofar as we talked a little bit about crypto in one of our panel sessions as it related to ransomware and payments. But I think it's such a broad topic, right? We think about digital assets, cryptocurrency, crypto as a underlying technology, blockchain. So I really think that us cyber people need to learn more about it. And so we're going to kind of divorce ourselves a little bit from ransomware and incident response with crypto, and just really learn about what it is and what it isn't. And Spencer, I think what I'd like to do is start with you and hear your thoughts and observations about some of these myths and misinformation you're hearing about cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, blockchain, the whole nine.
Yeah, John, I think it's a great start to build a foundation here for all the folks that are listening in and watching. So I'd like to paint a picture of kind of where we are in a couple of minutes as far as blockchain is concerned, and then dive deeper from there. So blockchain and crypto have really grown to be the trillion-dollar question. Over the last decade, publicly traded cryptocurrencies have grown to over 2 trillion in market cap. These markets are made up of what could be more broadly described as distributed ledger technologies, or DLT for short. And then within DLT, you have blockchain technology, and blockchain is the specific innovation and breakthrough that makes the largest cryptos what they are today. I'd like to share some context on like what's happening at scale here as Bitcoin erupts again in terms of price action. I mean, the changes that we're seeing around the world, if you think about it by market cap in terms of different assets, gold is on the order of 11 trillion. Household names like Microsoft, Google, and Amazon are on the order of 2 trillion. Bitcoin alone is on the order of 1 trillion in market cap. And then things like Ethereum are about 500 billion in market cap. We've seen these assets grow over the past decade, but what exactly is blockchain? Why is Bitcoin described as the internet of money? Why is Ethereum potentially the evolution of the internet? A blockchain can be boiled down to something as simple as an accounting ledger containing a record of balances and transactions on a given network. The blockchain itself is a linear series of blocks, all tied together by cryptography. So why is this unique, and why is blockchain important? It's peer-to-peer, it's tamper-proof, and each crypto, each thing like Bitcoin or Ethereum, are differentiated in how they create, communicate, and apply the ledger. So what does this all mean in a sentence? Why is blockchain changing the world? A sufficiently decentralized, scalable, and secure blockchain disrupts traditional intermediaries and gatekeepers and provides an opportunity for more peer-to-peer and more open systems. So that's, I think, a nice foundation, a nice place to start with blockchain. And then jumping into this idea of what kind of myths are out there, what kind of misinformation is out there. I think one that I run into a lot is an assumption that blockchain is inherently bad, or that Bitcoin is inherently bad. And for all the folks on the call, and what we've been talking about with the Cyber Summit today is all about education, awareness, and preparation. And I want to just emphasize to everyone that Bitcoin and blockchain are here to stay. It's emerging technology, and it's a tool. And tools can be used for good, and tools can be used for bad. And I encourage everyone that's attending today to consider digital assets, blockchain, and crypto as part of their preparation strategy in terms of security. Thank you, John.
I heard trillion a couple times, right? And it's interesting because we know that in just normal e-commerce and, I think about online banking and the trillions of dollars related to e-commerce, it's cryptography that's kind of making it all possible. So we all see it, we all touch it, we all benefit from it. But as I personally think about crypto assets, digital assets, cryptocurrency, et cetera, and other types of use cases, I struggle. And Sam, I'm looking to you to help us understand ways that normal businesses can use crypto products in their businesses.
Sure. Then that's a continuously growing list and a very exciting topic. I do think it's worth mentioning that the cryptography that is part of pretty much any of our electronic interactions today, any communication that we have with one another, almost everything's using PKI. So the cryptography that's powering blockchain technology is something that I think a lot of us are intimately familiar with. However, the use cases and benefits of that technology are significantly broader with cryptocurrencies. We're seeing use cases such as payments that have significant benefits to everyday businesses, whether it's a retail mom and pop shop or a global online presence that is selling to millions of people. Using a disintermediated cryptocurrency gives them the ability to very quickly settle and transfer value for transactions, and to be able to capture more of the value for those transactions that would potentially be lost or shared across different entities as they would in a credit card transaction. In addition to those use cases, there are broader, especially looking at the larger world of financial services, and you think about things like settling transactions or settling assets over time, we'll start to see continued growth, we are going to see continued growth of broader digital assets that may include things like NFTs that are becoming ever so popular. And that includes NFTs as in collectibles, or future NFTs such as a single family home or commercial real estate that tokenizes ownership and enables businesses to quickly demonstrate that they have ownership in something and or transfer that ownership in a way that is completely different from what we are familiar with and how those processes go today with traditional technologies.
So maybe for myself included, you could help explain NFT, the concept. What is that, and what's its significance in our marketplace?
Sure. NFT stands for non-fungible tokens, and non-fungible tokens are digital assets that exist on the blockchain, usually a public blockchain, such as the Ethereum network. And those assets demonstrate, because they are non-fungible, they are unique. So you could have a collectible, could be a CryptoPunk, it could be a single family home, any type of tokenized asset that is clearly shown, ownership is shown and held on the blockchain that can be transferred through that same medium. We're seeing a ton of use cases for NFTs. A lot of attention is around the collectibles art world right now, but those are broadening. How NFTs are different from cryptocurrencies: they exist on the same technology. They're both using blockchain. However, cryptocurrencies using Bitcoin and Ethereum as the easiest examples, those are fungible. One Bitcoin is the same as any other Bitcoin, same as it is with the US dollar. A dollar bill from one individual is worth the same and represents the same value as any other dollar that's out there. With non-fungible tokens, it's the opposite of that. They have unique value. They have unique capabilities, and where you can use blockchain technology to very clearly track transparent ownership and to have immutable listings of that ownership over time. So if you think about a collectible from a sports league, for example, it's very easy to tell who purchased that initially, or what address purchased that initially, what was involved in that transaction, what specifically was purchased, where did they purchase it from, and to be able to trace that over time and to be able to show that lineage. So if you think about the authentication of a trading card, as it goes, as you would think about it now, that authentication process becomes available to anyone that's able to see the blockchain. So you do not have to have a long background and history in collectibles to be able to get comfort that the collectible or art or home that you're buying, that you can understand the provenance of. You can see that clearly on the blockchain. All of that information is there for you, every transaction that it's ever been part of.
Yeah, so we're going to see NFTs on Pawn Stars next, right?
Potentially.
So Andy asked a really good question, Spencer, about Bitcoin and regulation. I want to know your opinion if Bitcoin should be regulated due to the fact that it is being used so often for bad.
Yeah, this is another good question. The regulatory landscape in crypto is something that we've wanted to see more and more clear over the years. I mean, we could look at this from a bunch of different perspectives. From the IRS's perspective, Bitcoin is property and is taxed as property. And then when you trade assets like Bitcoin, you would pay your capital gains and losses as you would any other, equity trade. In terms of, is it a security and what body would it fall under in terms of regulation? There's been a lot of statements made by public officials that Bitcoin is not a security. It's not an official statement, but it does seem that Bitcoin will not be deemed a security, and that we're moving in the direction of Bitcoin being this more commonplace piece of property where we can store value and wealth in the long term. So I crave the same regulatory clarity that a lot of the other professionals in the digital asset industry crave. Now, what happens with everything else beyond Bitcoin still seems to be a great question. And I think that the CFTC, the SEC are all working very hard to provide that clarity. So I think that starting Q1 of next year, we'll have more clarity on everything else in the crypto sphere. But my short answer would be right now, Bitcoin feels like property, is taxed as property, and the rest of the crypto sphere, we need more clarity.
Well, and the property hit another all-time high today too, so it's doing pretty well. And I know that as you've helped so many different people with gain clarity on cryptocurrency, et cetera. I want you to talk to us, maybe not as cybersecurity people inside of a company, but as individuals. And what can we expect, or what real world examples do you have for us? How can these digital assets change our lives? And maybe you've got some suggestions for our budding crypto investors who are watching or listening right now.
Yeah, another fun question. I've been in this industry for 5 years and I've followed it very closely. One of the big changes has been the number of intermediaries and third parties that have come in to make crypto easier. So one big change that I've made personally is I don't really need a traditional bank account anymore. So I'm able to completely live in a crypto ecosystem. So there's all these providers that exist now for us as individuals where we can live our lives with digital assets and digital collectibles, as Sam said. And so I think that there's just this overwhelming theme and pattern of us as individuals embracing digitization and embracing digital technology, embracing distributed ledger technology. It's where we as individuals can store our value and lead our lives on a blockchain. I think a lot of assets going forward will increasingly exist on a blockchain. Yeah. So
I mean, like, will evidence of home ownership could essentially be an NFT?
Yeah, title records seem like a great use case for NFTs. I think it'll take time, right? I think that a lot of hard work needs to be done to bring centralized databases onto a blockchain, but it seems like a great use case and application of the technology.
So what other types of disruption do you see? Like, what are some processes that you see right now today that might be centralized, manually intensive, that are very well suited to a lift and shift onto a blockchain?
I think something we're already seeing is international settlement. And this could apply to an individual or a business. But blockchain and things like Bitcoin have been very helpful for cross-border transfers. So I'll use El Salvador as an example. El Salvador, as a emerging economy, adopted Bitcoin as legal tender. And now citizens in El Salvador can transact directly with citizens in the United States to send value and reduce fees for sending value across borders. Why this would be important to a family that's got basis in the United States and basis in El Salvador is they can send more value to each other for less fees, and those remittance payments are much, much less on the Bitcoin network. The Bitcoin network is much more generous in terms of the fees than some of these third parties that have dominated remittances for better parts of decades. So that's a really tangible example that I think some folks in the audience can feel is sending value across borders at low cost in a very secure manner. And that's I would recommend Bitcoin first for that use case. And what's really innovative there is, and what makes it possible, is that Bitcoin allows you to be your own bank. And when you're your own bank, the Bitcoin network has much lower fees for cross-border settlement. I mean, the cross-border settlement doesn't scale. The fee doesn't scale with the size of the transaction where it does with remittance. So the Bitcoin fee will be sufficiently low, even though the value that you're sending back and forth could increase.
I think it's worth noting that those borders, there are no concept of those borders in the public blockchain network. So with the Bitcoin transaction and remittances are a significant portion of a lot of emerging economies' GDP. And to be able to capture more value, to be able to share more of that value, to take that out of the hands of third parties and to put that back into the hands of the citizens is massive, especially in the case of El Salvador, as Spencer was just describing. That's a huge difference. And transfer of value for cross-border is a great example. And even in just our daily lives, as we're thinking about things like the securities that we own, the brokerage accounts that we have, there's a lot of infrastructure that's been built over a very long time to support the ability for people to buy and sell securities. And there's significant potential and definite recognition of blockchain's ability to disintermediate a lot of what's happening and simplify a lot of what's happening. Similar to as we're seeing value being transferred on a public blockchain through things like cryptocurrencies, that value as a security could be transferred just as easily on a blockchain when used in combination with a cryptocurrency or also as potential with just fiat currencies. It's another really strong example of where our daily lives and how we think about how we interact with our investments and securities will look like in the future.
So it's interesting, especially I'm just looking at your title, Crypto Asset Lead. So I see asset, and I'm hearing a lot of talk about crypto and the transfer of value. How is this currently being attacked by adversaries? And what does the future of attack look like against the blockchain so that people can essentially steal objects of value by hacking?
There's two important separations when you think about that in two very different threat landscapes. When you're thinking about crypto and you're thinking about the blockchains themselves versus attacking individuals. So if you look at a lot of the hacks that have happened in the digital assets world, where an exchange was hacked due to a miscellaneous vulnerability or whatever it might be, that is one threat landscape, versus attacking the actual blockchains is a completely different one. And with different vulnerabilities, different challenges, and potentially a lot more expensive challenges for attackers to solve. Overall, a lot of the principles that we know and are familiar with apply. If you're an individual and you're using your digital assets, if you're relying on third parties to hold those assets for you, or if you are holding those on your own, how you are securing those assets, whether it's through a username, password, and hopefully two-factor authentication through a non-cell phone device, or if you are holding your own hardware wallet and need to secure your seed phrase for your wallet. That is one security landscape. And again, much of what we know, especially around key management, a lot of those same principles apply at different levels of scale and different levels of complexity, of course. Thinking about it from the broader blockchain side, that landscape changes significantly, and that landscape is going to be different for each of the blockchain networks that we have, whether it's the Bitcoin blockchain network being proof of work, or the Ethereum network, which may move to, or which is moving to a proof of stake type network. Both of those have their strengths and weaknesses when it comes to preventing adversaries from gaining control over the network. But the cost and complexity of making those attacks successful and actually impacting the network are extremely high. Whereas, and that's not something we've seen on the major networks. What we have seen a significant amount of, though, is the other side of that threat landscape against the individuals or against the institutions that people are working with to interact with their assets. Those attacks through traditional attack vectors, ATO is as big of a problem for a crypto custodian or wallet provider as it is for a bank. Those same threats exist, and one of the most important impacts, or one of the biggest impacts of that, and difference between a bank account and with your crypto assets are, of course, the legal requirement for banks to give you those assets back if there is fraudulent activity associated with your account. In crypto, with the extreme finality of transactions, if those assets are gone, they're gone. The business, the service provider that you're using in good faith may bring those assets back to you. They may give them back to you, which, as we're starting to see the growth and institutionalization of these large crypto service providers, that's something that's happening more often.
Yeah, so I mean that really changes business email compromise if the conveyance of value is now in something that's more final. That would be very attractive, I think, to some attackers. And also what I just heard from you, Sam, too, is for everyone listening or watching that is a cybersecurity expert, we've got more and more job security because more things are going to get attacked. Right? There are going to be more companies involved in the transfer of value, which means there's going to be more companies requiring defense of those operations. And we might see upticks in attacks if that more and more value gets transferred electronically. So that's pretty interesting. I did see a question come from Umesh, though, and I'd like the two of you to consider this. The implications or responsibilities for companies if they choose to pay employees via Bitcoin using different places such as Coinbase. So are there any considerations? Maybe there's somebody listening or watching who's considering paying their staff in Bitcoin. What types of implications are there?
Yeah, I'll take that one, or at least kick it off. I think one of the things that's interesting about this question, from a hiring standpoint, folks are really interested in the idea of being compensated in crypto. So that could be a great opportunity to position yourself as an employer, that you're progressive, especially if you're interested in hiring younger demographics and younger folks. On the other side of it, right, what does it mean for your business? Well, lots of follow-up questions on the way you approach this. So there's an option to plug in third-party service providers that would basically take your cash and convert it into the form of payment that the employee would like to receive. That'd probably be the lowest touch, easiest option with the highest cost. If a company wanted to be so progressive as to hold crypto as an asset for the company, much like you would cash, then there's more tax considerations and more corporate structure considerations that are needed. And that would require more education, more learning, more nuance around how you approach it. I'll throw in an example here. This is a company that I do not believe they've begun to pay employees in crypto, but they do hold crypto on their balance sheet. MicroStrategy has grown to be an example of how to convert your corporate treasury into Bitcoin. They have excess cash. They decided to hold Bitcoin as an asset as opposed to fiat. And so that's a very extreme example of a company that basically converted a lot of their cash assets into a crypto. I wouldn't be surprised if they extend, or if they haven't already, extend the opportunity for employees to be compensated in that Bitcoin.
Sam, in your role at KPMG, are you helping any companies implement this type of a strategy for compensating staff?
As compensating staff, it's not something that we've where we are hearing a lot of where we are helping a lot of clients is on the treasury aspect of cryptocurrencies. So similar to the example that Spencer gave, organizations that are thinking about bringing in a cryptocurrency as a treasury reserve on their balance sheet. our clients are asking, and we're helping a lot of our clients with the accounting implications of that. For publicly traded companies in the US, there's significant accounting implications of adding a asset like Bitcoin to the balance sheet, on how that's handled, what it looks like, what it makes sense to do with those assets, and not because of accounting, because of the accounting requirements. So that's been a common area where we've been working with a number of clients on both the audit, advisory, and tax sides of KPMG.
Yeah, I guess it does have quite a bit of tax implications, and your BPO side of the house must love that. And I do see a question from Andy Spencer. He's sending that in to you, and it's shown here on the screen. I'm wondering what both you and Sam feel about cryptocurrency maybe being more of an investment type than actual currency based. And I'm sure the root of the question is based on the fact that cryptocurrency fluctuates in value. It doesn't necessarily have that hard value.
There's different use cases for different assets. Bitcoin is now being seen as primarily a store of value, more similar to gold, whereas a stable coin's sole purpose is to enable very quick and easy transfer of value across venues, across entities or individuals. Both digital assets, both cryptocurrencies, but very different use cases. And that's only going to continue as we start to see the growth and better recognition and regulatory clarity around the types of tokens that exist, whether it's a utility token or eventually something that is a security token. They're all going to have different use cases. You can't lump everything into one category at this point. Things have become too large. Assets can exist. Any type of asset that you can imagine can exist on a blockchain at this point, whether it's a public or private blockchain, and those will all have to be handled differently. Whether there is regulatory clarity now or there is not, that's always going to be a continually evolving aspect of each of those assets. It really depends on the asset. Each one is going to be different and have a different use case, or many of them will be different. Of course, they're going to fall into the same categories. Some will be in different categories than others, but overall, it's very dependent on their intended use.
What's your opinion, Spencer?
Well, I liked a lot of Sam's points, and I'll add a few of my own. When I entered the space, there was a lot of narratives around the currency aspect of cryptocurrency. And over 5 years, what I've seen happen is the medium of exchange component that I desire as an individual and that I see the market moving towards is what Sam pointed to, which is stablecoins. So I personally use stablecoins as that medium of exchange, as that cryptocurrency that I believe the question was getting at, because that is stable. It is pegged to the US dollar. It can be pegged to a lot of things, but the ones that I use here in the United States are pegged to the US dollar. And they're a great medium of exchange. You have near instant settlement. I mean, we're talking about minutes. In a worst case scenario, maybe you're looking at 5 minutes to send any amount of value that you want anywhere in the world in a few minutes at a very low fee is really attractive, and you can do that with stablecoins. When you drill down on stablecoins, a lot of the value in the market is built atop the Ethereum blockchain. So I think that's a really interesting fact for the audience to consider, is that a lot of the value in the stablecoin ecosystems are reliant on Ethereum as a base layer. And then there was a question about investments. I think that when you look outside of the largest cryptocurrencies by market cap, a lot of the liquidity is speculative. A lot of these bets that individuals and companies are making, especially venture capital, are more speculative in nature. So I just want to caution the audience on the difference between what I would consider investment grade crypto and other crypto assets. And then the last piece I want to touch on is kind of circling back to my first point. Watching the space for many years, I do think we could reach a point where we come back to the cryptocurrency component. And what I mean by that is things like Bitcoin can prove to be a medium of exchange, a good, effective medium of exchange in the future. We need more development. We need more technology progression. So an example of that is something called the Lightning Network. This is what's making what's happening in El Salvador possible. The Lightning Network is infrastructure that's built atop Bitcoin that provides an opportunity for Bitcoin to be used as payments and simple transactions as a medium of exchange. It's working in El Salvador, but time is needed to scale that up to where more countries could use the Lightning Network. So the Lightning Network, the in a sentence, is technology built atop Bitcoin that can help scale Bitcoin as a medium of exchange.
So it's interesting because listening to the answers, there's so much to cryptocurrency, different types of coins, and Sam, you even said you can transfer any type of an asset onto a blockchain to prove ownership or something. So I'm paraphrasing, right? Did you say something like that?
Yeah, theoretically, you can tokenize anything.
So like, how do I tokenize my phone? What would I do to prove that this is John? Like, are you saying that we can tokenize physical objects to prove ownership?
Tokenizing physical objects has its own challenges, but yes, it just depends on is it a worthwhile use case to tokenize certain assets other than others? What benefit is there to tokenizing any given asset over another? There's a cost associated with developing the technology, but yeah, tokenization of real world assets and then being able to tie those assets back directly to that token. So being able to tie a physical object and the token together, there are many challenges around that. There's many different ways that that's been happening now. A lot of different assets are being tokenized. Physical assets, ownership is being tokenized. I don't think there is not a standard way of doing it yet, and there's a lot of growth and clarity that's required for that type of consistency for real consistency for tokenizing physical assets to go forward. But if there's a use case that exists for it, there's no reason why you couldn't. It just depends on, is it worth it to develop the technology?
Yeah, and I'm having a hard time coming up with some questions because my mind is running wild based on some of the things the two of you are saying. I mean, it feels like real estate is ripe for disruption. And we talk about conveyance of ownership, proof of ownership, and the settling of funds. I think about, we've all sat at a table and signed our lives away buying a house, and there's always that, well, hold on, did the wire funds, did it not fund? We got to wait a little longer, and you've got all these title searches and legal documents. I don't know if there's entire industries that could be disrupted, but it certainly seems like this could be part of our future.
Absolutely. And, the real estate question is, it's very, it's the example you gave. It's absolutely ripe for change. It's just a lot has to change, and so many things are done in so many different ways. Even just one town to another within the same state or the same county, even there can be significant differences in the real estate transfer process. It'll be a long time till there's standards and those aspects are built. There's most definitely efforts to make the best of asset tokenizing physical assets such as real estate happening now, but the overall asset transfer process, title searches, and waiting for funds to be wired, I think we've got a bit to go before all of that is on the blockchain and we're able to walk in and out and buy a house in 15 minutes.
Well, this is, and I want to encourage our watchers to keep the good questions coming. Sam and Spencer have some great answers, and I'm learning a ton here, really enjoying it. Most of the people watching were information security types, and we've got our set of skills right now, but we are in a very dynamic field, always need to grow, always need to learn and build new skill sets. So as I think about this space, I'd like to open it to both of you. And Spencer, we can hear from you first. What types of skills should we be developing and looking at to participate in this space? How do we begin, and where do we find the resources?
Yeah, that's a fun question. I could kind of relive my journey a bit. I have a background in engineering, so I'm technically inclined, but Crypto and blockchain is a new innovation, right? It's only existed for a bit more than a decade. There's a lot of history in the cypherpunks and cryptography in general. But I think education is key, and I think that it behooves any security team to either have a dedicated role for cryptocurrency specifically, or make sure that you're investing and educating your people on digital assets and the nuances between things like Bitcoin and Ethereum. So my one-word answer would be education and learning. I'd encourage everyone to just learn more about this asset class.
And what's a good spot to go to? I mean, is there a great kind of agnostic website that gives us a breakdown between stablecoin versus non-stablecoin, the different types of blockchains, what is getting built on top of what, and even there's things we need to watch out for if we do invest in crypto. How do I protect my wallet? Should I leave my money with an exchange? Is the exchange vulnerable? It seems that there's a few different implementation areas that could create risk for somebody who chooses to participate in the space.
Yeah, I'm a bit biased, but cryptoeq.io is a great resource. That's why we built this thing, is we wanted to ease the onboarding process for folks. So we do a lot of free resources and education around your first steps in your crypto journey. But we do have a number of competitors. They all have their own nuance, and I encourage folks to Google some of their questions, and hopefully CryptoEQ will pop up first.
What about you, Sam?
Education is absolutely something that's really important. And in addition to what folks like Spetzar put together, a lot of the major universities are offering coursework on blockchain and digital assets, many of them for free. So that's a avenue that individuals should definitely look into exploring if they want to learn more about the technology. As cybersecurity professionals, and I've spent my whole career in information security and technology risk, and the area that has been most important and is a foundation for building any capability, whether you're leveraging service providers or building technology in-house, is custody, or how your organization is going to be interacting with those assets. So in it's the industry term, or the term that we like to use, is big C versus little c custody. Big C custody being more along the lines of qualified custody, which is a regulatory construct, versus little c custody, which is more like wallet functionality. So how are you safeguarding your assets? Where are they being stored, whether it's physically, electronically? How are you securing those assets against insider threats, against external threats, against things like resilience? There's a ton of great security capabilities out there for securing digital assets. One of the areas where I talk about with the most and help my clients with is on just resilience of assets. It's great to have all the security in the world, but if you can't access those assets in the event of any operational challenge, disaster event, whatever it is, you've got to understand your ability to take advantage and be able to continue to access those assets. So the three areas, along with custody, that we think about are security, resilience, and scale. Scale being able to understand, for how you're doing custody, what assets can you support? What assets should you support? Can you support the volume of transactions that your organization is thinking about? And a lot of this sounds probably a lot more operational than cyber professionals are used to hearing, but the technology and capabilities that are running all of these are things that are based around cryptographic key management. Multi-party computation, multi-signature technologies are what is being used to power a lot of what's happening in custody. These are technologies that should be very familiar with a lot of the folks that are listening today. How those technologies are being used, and the fact that they're being used in such an operational capacity that's directly tied to the transfer of value, is very different. But those fundamental capabilities are what makes anything in digital assets possible, and it should be the first step in what organizations and individuals are thinking about if they're looking to go down this path. And I think it's fortunate to be in this field and already have a background and understanding of what those technologies look like, what those best or better practices look like. While there are many emerging ones and of course many specific nuances for crypto, there is a significant amount of carryover, which will be familiar to all of us in this field.
So what are the two you think about emerging crypto opportunities? Like what's out there? What do you like and why is it attractive to you?
Well, I'd like to jump in there. So when Sam was talking about tokenizing things that existed in the real world or the meat space, where my mind went, I mean, he did a great job articulating what that could look like. But where my mind went is what's already tokenized by default. So we talked about real estate in the real world, but we could also talk about metaverses and like existing in a digital reality. And there's real estate markets now developing in cyberspace in a metaverse where you'll have economic behavior a lot like you would in hot areas in the meat space in the real world in terms of real estate markets. And so companies and people are buying up real estate opportunities in metaverses for a number of reasons, much like you would buy up physical land in the real world. So I think that's a very exciting emerging investment theme, would be metaverses in general. And then by extension, blockchain-based games. So building on the metaverse theme, blockchain-based games tokenize your in-game assets and provide this layer of blockchain infrastructure to a really fun game. So you take a fun game that we all liked and played when we were younger. Now it's tokenized. Now there's an element that exists where you could take something in the game, without a secondary market. It's in the game. You take that asset that you earned or built or made or whatever in the game, you take it to a marketplace and you realize real world value in the form of a stable coin or Ethereum or Bitcoin. And so now you're leveraging all your time that you spent in the game to earn real world value. And so that's really exciting is the themes around blockchain gaming. So those are two things that I'm fired up about and am interested in personally.
I'm fired up that you two are on this panel because I've never felt so intellectually undergunned in my life. I don't know if I'm inside the Matrix, Inception, or what, but this is a fascinating conversation, and some of the topics that you're bringing up and concepts, I never imagined they would have come to surface today. It's absolutely just kind of mind-boggling. So I'm trying to get over my amazements with the two of you. And if we look at one of the other questions, I think Phil had sent it in, and Phil was wondering about the place, we see it here on the screen, if blockchain can be a source of truth or the converse, and somehow maybe not regulate social media, but provide a better degree of confidence in the integrity of messaging on social media.
That one's a bit of a landmine. If you think about social media and the flow of information and what theoretically it should look like, when you think about PKI and digital certificates and being able to authenticate who's posting to social media, that infrastructure technically exists. Does it work the way we expect? And does that prevent individuals from being fed misinformation? No. I guess short answer. Blockchain technology could help out a lot in that. And there are many projects underway to help provide more clarity and more transparency and traceability in social media as far as where information is coming from and where it's going. The question I would raise in all of this is, just because you have access to a source of truth doesn't mean that people are going to A, believe it, or more likely B, actually use it. Which is both unfortunate conclusions, but that's how I see the world, at least.
What about you, Spencer?
I think that a blockchain can be a source of truth. I think that if it's secure and sufficiently decentralized like Bitcoin, I do think that Bitcoin presents a great source of truth in terms of the accounting ledger and the record of transactions. What it means for social media is a different question in my mind. I'll give an example of how blockchain is being used in social media. Twitter announced a tip feature. Some users can now tip in Bitcoin. And this is all being made possible by something I mentioned earlier called the Lightning Network, which furthers Bitcoin's potential use case as a medium of exchange to make it easier to tip small amounts of Bitcoin to Sam or you, John, when we're engaging on Twitter and commenting at each other in a thread. So it has applications in social media. If the records of social media accounts need to be tokenized, I think it's an entirely different question. And I defer to Sam on that one. He already tackled that.
Yeah, well, based on our previous speaker, you would have yielded to the conversation, right? No, that's good stuff. So we're within 5 minutes of coming to our deadline, and I would like to just open it up to either of you for kind of final words to our viewers and listeners about this, interesting world and what you really want them to leave here with top of mind.
I can give the first crack here to hopefully not steal Spencer's thunder. I'll let him talk more about education. I think that's going to be the most important thing that people need to take some time in. And whether it's going out and seeking formal education or just going out there, putting some money down and getting involved and playing around, seeing what's out there, what products and services are out there that are happening in the digital asset space, what's possible, what's not possible. The best way to understand and get yourself interested in all of this is to get out there and do it and see how much is out there, how much is possible, how interesting it is. There's a lot to do, a lot to learn. A lot of us, in the digital asset space, I've been doing this since 2014, not as my primary job, but as a snowball in my job. And it's taken a long time to learn everything. And I think people need to get out there, get interested as soon as they can, and go and get your hands dirty. Start looking at this stuff. You don't have to learn how to program a smart contract, but you could go open accounts at service providers and see what they have to offer.
Building on Sam's points, education is key. More so than reading. I do encourage folks, like Sam said, to jump into the ecosystem. The best way to learn, I think, is more practical, more hands-on. So if you're starting at square one, starting with small amounts, creating a Bitcoin wallet, creating a wallet for other assets, testing small amounts for transactions, it'd be a great way to just see how the ecosystem has developed. It's gotten so much more user-friendly over the years, where they really prioritize usability at some of the leading service providers. And then once you've got a foundation, or if you're seeking out the counsel of other professionals, then you could start to scale things up for your business and for yourself as an individual to where you're putting more and more value on a blockchain. But I think education is key, and my closing thoughts are, we built cryptoeq.io for this reason, to help other people learn, whether you're a business or a person, an individual. We have a lot of free resources to help take you to your next level as an enthusiast, an investor, or a trader.
That's great. Absolute fantastic session. Thank you very much, Spencer. Thank you, Sam. Tons of information to absorb in a very short period of time. Your expertise is valued. And I certainly hope for all of our viewers and listeners, you've got a better understanding of cryptocurrency, digital assets, and how this exciting new technology can really have some power to reshape different aspects of our economy. And we can all look back to the 20th of October, 2021. We can stand 5 years down the road and look back to today and shake our head and say, yeah, those guys were right. We just don't know what it's going to look like yet. So with that, we're going to shut down our crypto panel. And Phil, I'll turn it back over to you, sir.
No, thank you so much. This was super fascinating. Sam, Spencer, I mean, loved what you're talking about. I'm the same place as John. I'm trying to understand the words you're saying. Some of it makes sense, but it's just the opportunities. I wonder how many of our audience and us are going to go get a crypto wallet after this, just to go try it out. I hope we do. John, awesome moderating there, You did a great job. Thank you so much. It was that was a great presentation. Learned a lot. Hey, well, thanks. I'm going to do, well, John, if you want to stay with me, I'm just going to do a couple more of our raffle tickets. And looking at our social media posts, Andre Roos has been posting great. Would love, Andre, to send you one of our Amazon gift cards. If you could, I think we know your info already, but if you could send that to info@cyberhouston.com. And then Tony Quarto, thanks for all the posts and the questions, and appreciate that. So thank you both. John, I'll let you go. I'm going to, but you're welcome to stay for this next one too.
Yeah, I'm on the docket, Phil.
Oh, you are? Well, great. Well, please stay then. I think we're going to spend some time here the next hour really doing a fireside chat. I want to bring in, I don't think Elizabeth's joining us. I want to bring back Andy Sawyer. Jesse. Hey, Andy, welcome back. Jesse Carrillo. Hey, Jesse. And Mel Navarez.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone.
I'm not sure you guys need huge introduction. Everyone's met you this morning on a new panel, so that's been great. I really wanted to spend some time, responding. We've heard a lot in the last 5 hours. A lot of really good information. I think some of the things, I heard that were consistent was, cyber is our biggest threat. And I was thinking, last night, as when I was a kid, because there wasn't, I'm old enough, there was no internet, none of this stuff. Not everything was on paper ledgers. And there was some saying that, the two inevitable things in life are death and taxes, but now it seems like the three inevitable things in life is death, taxes, and getting hacked. And can we change that? So a lot of it, but I want to come back to the question that started this morning was around ransomware. Representative Capriglione brought this up. He was in a position that government, he wasn't talking about private industry, but should government agencies pay ransomware for breaches or not? And he was on the side of no. There was some great discussion in the chat that others thought that was not necessary, a hard line, and there should be cases where maybe it's So I would love to, and again, we're informal here. We're not a formal panel. Please weigh in, bring up questions, and respond to what you've seen this morning.
Does that mean I can have my lunch and eat lunch while we're talking, or?
Please, Jesse, not too crunchy.
I mean, Phil, obviously anything I say is my opinion. My opinion alone does not necessarily reflect the thoughts, opinions, or agreement of my employer. But, when it comes to paying ransomware, it's a business decision. So we all face this risk of getting hacked. And once we're hacked, we don't get to choose the payload. Sometimes this payload's called ransomware. Sometimes it's something else. And we've got to get businesses back up and running. So if you're building vaccines for COVID-19 and you potentially have a production line that can go down and you have 10 million doses that could spoil or, some atrocious type of effect, then there's a lot of business justification to pay that ransom. Now, the next element, I think, is going to be who are you paying, and what's their affiliation? Because obviously the United States government, OFAC especially, has a vested interest in making sure that ransomware payments don't fund terrorism. And so if we're simply funding a crime syndicate someplace that's not tied to terrorism, there's no direct linkages to non-cyber threats against America or Americans, then it's purely a business decision. And people will continue to pay. And if you're a good ransomware operator or a good ransomware affiliate, you'll make sure to give people their files back, because word gets around, and it's the best business model that they can achieve.
Yeah, even if you're in that business, treat your customers well. Right? You pay for the goods, give it back to them.
Yeah, I was going to say, just really echo what John just said. It really is a business decision. While you are rewarding criminals for criminal acts by paying the ransom, I think it comes down to what each individual business is going to operate in their own best interest. And but again, as John also pointed out, it may in fact be illegal for you to make a ransom payment. And so that is something that just, as the small to medium-sized business owner wants to get back online, he probably needs to seek, unfortunately, expert advice on what to do, rather than just pursue this on his own and say, I hope nobody finds out that I've been locked up. I need to get back online, get my payroll made, start making my widgets again, start making COVID vaccine, whatever that might be. But I don't know the first thing about Bitcoin. I don't know the first thing about, negotiating with these bad guys. And I don't know if they're an OFAC, based entity or not, that it could actually get me in trouble by making a payment to a group like this. So there's a lot of uncertainty there. And I think, that again, every business does and will act in their own best interest.
Well, and Andy, to add to that, what you and John said, I think, one of the questions I get asked a lot from leadership is, if we are, assuming we are, because it's inevitable that we are going to get breached and we're going to have ransomware and we're going to have to consider the payout, should we set up a Bitcoin account? Should we set up an account ahead of time, be ready, be able to respond to those ransomwares? And again, I think that's where, as I've had more conversations, when you find out that, and I think it may have come up in John's session, that that is taxed as property, right? If you treat it as an investment and you make some money off of that Bitcoin account, that is taxable. And so then you have to think not only is it OFAC, am I doing something illegal from an OFAC perspective, but also am I going to be punished from a tax perspective because I'm trying to set up these accounts ahead of time. So it's a lot to think about, and that's where I think it's been alluded to over and over in these conversations. Is there are some companies out there, some firms, retainers that you can really work with experts, even small to mid-sized businesses, to get more knowledge and get better understanding of how to, kind of position yourself for your size and your budget to be better prepared. I mean, I think the answer is we'll never be fully prepared. I think we all know that if somebody wants to really target you, whether it's a nation state that wants to target you or your company or you as an individual, it's going to take a lot of money, a lot of effort to try to fight that back. And so how do you position yourself so you can at least respond and get back and running as soon as possible? But what are the risks if you try to get too prepared around the Bitcoin conversation?
Yeah. Hey, Jesse, I think earlier you said, hire somebody, if you can get somebody to help guide you once you get to that point. You don't necessarily have to know all of it internally, but, have a contract with one of those companies that knows how to deal with these guys and then go there. I think that makes sense too, because you never know whether you'll need it at all. And if you do, you can go there and get legal help and maybe somebody on that side knows how to deal with these guys and maybe keeps you out of trouble a little bit.
Yeah, and that's something that Mel, I think, is really good advice, and it's being echoed in the comments section by Andy. And I've got a friend who works for a very specific consultancy up in Chicago, and he told me he's spending now close to 60% of his time dealing with ransomware and hiring expert ransomware negotiators who kind of sit in the middle, and they get their percentage of the take, but they are negotiating downhill on your behalf. So it's almost like MSRP, and they help you not pay full sticker.
Right.
And I would say, as we dance around the edges of this, if you don't have cyber insurance, you should really consider getting cyber insurance. A lot of times what this comes with is a breach coach, who in turn will have a lot of providers on their bench, that they can reach out to, and they respond on your behalf. And if that's not something that you think is realistic for your company for whatever reason, then there's actually some opportunities to sign $0 retainers with some providers, get all the MSAs signed and out of the way, get your statement of work as fleshed out as you possibly can. So when something bad happens, you have the relationship, you have the legal agreements, the NDAs, the MSA, the SOW, and those responders can get to work on your behalf as quickly as possible. You don't want to be wasting time with your legal department and their legal department with terms and conditions.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah,
Phil, I was just thinking, I mean, unfortunately, I got to run off at 2, but, you guys should send the link to Andre and have him replace me, because, I mean, he's been chatting up a storm, and everything he's saying is accurate. So, Andre, if you're not dressed well, you should get yourself dressed, because they're going to get you on camera pretty soon.
Yeah, Liz can do that. Get him in here. These are great points. I wanted, so back to Representative Capriglione, he was talking about government organizations, not private business. And so do you share the same opinion with, if this is the DMV that gets hacked?
A DMZ that gets hacked. I'm sorry.
No, Department of Motor Vehicles. I'm sorry.
DMV. I see.
Some government agency that he was saying that they should not pay, or he was proposing that, was looking for feedback.
I think that's a totally different realm. And I mean, governmental entities, it's the same perspective that we would have. I think the U.S. government's official position is that we don't negotiate with terrorists, right? And I think at the governmental level, that's a completely different conversation than it is for an individual business. And having never played in that realm, I wouldn't want to contradict, Representative any of the people that have spoken this morning already, right? So I don't think I want to say, oh, they're wrong about that. Yes, go ahead and do it, right? So because
Andy doesn't want to visit from any government agency after this.
Because that's their field of expertise, right? And ultimately, they're taking their direction from higher up all the way up to the folks in DC.
Right.
I thought what an interesting one that I think Elizabeth was in her panel with George and the rest of the team was around the third party and the Microsoft example. It's like, we've talked about that, is like we're trying to hold our partners and our vendors accountable for their security programs, and what happens if the breach hits us through them. I thought that the question around the Microsoft, it's Microsoft, Apple, Cisco, the big players, will they ever be liable for any breach because of the volume of reach they have, because we're using all the products? And so I thought that was an interesting one. It's like at what scale do you get where you're just not liable anymore because your scale's too big? And I thought that was interesting, because again, we all deal with small to mid to large size partners and vendors. And so, going back to our, programs that we have in place is adjusting them according to size. But it was just an interesting question around, like, when are they not liable?
I thought that too, Jesse, and at the board level as well, in the board conversations there was, so there's some things the board doesn't control. So how do you protect yourself, yet acknowledge, hey, this is a risk? We use Microsoft, we don't control that. We've done our best. And so therefore you can't sue us for that piece. We've documented it. I mean, is that the right way to do that?
Well, and I think John's going to say something in a minute, but I think that's where I've kind of landed on Heinz. Again, we're global and very big, when it comes to what we have to deal with. But that's where I've landed on. I'd rather lean on an enterprise type solution. Maybe I have to spend a little bit more. Maybe it's more complicated, but I'm able to use that as a defense a little bit in the cyberspace to say, it's Apple, it's Microsoft, it's Cisco, it's Workday, it's these other big solutions. Versus if I try to go to best of breed niche, then I do potentially put myself at bigger risk. So I think I've kind of used that enterprise as a way to help, kind of mitigate the risk, if you will, of liability. So, John.
Yeah, I think what you just said, I've run through that same thought process, best of breed versus best of suite. And what's really interesting to me is if I was engaged purely in IT operations, I'd probably lean a little heavier towards best of suite. Get some integration, get those enterprise service level agreements, get the big discounts, things like that. When it comes to cyber defense, I definitely tend towards best of breed because I don't want to take somebody's subpar endpoint tool just because they've got a great VPN client or other type of product. So I've really been conflicted in my own mind in that space, Jesse. The dream, of course, is that with better APIs across all products, that we can really arrive. Hey, there he is.
All right.
We can arrive at those integrations even outside the lines of a single vendor. There's, as with everything we do, there's never an easy answer. There's always room to second guess ourselves. And history will either prove us to be clerics or idiots.
Well, neither sounds fun, John.
Well, and I think
how about a little bit of both? I think I consider myself a little bit of both.
But I think to John's point, really our job as cyber security defenders for our enterprise is to do the best job with the best tools we've got available, right? And there is no guarantee that we won't be hacked, or we won't be breached. We live with the assumption, and we prepare for the reality that we will be. But when that does happen, we want to be able to respond and recover quickly, and to be able to say to our stakeholders that we had the best tools, we did our due diligence, we exercised due care, and we responded. There were no guarantees that it wasn't going to happen, but we prepared, and we didn't say, yeah, we got a great deal on this product. That's the good news. We only spent X $100,000. Bummer that we had a $2 million email outage, but nobody's going to have an appetite for that, right? So you just have to prepare with the best tools that you can. Do your research, talk to your peers. Information sharing is critically important. What are other people in my space doing? What solutions have they found that work for them? And to the extent that you can learn from a breach that's happened in your industry, talk to those folks and say, hey, what did you do beforehand? What have you done to recover? Those are all things that can help me in my business be better. But I think I'd like to, unless, at some point in the conversation, I'd like to move from the dark side to the light side. It definitely is the worst of times, but it's also the best of times. If cyberspace didn't work for all of us and make all of us better, we wouldn't be on having this summit right now. So, of course, there are threats out there. Of course, there are risks. There are risks in everything we do. We risk getting in the car and going to work every day. But I think the message that we should be communicating to the folks that are viewing us right now is, don't give up. Don't live in fear. And, you have the power to protect yourself. There are a lot of things we've talked about today. Again, there's no guarantee you're not being breached right now, but you have the power to follow good cyber hygiene practices, be aware, do smart things, protect your own identity, protect your firm's assets, know what those are. There's a lot of positive things that you should be taking away rather than, man, I was on this conference for 8 hours and I'm scared to death.
No, I think you're right, Andy. There's so many opportunities, so many things you can control and do. And Umesh just made a comment on there, how do we move from the defensive to the offensive? you know, and strike back legally. Yeah, what are the opportunities there that, you know, we're empowered. Andy, thanks for joining. It's good to see you.
I get the cold.
I love it.
Thank you. So on this, something I noticed, and I still remember our first Houston Cyber Summit, that John said something that to me was very important, right? We have to start capturing the information so we can make better decisions. That didn't change. And now we have, well, a couple of years of that information. So what we do with that information is essential. And the second thing, and I'm sure you're all tired of hearing this, there's no silver bullet. So you have to do your homework. You have to approach risk in the same way that you have been approaching it, with all this information that, you know, with all the tools that you're collecting to better protect your organization. And the frameworks that today exist are helping us. You know, for example, the Center of Internet of Security, which they just released version 8, you know, they are helping us to position those best practices with information that we're collecting and with our information security program. So I agree with Andy. And this will get complicated to define who you talk when you say Andy very soon. But I agree with Andy that not everything is bad. We are with more tools, with more information, and able to make better decisions.
Well, I'd like to respond real quick to Andres, what you said, because I think there was a question that came up during our session that was asking, I think, me or one of us to, can we share which tools are we using, you know, for our respective firms? And I think all of us are happy to have conversations with anyone at any time to talk about what's worked for us. But I also want to, you know, something Andres said is there is no one silver bullet. That what I use as a tool for Heinz may not be the right answer for Mel, may not be the answer for Andy. Learn from us, but don't just assume that if I give you a list of these are the 7 tools in my tech stack, that you're just going to take them and apply them to your organization or your situation, because our risk levels are different, our organizations are different. So never really just take a list of tools and say, I'm just going to take that and apply it to my organization. That would be the mistake you would be making very easily. And so I think that's something that I want to latch on to. I think a positive, Andy, and I love the way you brought that up. And I've got a lot of attorney friends, so I'm not going to make attorney jokes being positive, you know, and not being negative all the time, because I do have a lot of attorney friends. But no, I think for me, if nothing else, you know, the cyber area, a lot of jobs, a lot of opportunity, you know, especially for the next generation, as us more experienced folks, you know, have these calls. There's a lot of opportunity in there. So I think all of us, you know, with the Houston Cyber Organization, you know, we do a lot of mentoring, we do a lot of work with the schools and the universities in the local area, and so I think you know, the really strong positive for me is that cyber has become more of a mainstream. It's risky, it's dangerous, it's risk, but from an opportunity perspective, especially for young professionals that want to get into the industry or get into technology or cyber, huge opportunities there. So I think that is a very positive.
Yeah, the Bureau of Labor and Statistics has identified an information security analyst as one of the fastest growing job titles between 2020 and 2030. I think it's in the range of maybe 30% expected growth, with an average starting salary at, it was like, well, not starting, but the average salary at $102,000 a year. I just saw it this morning, so perfect timing. But I do want to, you know, address Umesh's previous question, not work from home, but Umesh asked us head on, can we strike back? Can we do it? Is it legal? And I'm not a lawyer, but I'm relatively sure the answer is no. Hacking is hacking. Hacking is illegal. You cannot hack back. So let's walk it back just a little bit. And imagine being in the ring with Mike Tyson, both hands tied behind your back, and you're not allowed to move, duck, bob, or weave. That's going to be a really bad day. The other end of this pendulum is
Depends.
You're in there.
If I'm your dentist, it's going to be a good day for me.
That's if you're the dentist.
Or the neurosurgeon. But if you're in there and you're a properly trained heavyweight fighter, and you have all the tools and you can punch back, you can defend yourself, duck, bob, weave, that's the other end of the spectrum. So in cyber, we cannot punch, but we can move our feet, we can duck, we can bob, we can weave, we can deceive. So this is where when I talk about walk it back a little bit, what can we do to counter their moves in such a way that we deceive them? And a lot of the you hear about canary tokens by Thinkst. There's things you can do to create deception. And in the old days, people use honeypots as deception. And there was a lot of poo-pooing of this technology because they said, if you're really spending your time, effort, and money on this, wouldn't it be better? Isn't it misdirected? Wouldn't you spend it someplace else? And 10 years ago, the answer was, yeah, it's probably not the right thing to do. In 2021, John says it's the right thing to do, provided you run through the use case. Why are you doing this? What do you hope to achieve? And if you do get them to trip an alert, what are you going to do about it? How do you operationalize that? And just as a quick example, you can create an account inside of your environment that is never intended to be touched. You should never see a successful logon, Windows Event ID 4624. You should never see a failed logon attempt, 4625, I think. Don't quote me on that. That might be a log off. So, but now you can tune your SIM to say, if I ever see any attempt to log into this account, throw me an immediate alert. Okay, cool. So we have a concept. Well, now put yourself into the role of the hacker. What am I going to do when I get an initial foothold in the environment? Well, I'm going to enumerate the environment. I'm going to look for domain users, but not blindly and certainly not stupidly. I'm looking for active accounts. So now what does that tell us? Well, when we create the Canary account, it must be an active account. So what is that? Then someone's going to say, well, then that account can be used against you because it's active. No, make the logon hours 0. Change the quota for logon. No one can ever log on. So you can do things with files too. You can put a web bug in a Word doc, and boom, whenever somebody opens it, you get an alert. So what does it mean? If you get an alert on a Canary account, somebody probably has a toehold in your environment and they're doing a password spraying attack. You need to go find that. If you create a Canary file and it gets opened up somewhere, it's either going to be your an IP address. So let's say it's your natted public IP address of the office, or it's going to be the public IP address of an adversary who exfiltrated that data. Now you can begin incident response. So no, we can't hack back. Sorry to say that. But if you put yourself into a hacker mentality and you think about how are you going to defeat them, based on the tools they use and what their TTPs are, we can come close. You're going to want to get your legal department to sign off.
No, John, I think I mean, those are great examples because, trolling, going through audit logs, and Michael and his panel, they were talking a lot about this, but it's hard to find that sort of needle in the haystack at that point. When you're using this Canary account, like you're describing, it gives you an immediate trigger, right? Because you know that one never fires. And as soon as it does, I need to be watching. But also having the others, so you've got this multi-layer resilience in place. So you're never dependent on one thing, because they're smart. They'll find another way.
And those are like tripwires after you've been breached. So you actually have to architect and engineer security controls that assume breach. Correct. And especially, so for all of our viewers and listeners, sometimes it's important to remind ourselves that if our purpose in life is to prevent, detect, and respond, right? Prevention is ideal, detection is a must. Detection without response has limited value, right? That's kind of a saying amongst defenders. Does that suggest 2/3 of your job is after the initial compromise? So never forget that a lot of what we're doing is assume breach. So it's not negative to say, oh, you've given up. You're assuming you've been breached. No, we're still going to prevent. We're still going to do everything that Andy, Jesse, Mel, and Andy have talked about, everybody previous to them today. But never lose sight of that entire attack life cycle and what you need to do to help yourself detect it at any given point along the way.
And I think the maturity has shown that, John. So if you think, a couple of years ago, the emphasis was in detection and protection, right? Now you're seeing a change to much more on the response side. And that's why we have the EDR, the MDR, the XDR, all the DRs that you can imagine, that we are all bombarded about. Now there is more emphasis saying, as Jesse was saying, we're going to get breached. So what do we do? How do we act when that happens? And that's why I think that there is a little bit of change of emphasis, because we all know that that's going to happen. So the question is, what tools can you have in place to help you when actually that happens? and now it's more focused in containment, response, and recovery.
Well, I think recovery is a big thing, right? Remember in the past, there was a big saying that I can back up everything. I just can't always recover from it, right? Same thing now. You've got immutable backups. You've got those kind of things that now make you that one layer behind or up ahead of the bad guys, right? Even though they, quote, think they've got something, if you've got an immutable backup or something that's sitting out there, you've got that next step. That makes your recovery process that much better, that much easier. So even though you do all the other things, prepare, monitor and all of that good stuff and defend, you've still got to come back and be able to recover.
Yep. Hey, listen, guys, unfortunately, I do got to run off, but Andres, I appreciate you coming in. I'm going to tag team you and appreciate you jumping in and helping us out. But always a pleasure. I'll see you guys in the next session.
You need to know who does their hair, man. I got to grow hair like that one of these days, right?
I'll give you one wave before I go. How's that? All right,
thank you, Jesse.
Bye.
Thanks now.
In Mel, just to piggyback off of what you talked about with recovery operations, I would encourage people to do some relatively large-scale test restores based on the different environments you're going to restore from. It could be an on-prem appliance. It could be a cloud-based appliance. Do some relatively large testing on-prem versus cloud and do some time studies. And then assess, take a look at your server environment and understand, on average, if you lose every server, how long is it going to take to recover those servers from your on-prem appliance versus what if you have to come out of the cloud? Is that a 28 to 32 day type of a restoration? And if the answer is yes, and it very well could be for many, have you prioritized your systems so that you're bringing them back on in a prioritized way so that you can at least have a minimum viable infrastructure to get work done, and you're essentially going to end up in a crawl, walk, run business model during the course of recovery.
Yeah, and I think part of that, at some point, maybe we'll have a whole session on business continuity, right? The whole shebang, because I think people don't understand the very thing you just said, right? That's almost like a disaster recovery, which is completely different from that of a cyber event when you're trying to figure out what the bad guys have done. You've isolated them, you've got them out of the way, you're trying to figure out how to keep them from spreading, but now you've got to go start the recovery. That's a whole different piece of the whole resilience of your company's business continuity system. And then on top of that, you still got the businesses that may have manual processes that they can do in the interim to get us going. So there's a lot of different pieces, and I think that people don't understand it. They just think of disaster recovery as the whole thing together. It's not. It's all the different pieces that we're talking about in this conversation.
Right, and to that point, Mel, and I think all of us on the panel here understand what recovery time objectives are and recovery point objectives are. But if you can say our recovery time objective is 1 day, 1 hour, whatever it's going to be. But if you have not conducted a business continuity exercise and actually tested that, then you're just dreaming, right?
Right.
So if you say, look, I've got online backups and I've got tape backups, and the good news is that my throughput on my tape machine is 10 megabytes per minute. How long is that going to take me to
do the
restore?
math, right? Do the math. Yeah.
Yeah. So unless you've actually tested your backup and said, if we lost our email system, or if we lost our document share, or whatever that might be, how long does it take us to restore that from tape? Number one, is the restore media good? Does it work? Does the restore solution work? But what's the time that it takes? If it's going to take you a month to restore that store, that's a failure, right? But that's a failure on your part. So you have to conduct we talked about tabletop exercises. You have to conduct the business continuity exercises as well. And I like to, when I'm talking to the attorneys, I say, do you know what the difference in disaster recovery and business continuity is? So I use the anthill analogy, and you guys may know this one, but I'll assume there are people that don't that are watching. So if you kicked over an ant pile you would discover that there are three kinds of ants. There are the incident response ants that are going to attack you to get you away from the anthill. There are the disaster recovery ants that are going to protect the queen and try and rebuild the anthill. And then there are the business continuity ants that are going to make sure the food supply is working and that we're able to continue operating as normal until the anthill gets rebuilt. So business continuity is how quickly do we continue to operate in a ideal environment while disaster recovery is getting us back to normal operations.
Yeah. John, hey, John, you had a good point earlier. I think prioritizing, right? What needs to come up first? I mean, you got to be able to access things. You build that piece of it first, then you start adding the applications that, maybe customer facing, whatever it is, right? But yeah, you've got to go back and build a plan that has your prioritization on how you come up, not just from a business functionality perspective, but also from a dependence from a technology perspective. So you've got to really, there's a lot of moving parts in everything we're talking about here, and you've got to know what you're doing, and best way to do that is to practice it. So,
well, like Angela Hahn said earlier, protect your pencils like pencils and diamonds like diamonds, right? Mm-hmm. So you know what your diamonds are and bring those back on first.
Something I've noticed, and I don't know if you guys will agree, is that for a lot of companies, when they build the BCP and DR long time ago, ransomware was not around. So the incident response should change how you plan your BCP and DR. And I think that a lot of companies are still using the old model where you act on that just when you have a hurricane or those type of disasters, which is a totally different scenario than an incident response. And I think what you, Andy, are saying is super important, right? We have to understand from a continuity management what each of these should do. And the second thing is we have to probably update them to the reality of the things that can happen to you. And as John was saying, I have been part of incident response where you see that the time that takes to restore a server has never been in consideration because they always thought that they can activate the DR side and put the server there. They never thought that they need to go to find that offsite backup and try to restore everything and get that from the cloud. Those are things that have never been in consideration for when they plan this exercise.
Yeah, making sure you don't transfer that ransomware to your backup copy. And when you do, it's just as useless. Hey, guys. Oh, sorry, Andy, go ahead.
I was just going to say it's a really interesting use case. If you're traditional and you're used to a primary data center and a colo or a DR site, maybe more appropriately, there's the ability to pre-build your servers, put them in the cloud, and power them off, so you're not paying those bills. And if you do have a DR event, disaster type event, you can spin those up and recover them from your good immutable backups that Mel was talking to us about. And so you actually have a pre-imaged VM waiting for you. Now it gets a little bit tricky because you don't have your Windows updates and there's other third-party software that needs to be updated. So I'm not saying I'm going to get to the blueprint to everybody right here, right now, but I think we need to challenge ourselves to understand and to imagine what some of the alternative solutions might be and how can we creatively use them, even to the extent if you have a Microsoft 365 tenant, well, guess what? The bad guy knows that. They're going to find that. They can see it. It's attributable. So if you wanted to do something novel with backup strategies, maybe you would have some sort of presence in GCP or AWS that has no direct linkage to your domain, to your company, so that you're relatively cloaked. And that is kind of like option C, because things tend to, when they fall apart fast. And options are always of great value. So continue to challenge yourself to think of novel solutions and how you can leverage existing technologies in new ways to better protect yourselves.
Yeah, I think cloud is a great alternative for that. And probably Andy knows more than me about this, but it's always, the regulation question about if you can do that in the cloud, if you can put that information in the public cloud, because you will have some restrictions in some cases with some of the information you want, depending on the vertical that you work.
Right. I want to go maybe change tack a little bit and ask, some questions in the chat discussion around quantum computing. We talked earlier a little bit about that and how it affects cybersecurity tools. Any of you?
So what I know,
out of my depth.
and I'm not, this is what I know. So what is going to happen with quantum computers is going to change drastically our cryptography, right? That's the biggest challenge that we're going to have on the cybersecurity, because the horsepower of breaking cryptography is going to be the biggest challenge for that. So if you think all our existing cryptographical models right now, it will have to rethink about that, how we change that, because all those will pretty much be something that will take years before, or multiple years, is going to be pretty much not secure anymore.
Yeah, so that 15-character password just becomes worthless under.
It's not so much the long of the password, but it's the hashing and the algorithm they use to encrypt that password that is going to be the problem, right? And this is a major problem, because we're not talking about only password, we're talking about data address and data in transit, or our TLS. Imagine, and we all suffer this, imagine when we change from SSL version 2 to TLS, and TLS version 1.2 and 3, it's a major pain for us to do that. Imagine when quantum start breaking those encryptions. It's going to be a challenge.
Right.
Right. All right. So a lot of what we do in InfoSec is a race condition. Everyone's racing to get to the same spot first. And as defenders, we want to occupy that piece of terrain before the attackers do. And so now we've got this race called quantum. And nation states are trying to build quantum computers to break traditional cryptography and do other things. And of course, now we, the United States, and I'm sure Russia, China, France, EU, UK, everybody is on a journey to develop quantum resistant algorithms. So NIST has to have some sort of a competition going, right? They're not just sitting back waiting to get, they're not in the ring with Mike Tyson with both hands tied behind their back. They're doing something about it. And a lot of what I see, I cannot quantify or fact check, and I just don't know enough about it. But we do know that the government is aware of the issue, understands the gravity of the situation, and is engaged in the space so that we do have a future solution. And you can listen to some people talk about, are we behind? Are we ahead? What's the implication? What language are we going to speak in 20 years? So on and so forth. I think some of that we have to be careful not to get too carried away with some of the extreme type opinions that are out there. If you look over time at the development of technology, and you look at where we are in the cyberspace, we've always been drawing forward at a similar pace to some of our national peers. There is no one country that's been dramatically outpacing another, and every government and every agency is very engaged to make sure that continues to be the same. We don't want to be losers.
Right, we got it. Keep up. No, great points. Thanks, John. Another topic that I heard, our friend Vic from San Antonio brought this up, was harden the human, the cultural, social engineering, that we can do a lot technologically, but how do we help better manage our employees, ourselves, what we do, and that whole human behavior that provides opportunities to cyber threats. What are the things that you're doing within your own organizations? And I think this ties back to the board level stuff as well, is to raise the level of that culture of awareness and where the weaknesses are, how people are going to get in, and what you can do about it. And again, to Umesh's point and yours, Andy, around being positive, how can we empower people to control their own destiny and make sure that they don't get?
Well, I think there's a lot of things that you can do as an organization, and that I think we do as an organization. And it comes back to what we've said many, many times. It's empowering people, giving them the tools, creating the awareness, repeating the message, engaging, training, mentoring within your own organization. Look, we all have people that are really on top of being able to recognize phishing emails, and we have people that are not. And pair those people up. They don't always want to. You don't want to be having people run to you. Of course you do, but if you're the only resource in your firm for, yes, this email's safe, no, it's not, then you're doing your firm a disservice. So there are people that can sit next to somebody else and say, look, check with me if you have a question. I can help you. I know this stuff. And if I don't have the answer, I'll find the right person that does. A whole company of people that are equipped with cybersecurity awareness and good hygiene way beats 4 cybersecurity rock stars that are over sitting in another building somewhere. That's just better defense. If you're all in it together, that's better. But the training has to be engaging, it has to be challenging, it has to be available, and it has to be repeated, because people are going to need to see the message. And look, the attack vectors change all the time. Everybody gets an email about changing their password. Then that quits working. So the hackers send an email about, hey, your email system just changed. So, or hey, I need your cell phone number so I can give you a quick call. So those attack vectors, the fish of the day changes every day, but the basics don't change very much. Engage people to help each other and together be the human firewall. That's my I'm really big on this in the firm. You can tell I'm passionate about it.
No, I know you are, Andy, and you've done a ton of work at Lock and Lord around that. And I think it's really important. I've tried to learn from you as well and do the same thing in my own organization, and at the board level as well. How to, and I'd love to hear from you as well. How you approach that conversation with your board, especially if they think that's an IT problem.
When you look at phishing and people clicking, it's not a technical problem. It's not an IT problem. It's a behavioral problem. And as Andy just mentioned, there are staff who are weak and staff who are strong at recognizing these types of phishes. And one of the things I had put on the private chat was just wondering if people are running security champion programs, because very much sounds, Andy, like what you're doing when you pair people up. It's almost a security champion type program. It's something that at the bank we are kicking off, because we've recognized those who are stronger than others, and we want to make them available as a resource, because you can scale out your information security effectiveness and impact really well with a security champions program, as opposed to relying on whoever's in the central department running information security. So I think it's something that people should consider. The problem is there's just so many good things to consider. And a lot of people are wearing one hat or 2 hats or 3 hats. And we're doing all of this inside of an environment where we're very aware of the Great Resignation. So there's already some constrained human resource concerns, and people are feeling burnt out. And so there's always going to be a degree of consideration that we have to give when we start thinking about assigning different roles to different people. Phil, one of the things you asked to start off was, conversations with the board of directors. And I think a great place to start with the board is to have a true understanding of what is the board's risk appetite? What are they willing to accept? How much risk are they willing to accept? And how do we manifest that into measurables so that we can measure the maturity of our program, measure the amount of risk that exists across the exists across the organization. And if we're higher than the risk appetite, we've got to dedicate resources to it. And one of the really difficult parts of this job is threat modeling. Who's trying to attack us? Why are they interested in us? and how hard are they willing to attempt to hack us? And if we know those types of answers, we can adjust our defenses accordingly. There's an area. It's really it's not easy to do due diligence when we buy our products and when we buy our services. It takes a lot of effort, time, attention, and analysis. But that's only half the equation. That's the defensive side. What's the due diligence process against our attackers? And that all has to come together in a conversation with the board about risk. We are organized, trained, and equipped to defend against an attacker that has this type of capability, this type of interest, this type of motivation. And so that's the only way to truly meter and measure your residual risk and understand if it's within a risk appetite. Has to start with the attacker.
Yeah. I wanted to, and I'm going back to in your canary analogy as well. And there's the ad on TV that I've seen with the 2 deer and the tiger, and it's an old joke. Hey, I don't have to run faster than that. I just have to run faster than you. Is part of the, and as you were saying, or like, I've got the roughest looking truck on the street, so nobody's going to steal that one. They're going to go for the nice one. Is part of that, just being ahead of the curve, or is it more, as we have at Cyber Houston, we want to raise all boats and get everybody protected?
Yeah, and we're in the ecosystem together. We're all in this together, and if that's one of the great parts of our organization is that people who are watching and listening get all this great advice. Make yourselves better, operationalize this knowledge, improve your defenses, improve your detections, improve your ability to respond. We will take the Houston area and have a rising tide, and we'll all benefit from it. That aside, if you're not being pursued if you're not a highly targeted organization, then you absolutely want to be able to run faster than the people next to you. If you're highly targeted, if you're Microsoft, Cisco, General Electric, you're highly targeted, and there's somebody assigned to you, and they're not going to stop until they get in.
Right.
The threat actors are they span a wide pendulum of capability, motivation, and resourcing.
I want to ask you. Well, I want to ask one more question, and then also give you all opportunities, kind of talk about the future and lessons or things that you would like everyone to take away from today. But in my introduction this morning, first thing, I was talking about healthcare and the conversations around the COVID and the coronavirus. You get a novel virus into the environment, nobody's immune, nobody knows about it, and it causes a lot of trouble. And there's individuals in healthcare looking at are the tools that we can have in the body that anticipate things that's never even heard of. So do you see part of where we could go to envision a future where it's rather than being reactive, that we can have tools that anticipate stuff that we don't even know about, that prevents threats, attacks before they even happen?
I think that's definitely where we're going. I think that the future, to me, is bright. And I think that where we're going is that we are going to continue to leverage machine learning and artificial intelligence and have smarter systems that don't rely on human intervention to provide proactive defense, and as Umesh asked earlier, put us on the offense, right? If you're not simulating ransomware attacks today in your environment, you should be. You should be testing your own fences rather than let somebody test those for you. But systems are getting smarter. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, the things that we look for as cybersecurity professionals is, what are the anomalies? What are the things that we were not expecting? Those are typically signs of somebody else in our environment. Somebody else is in the pantry stealing our stuff, right? So Machines are really good at looking at history. Where has Andy been logging in from? Why is this machine talking to that machine over there? It's never happened before. And then making a decision. We program it and say, look, when you see unusual activity, before you just say, go ahead, check with me first, or go ahead and, suspend it and let me know, and then I'll decide. So I think the future is that our systems will be proactive. I think they're all dependent on us. I'm not expecting that we're going to be in 2001 Space Odyssey where HAL locks us in or locks us out. One of the two, right? But I do think that we're getting better, and that really is part of the way forward, that we get better against these hackers. They're just in a grocery store picking cyber tools off the shelf that they have no idea how to use other than to deploy. But they don't have to, because they have really segmented their market into the people that are developing the tools and the people that are distributing the tools. So we've got a better opportunity to strike back at them by leveraging machine intelligence.
I love it. Yeah. Now, Andy, where do you see the future?
So, on my end, what I was thinking, and I was thinking on something that John and I talk in our Houston Machina how is I see a growth in the way how we use our tools. And let me give you the example I have. So in the past, you were going to buy a SIM. The SIM is, the log aggregation, so you understand what's going on in the network. Today, someone who goes and just buy that is probably not the best decision. You have to gain some type of automation on top of that. So you don't have a tool that is only working in detection, but it also helps you with the automation part. So I think that is something that I have seen in the products in the market, that they are offering better type of response, better type of maturity on products that we have already been using. So I think that that's very positive to us, and it's also going to help us to remove ourselves from the things that are very, very manual or have been very manual in the past, which we all know that are almost impossible for someone to detect or read a SIM log through all the things that happen. So that will be something that I think everyone needs to start thinking. When you go and you purchase and you try to get the tool to help your organization, just having consideration the roadmap of that solution and thinking automation and as Andy was saying, artificial intelligence and machine learning to protect your company has to be there. If there's no there, ask questions why.
Right. Oh, that's great. Mel,
Andy, I was just going to say the very thing Andy said was we need to look at automation and where those things can automatically either detect, fix, mask, whatever it is that it does for you. And on the other side, business processes that can be automated as well, so that it kind of work together to eliminate that human error. And then the tools that can go in and find those anomalies, as Andy talked about, are easier detected or easily detected. So I was just going to say exactly what Andres said. And I think he said a little bit more elegantly than I did.
That was great. No, thanks, Mel. Thanks. John, can you close us out? What's your view of the future?
Well, I think that the question is really interesting to me, and it's a great lead-in to our next panel. So it's pretty awesome. Our next panel is going to be on zero trust. So if we think about an immunization, right, creating a resistance and a resiliency from bad things when we don't know what those bad things are, we have to, I think, take a step back and fundamentally ask ourselves, how do these bad things happen? What do they manifest as? And I always fall back to untrusted code. And I don't care what you call it, virus, worm, Trojan, ransomware. It comes in a macro. It comes, who knows what it comes in as. But if we really think hard about how does code run in our environment, trusted, unknown, or untrusted, or bad, how do we see it? And how do we stop it? How can we use simple techniques versus novel techniques to apply zero trust, if you will? Like, all software is bad. I'm not going to let anything run unless you're on a list. That's application whitelisting. Yeah. And it's a feature of Windows. It's built in. If you have the right license to Windows 10, you can engage in that. And there's actually a project called Aaron Locker that dovetails with AppLocker and a bunch of PowerShell scripts, and implementation is not hard. If you don't have the right set of licenses with Windows 10, you can use software restriction policy. It's something that is free. It's kind of poor man's application whitelisting. And yeah, I think somebody said, Andy, you had talked about, well, is it normal for Andres to log in at 2 a.m. from, let's say country X? The machine learning part of that, well, that's supporting and propping up this concept of not trusting the identity. And we have to think harder about identity because it's not people. It's people and it's machines, and it's a process that might facilitate some sort of a communication. So I think Zero Trust is going to go far ways to helping us create that immunity.
No, John, agree. And that's a great segue. Thanks. Yeah, I want to say thank you to you all. Andre, thank you for coming on impromptu. Appreciate it. It's great to see you. Thanks for that. Thanks, Mel. Thanks, Andy. Thank you, John. And John, I'm going to hand over your panel now, Zero Trust Mindset and Journey, sponsored by Network Box USA. Thanks to our sponsors again. The floor is yours.
Great. Well, thank you, Phil. So we did dip our toe into the Zero Trust pool, if you will, at the tail of our fireside chat. But I'm really want to say thank you to everyone who's viewing, everyone who's listening, for staying with us. It's 2:30. You've been doing this a while. If you've been on the whole time, 6.5 hours deep. So thanks for staying with us. I think there's going to be an outstanding panel, and I'm very, very excited to moderate it. I believe that Zero Trust is a very powerful concept and an effective strategy to protect our environments. And this panel, I believe, if we view all of our panelists as rock stars, and they are, I think I've got the all-star team. Imesh asked me to think about a topic that we all needed to be thinking about and that we all needed to be doing. And I immediately called up Andy, Jason, and Pierluigi to figure out what we should talk about, what we can do to give you immediate value, give you a strong roadmap as you mature your programs, or maybe even you're just starting off. So we decided as a group to cover Zero Trust. And it was really a unanimous decision to pick up on this topic. And before I bring on our panelists, I know you've been here a while. Everyone's got a job to do, but I would challenge you to put down your phone and maybe close your email and really listen hard to what our panelists have to say. And I want to challenge you to learn 3 new things. I want you to walk out of this session and be able to put something into action. That's really what I want you to be able to do for yourself and for your companies. Now, I mentioned I have an all-star team. I couldn't be happier to have Andy, Jason, and Pierluigi on the panel. I don't want to vote for an MVP, so I'm going to introduce people in alphabetical order. I couldn't possibly determine who would come ahead of who. So Andy Ruse is Director of Information Security at Novo Payment. He's a sector chief for the Telecommunications Cross-Sector Council of InfraGard. That's a mouthful. And I mean, Andy and I have worked together on a number of projects and initiatives. We founded the Houston Banking Information Sharing and Analysis Organization together. He's a friend. And Andy, welcome to the panel. I look forward to everything you have to say on Zero Trust.
Thank you, John. Happy to be here.
We also have Jason Hayward-Grau. Probably, if you've seen any of the marketing, he probably has the best headshot of any speaker today, and definitely the best accent. So Jason is an advisory managing director for KPMG's cybersecurity services program and practice. He's got an amazing background leading cybersecurity companies and programs and developing world-class cyber teams at major companies that we've all heard of. So I think if you're a CISO and you're in the audience, pay attention to what Jason has to say. His advice usually has a pretty high dollar price tag associated with it. And I don't know if Jason's got tied up. I don't see him on the show, but hopefully he can join us. Last but not least, Pierluigi Stella. Absolutely, I've said this before. I'll say it again. He's got the coolest name of anybody. Pierluigi. He is the Chief Technology Officer and co-founder of Network Box USA. Pierluigi is really a brilliant technologist. He's been featured in magazines, newspapers, on the radio, and more. I mean, he's gotten so many different industry awards I couldn't possibly list them all off. He's a sought after speaker, and we're really lucky to have convinced him to join us this afternoon and talk about Zero Trust.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So, Andy, I'd like to start with you. Zero Trust, right? Just another marketing buzzword. All right, Jason.
Sorry, I'm a little bit late. Seems to be my pattern for today.
All right. Well, that's what happens when you're back to back for 8 straight hours, right?
Only 8 is the answer, right?
Well, I remember my first part-time job. So we were just talking about, we're just getting started, Jason. I was going to invite Andy to talk a little bit about this buzzword called Zero Trust, but maybe peel it back a little bit and talk to us about what it really is, and maybe even more importantly, what is it not?
Yeah, well, thank you, Sean. And Lisa, I put some slides, so we have only 2 slides. I want to explain these with some graphics so everyone come to understand. So I try to represent what the traditional access to service and data can represent, right? You have your identities, you have your computers on one end, and then you have your applications, your services that they are provided from a network and infrastructure. We all know that this is the excellent example is when you go to your office, you connect your laptop, connect to a network, bam, you log in, you have access to your applications, you have access to whatever you require to work. And that can be your ERP, your web server, your internet, whatever that requires. That's the traditional way of accessing those things. So what is Zero Trust? Zero Trust takes this and is telling you, you have to assume that the attack is already present in your network. So it's segregating all these different components and it's putting at the heart of how these components interact that is called the policy enforcement. And that policy enforcement is no more than something that is working with each of these different components to apply certain rules that can come from your own policies, can come from threat intel, or dynamically change based on certain factors. A great example, I think, John, you used it. I'm going to use it again. If you're here today in your office and you're trying to access your ERP and it's 4 p.m. in the afternoon, Zero Trust is going to validate all these things. It's going to say, tell me who you are, tell me your identity, tell me your password, tell me where are you connecting from, what device, what network are you using, what applications are you trying to connect. And based on that is going to give you access or not. So this verification of everything that happens between these components is that policy enforcement that happens in the middle. And the other very important thing that Zero Trust is doing is this is on session-based. So this is dynamically changing. So the protections of these components that you can see in this drawing are going to be affected by the changes that we just described. The what, the where, the how, the who, and the when. So all those things are now in the middle of this decision about if you are going to have access to your apps and data or not. And I'm done with the sharing, please.
Okay, you just drop the mic now. That's what you need, Andres, is just drop the mic and we're all going to walk away because the answer has been given. We know what we're doing, right?
Yeah, I mean,
some drawings, this is a difficult thing to explain. If not.
A picture saying 10,000 words.
It's very helpful, Andy, and I think it really, really level sets everything, puts us on a common footing to build upon as we go forward. And as we do build upon that, I'd like to ask Jason your opinion on what does this all mean at an enterprise level? I know you've run information security programs at some large companies. You're now a practice lead advising other Fortune 500, Fortune 100 companies. How all this goes together. Maybe you could help us understand that.
I think that's a great question, and I'm just trying to think of the most effective way of saying it because you can probably tell it's never as easy as it looks. So I think first and foremost. As Andres said, we think about it in terms of context and structure, right? We think about it in terms of journey and life cycle. We're shifting away from the traditional mechanisms that most organizations are used to, which is I am a user, I have a password, the two go together, and I can connect to anything at any time. What we're doing is we're actually adding intelligence and insight, which is the way that Andres described it, which I think is a nice way of putting it, across a number of different stacks and structures. And most organizations that I'm working with right now actually have some of the components of this. They may not necessarily realize it, but Zero Trust is a super duper buzzword, and it's a great expression. But actually, most organizations, if you think about it, they understand to a degree who their users are. So they have identity and access controls to a greater or lesser extent. They have an understanding of their network and their infrastructure. Some are more mature than others, granted, but you have at least an understanding of what you have. You have an understanding of the devices that exist on that network and how they are connecting and disconnecting. And then you have a consideration of the data. And that's where most organizations are really struggling, because actually, if you think about it, I think Andrea said it at the beginning, I'm sure Pierluigi will also say it, we have to make an assumption that the bad guys are actually going to be inside our network. They've already made great inroads and they're there. And the shift in mindset over the course of the last 4 or 5 years is from I can defend it, I can prevent it from happening, to I acknowledge it's going to happen. How do I minimize it? How do I ensure that I'm in a position that my organization is going to be as minimally impacted as possible and able to respond and recover as quickly as we can? Now, I'm being told to update myself a wee bit. Hopefully, goodness knows, you don't want to see more of me, but there you go. So contextually, I think that's where a lot of organizations are they're trying to wrestle with. They're trying to think, well, okay, well, I've got all these different bits, but where am I on the maturity scale? And how do I mesh it all together? And I think that's where most organizations are kind of coming to the likes of KPMG or people like us who've been doing this for a fair while. Zero trust is not a new concept, but the application of all of it put together probably is. And where most organizations are starting to think it through is say, okay, if I have certain foundations like identity and access, how can I accelerate that bit first? So I can leverage, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, multi-factor authentication. So when John's connecting in from his home office, he's forced to do certain things versus the way that he would behave when he's sitting in his own office inside the organization. How can I also look at the skills and capabilities of an organization that will tell me, why is John trying to connect into 2 different places at the same time? We've had the capabilities to look at a lot of this stuff for a long time, but we haven't just connected the dots. I think that's the first and most important kind of starting point for a conversation. What do you think, John?
I think you're absolutely right. It is much easier said than done. Right? And so things, we can arrive at them conceptually, and we can all say, yes, this is a really good idea. But when it comes down to brass tacks and implementation, especially larger organizations that are complex, they do carry some technical debt with them, and they may not always be able to exhibit the nimbleness that we would want, and agility to take advantage of certain novel solutions. And it's interesting, you said that zero trust wasn't really a new thing. I know Pierluigi has been doing zero trust before zero trust was a thing. And it wasn't a concept, but it was rather just
so true.
Good common sense,
yes.
Playing defense. But, we talk about zero trust, but at some point there has to be some trust. So what do you think about, trust, and how does it get us? How do we choose to trust versus when we choose not to trust, and various implementation strategies that you have been very successful at to achieve zero trust?
Okay, so
you can start with
So first of all, I that I like to take it down in terms of technology speak, because most of our audience is not technology people. We, especially Cyber Summit, we get people, business owners, small and medium business owners, and Jason is talking about enterprise, but how many enterprises are there really, right? Who can really afford all that it's necessary to implement all those things that we've been talking about until now? So we have to be careful, right? Because zero trust, correctly so, is a concept. I believe it is an analyst from Forrester that named it properly and defined what it is. I forget his name. I apologize. I knew his name. I just can't remember it. But in reality, as you said, we've been doing, if we are in security, you should have been doing zero trust from day one, right? We all have been doing this for a long time. And as I mentioned to you guys about a week ago, I said, it is our job to be paranoid, right? And that's the way security should be done. You need to be worrisome. And unfortunately, it's just the nature of the job of everything. So let's start from the origins and from a small example, right? The very first approach to zero trust in my case, clients asking us to trust the LAN, open up everything LAN to the internet. the question is why? Because my line is clean. Who said so? You never bring in a laptop that I distinctly remember a client going home for the weekend with this laptop and coming back in on Monday. He had about 200 Trojans on the laptop. I don't know what his children did during the weekend, but the Trojan was on the LAN. You can't trust the LAN. In 2004, Forrester told us you cannot trust the LAN. Right? That was the origin at the very first time that I heard about the concept of you can't trust. Right? Finally, 17 years later, we got a name with it. We call it zero trust now. Fine, but the point is, security is about zero trust. So, okay, now you're right. How do I get any work done? Because if I lock all the windows and the doors, I can't get in and out, right? So you do it with the proper care. It depends on which aspect of security we're talking about. Without wanting to be very generic, if you're talking about your firewall, don't just open things up because it's easier. Don't be lazy. Try and find out exactly what you really, really need. Right? And open only what you really need. And then on top of that, use something to monitor the communication and to be sure that whatever you opened up doesn't become infected. There are plenty of tools out there. They're not expensive. Right? You have application identification, you have IPS, you have IDS, you have the firewall. Use them properly so that, and do the work. Do the work. Actually, I was going to say something else, but no, I'm going to stop there. Do the work. Just put in your time to do things properly. Don't just open things up with the idea that, oh, it's okay. No, it's not okay. Because that's exactly where hackers are going to get you. When you say it's okay.
So you're saying we actually have to think, we have to plan, and then work hard?
That'd be ideal. Ideally, you know.
John, we're not asking the impossible. I think you're bang on the money.
Zero trust concept, right? Andy was explaining this well.
If you assume that you are in and this is something that anybody can take on, regardless of zero or non-zero or ones and twos, if you assume a state of compromise in your environment and you ask yourself the question, if this was a physical house with doors and windows, would I leave my windows open? Would I leave my front door open with the keys in the door? No, you wouldn't. So why would you do that in a virtual environment when you think that there is so much more now available in that environment than there was just 10 years ago? There's a capability conversation to be had, and I agree with Pierluigi. It's a hard thing to say, but do the work, and not just once. Continue to do the work. That's the other thing.
And I need to say this. I don't know if you guys. So I did a presentation on the deep of this, and when you read the NIST article on zero trust, you know what this tells you is the first thing that you have to do before implementing zero trust: inventory your assets, inventory your services. So this is not new. Right, so this is security 101. As you guys were saying, is you want to implement this? Well, you better know what identities you use. You better know what are your servers, because if not, how you're going to implement these secure policies in these components if you don't even know what they are. So there's some basic stuff that you have to have in place.
I think I'd build on that, Andres. The conversation around asset management from small organizations of 100 people to 100,000 person organizations is still going on.
It's still.
Because guess what? The basic precept of understanding how you can protect something requires you to know what that something is. And most organizations still struggle, and we're all in the same boat to a degree, with the concept of keep it simple, have an asset inventory. Okay, how do I do that? Well, there are tools, but how do you make sure it stays evergreen? How do you assure that? Because if you talk about zero trust and implementation, to your point, there are certain foundational things that you need to consider before you even start going down that road. I do believe also, by the way, that I've had clients ask me, well, great, I can't do all of zero trust. Well, what can you do? Let's start with the what, and then how you do it. So identity and access management is one of my favorite topics, because every single major recovery activity I've had to undertake with clients this year and last year has all resulted from an escalated set of privileges to administration accounts. If you lock those down first and you apply good security rigor, multi-factor authentication or similar, then the bad guys are not going to be able to delete your backups. They're not going to be able to delete the environment. There's a lot of challenges in the way that people think, because they get blinded by everything. Think about the easiest things you can do first.
There is also a change, finally, in because of this concept of zero trust, in the way we are managing our vendors. The concept of due diligence and vendor management is not new, right? But the only companies that I have ever seen until recently asking for some form of vendor management were those that were in regulated environments, because the regulations were asking for the vendor management, right? And the way they were doing vendor management originally was they wanted my financials. I say, yeah, okay, I understand. You want to be sure I'm here tomorrow because you don't want to put your security in the hands of a company that may disappear. Fine, that's okay. But what about my own security? No one ever thought of the back doors created by all the vendors that we use, right? Identity management. Okay, you allow, one of the things that makes me, I'm sorry, I have to say it very bluntly, infuriates me, is when vendors...
Don't hold back, lay it out, it's cathartic.
Seriously, because, well, you're British, I'm Italian, I have to be hot-headed, right?
I'm waiting for exactly. To come up. Come on.
What vendors ask my clients to trust their IP addresses and whitelist them. Mm-hmm. This is a presumptuous statement that assumes that you, Mr. Vendor, are never going to be hacked and you are never going to pose a threat to my environment. Completely wrong, because we all know how the Target, the most famous of all, happened, right? And how many others are happening. I have had 3 situations recently of vendors causing problems to some of my clients. You cannot make the presumptuous statement of saying, open up everything for me. Don't scan my emails. Don't. Don't. This is part of the concept of zero trust. I'm sorry, but I don't trust you.
No,
I trust you for 5 minutes.
I don't even give you 5.
No,
listen, guys, I agree with you, Pierluigi, and it infuriates me too that, and we've slowly started to see a shift over the last 12 to 18 months away from blanket trust of third parties. KPMG was actively involved in the cyber response and recovery for SolarWinds, and the SolarWinds breach was extremely clever. Very well executed, very well thought through, nation state level. Let's recognize that some things we're not going to be able to defend against in the true sense. Then it becomes more about recovery and capability. But to your absolutely fair point, we trust people without any clue as to whether or not they are cyber secure. And there is a really simple conversation that needs to start happening more and more often, not waiting until, hey, listen, we have a contract up for renewal with company X in a year's time. Let's just give them a security questionnaire. No, that's not enough anymore. No. Let's start actively having conversations and saying, you're required to tell us what your security posture looks like, not just as part of our renewal process, but as part of our ongoing dialogue with you, because I'm only going to trust you for less than a minute. And then you're going to have to prove that that trust is well placed and allow it to come back in again before I trust you again. And that's part of a cycle of shift and change, which is really taking root in a lot of organizations. And you're bang on the money, Pierluigi.
And it's true, because I'm seeing this in our industry. Companies are being asked to provide the things like SOC 2. Now, we can have another conversation for 3 hours about the validity of SOC 2. That's a separate conversation. I have a lot of friends in the auditing sector, and we butt heads all the time on that, but that's a different conversation. Let's leave it alone. At least they ask for something, right? So I either make my own list of things that I want, or I say, you know what, somebody's already done it. You pay the auditor, show me what they say, right? Show me something. And at a minimum, show me that you are close to the NIST requirements. And it's a way to
have a framework. Show me you've got one. Show me you got a framework. No matter what.
The idea that you are at least taking security seriously. I don't ask that you sign a paper that says that you are 100% safe, because it's not humanly possible and it wouldn't be fair. But at least show me that you're not taking security lightly. You're not creating a security potential problem for me. Right? That's what we trust. In my opinion, that goes along the idea that we are finally learning that security is about not trusting anything.
And it's a fair point. I'm going to sneak in just because I can. You're absolutely right. It's about also having the conversation with your partners. So shift away from the supplier-customer relationship for a second towards partners, because a lot of the people that we work with are integral to our operations. They're partners, whether we want to admit it or not. The capability is also got to be put into place where you say, you need to tell us when you have a problem. You need to tell us when you are having an issue. And the reason that you need to tell us is so we can prepare appropriately too. And being prepared is one of the hardest things. And those conversations they're happening more and more. Certainly from my perspective, I'm seeing more clients having more conversations with their partners to say, what's our way of working together if you get breached? What's our way of dealing with it? How are you going to inform me? And that's not waiting for the 3-year, supplier procurement process, because procurement, I love procurement dearly. They're a phenomenally important facet of any organization, whether it's one person or 100. The challenge is procurement don't understand cyber. So we have to educate them that these conversations don't wait for a 3-year cycle or similar. Anyway, that's just my 10 pence because it fired off in my head. Sorry, John. I'm holding
No, it's fine. That's great insights from everybody. And Andy, I think, brought up the concept of asset management and the beginning recommendations that are contained in NIST. And I think that we really need to challenge ourselves. I think Pierluigi said we have to think, we have to plan, we have to work hard. We have a lot of inventory problems. And when we think about zero trust, we need to challenge ourselves and say, what are we not trusting? Our users, our applications, our machines, our connections, our vendors, and this list goes on and on. And it is eating an elephant. So where do you start? Well, there's a few different starting points, and maybe there's some philosophical alignment or disalignment. But if you look at, in my opinion, if you look at highly privileged processes running on your network, a vulnerability scanner, something like SolarWinds, which has admin access and the ability to create change on almost every single asset in your environment, domain controllers, member servers, workstations, laptops. These are processes that need to go straight to the top of the list. And what you're simultaneously doing is you're invoking zero trust and potentially getting some immunity from a software supply chain breach. So what are you doing? You're looking at the executables running with system level type processes, permissions, and understanding what's a typical network connection look like? Who do they connect to? Why do they connect? Is data being exchanged? Is there an average size of the payload? And once this baseline is dialed in, and this is hard work, our job more than ever is to understand what's going on under the hood. No one told us that when we got into cybersecurity. We thought we were going to do cool stuff. And now we feel like we're bean counters because we have so many inventory problems. But we have to work really, really hard to characterize how that process works, what the network connections are being caused by the process. And once we get there, we're only half done because you have to conduct the exact opposite analysis to see where it's going that is unexpected. What does that long tail analysis look like so that you can detect when all of a sudden a certain process is making a DNS request that it typically doesn't make? Now, so zero trust, what do? Pierluigi, I bet you do a lot of egress firewall setup, don't you? And how common is it for a normal company to do that?
I cannot tell you what other companies do, but I can tell you that if you're my client, egress is going to be treated just like ingress. There is no preference. There is no open up everything or whitelist their IP or their email or we typically recommend our clients to scan their emails on the outbound for spam. And they ask me why. Well, because if you get something that starts sending spam outside, you get blacklisted, you have problems. And that's another way also to find out that something is wrong in your network anyway.
Yeah.
Some other tools fail, that one doesn't fail. So this idea of absolutely never allowing anything to go unchecked is that you just mentioned is very important. But by the way, you don't have to do the bean counting by yourself. You can always call the IT people to do that, right?
Get an intern.
Yeah, exactly.
But it was very dramatic, John. I felt for you. I almost thought, my goodness, I'm going to have to get him a grey suit or something.
Exactly.
So and so if we pull the thread, so now we've got here we are, zero trust. We have just configured our firewall, perimeter firewall, to have outstanding outbound egress rules so that we only make DNS requests to authorized DNS servers outside of our environment, right? We're trying to scope that down. Okay, well, great. what about the payload? What's inside the payload? Are we going to allow your SolarWinds server to make a DNS request of random domains? Or can you characterize normal traffic by working with the vendor to understand what's normal? And now you've got a DNS filtering solution that is now looking at that computer as a machine identity, right? We talk about identities. It can be a human, it can be a machine, it can be a process. And now it is only allowed to make certain DNS requests. So now we can scope down the allowable DNS requests it makes. We've scoped down through perimeter firewall egressing the exact DNS servers we're letting it talk to. These are the concepts. And you got to test it. So now you need somebody with an attack mindset, a red team mindset, to be able to say, I'm going to get around everything you just put in place. And if I can't, then I give you a clean bill of health. If not, we're going to have, we're going to have to go back to the drawing board and tweak some controls. Andy, what do you see as the place in Zero Trust of some of that independent testing?
Now, I honestly think a little bit similar to Jason. So if I have to compare where each of these components sits, my humble opinion on this is to start with identity, and it's because of what you were saying, also, John, right? So NIST is recommending, after you've done your inventory, pick one process that you feel that you can change and try to implement Zero Trust to that particular process. And this can be your privileged identity management, right? Whatever you define. But to me, that's the way that you are successful, right? And you move the needle little by little in your journey in more maturity to implement this from a visibility, orchestration, automation perspective, so you can start controlling a little bit more. And again, these are things that we have talked, right? So you just gave the example of the DNS configuration on a firewall. This is not new. I'm sure Pierluigi has been doing this forever. You only authorize 2 IPs going out to port UDP 53. You don't allow transfer zones 53. All those things we have been doing forever. But people get lazy and they don't do that. And that's what Zero Trust is trying to emphasize. Look, guys, we cannot do this. You have to be specific. You cannot open everything. You have to be specific in what you allow. So again, going a little bit more to your question, I think that Jason, you knock it to me where I will do it. It's, to me, identity and access management, because everything starts with that identity. And just a reminder, not for the group, but for the people who's listening to us, identity is not only a user, it's also a service as a vulnerability management, right? So identity is both things. So when you talk about identity and you talk about privileged access management, that's the place where you will get probably the best money for your investment. And the second thing will be your out-facing services. That will be, to me, also something to pay a lot of attention. What's going out, what people have access to your organization. That's the two things I will start with.
Let me jump in a little bit if I can, because I love it, Andres. You're absolutely bang on the money. If you look at the way that the attacker is tending to operate now, there are two key themes that we're seeing time and time again. With the dreaded ransomware is a good example because it's proliferated 1,000% in the last 12 months alone, right? So let's look at it kind of structurally. Identity is something that they will try and take. They'll either hijack a service account or they'll hijack a privileged user and they'll use that person to gain access. That's one thing. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. You're going to look at choke points, because Zero Trust really, if you think about it from a very kind of simplistic perspective, apart from the fact that it's, don't trust anybody and verify everything, is it going as it should be? It's also about making it more difficult. Most of us look at this as from an all or nothing composition. It's not true. In many, many ways, bad actors will look at how well defended you are, looking at whether or not I can get to the easy things first. And if I can't get to the easy things, I'm going to move on because there's somebody else out there that is going to give me the opportunity to do that, as awful as it may sound. So, I look at it from if you want to make action or take action rapidly, start with identity and access, look at controlling that. And, you're right, it's 2 account structures. It's your service account and it's your privileged users that can physically do things. And then it's your data. Looking at what data is flowing out of your environment, because the first thing that they try and do once they've gained access to your environment is exfiltrate data, because if they can't get you with ransomware because you've got good backups, they'll try, and I've seen this. The latest and greatest is one of the bad actors that we've had some dealings with. Not only did they exfiltrate data relating to the organization, they also exfiltrated a list of all their customers. So when the target refused to pay, they contacted their customers and said, XYZ organization has been ransomware. They're refusing to pay. You might want to tell them to pay because we're not going to unlock stuff and you're going to have problems in your supply chain. So they're getting more creative, without a doubt, and we need to keep up with that. So looking at it from a pragmatic perspective, the two things I think of as choke points, for want of a better term, are identity and controlling the exfiltration of data. If you can do those two things better than everybody else, you're in a significant step towards being more secure. But it's not the end of the journey, it's a first step. And Pierluigi, to your point, and John, to your point, guys, we need to get smarter at recognizing that there are little steps we can take, and we can take them quickly to make a big difference to the posture of the environment around us. I just want to make life difficult for these guys. It's as simple as that. If I can make life difficult for them, they will go somewhere else. And it's a bit of an arms race, but we can incrementally improve if we do that. Just my 10 minutes.
Let's be careful of one thing, though, Jason. The tools that are necessary to do the things you are mentioning can be costly. Right?
They can
a CM to monitor exfiltration of data and monitor the activity on a network and find anomalies can be very expensive. And sure. you can buy a firewall for very little money, but you cannot buy a CM for very little money because a CM is not a piece of hardware. It's a service with a lot of people and the SOC and all the other stuff. And it's going to take time before that kind of service becomes affordable also for smaller companies. Unfortunately, from this point of view, smaller companies are going to have to do other things. Before I continue with the other things, though, I don't want to be accused that we're saying incorrect things technically. As you say, John said, I like technology. DNS doesn't work that simply. You can't just allow just one IP address for the DNS, okay? Because when you query DNS, the DNS refers you to the other, which refers you to the.
It's a chain.
There's a chain of references, therefore you can't just simply lock down your firewall for one IP address of DNS server. That doesn't work. It's another conversation for a different time. Just want to be sure that we know how it works. We're just having. It's just we don't have time to go over it too long. As far as the tools for smaller companies, it's you can do things without spending too much money if you do things with a perimeter. At the perimeter, you may not be able to monitor whether all of a sudden John is extruding 3 terabytes of data where he usually doesn't do it. But you may be able to not allow that extrusion in the first place. Mm-hmm. If you don't allow it to begin with, if you implement a proper procedure where only some people that you trust can deal with certain data, and there are other things. It's already 5:05, so we can't go. No, sorry, 3:05. We can't go too much into details, but there are other things that the smaller companies can do without having to spend $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 for a CM, and they don't have the budget. Some of the companies I deal with, when you ask them for when they're looking at buying a CM, they end up implementing it only on one server, which becomes kind of a
self-defeating.
It's self-defeating because you need to see everything that's going through, everything that's going on in your network. A properly deployed CM needs to be collecting IDS data, needs to be collecting data from all your routers and switches, from all your workstations, from all your servers. That is but that becomes an enormous amount of data, which costs more money because holding data wherever you hold it is going to cost you money. Right? So there is a certain, below a certain level of companies, you were mentioning 100 people, but probably below 100, a CM may not necessarily be something they can afford. They can try, depending on the type of company. There are situations like in the banking industry, the regulators are telling them they have to do it. So whether they like it or not, they're going to have to do it. But for those places where the regulators have not arrived yet, and therefore you're never convincing anybody to spend that kind of money, that you have to do the work at the perimeter. There is no other way.
And talking about the tools, Pierluigi, and again, you have more experience at least than me on this. I feel that something that we a lot of times misunderstand is that these architectures, these solutions should always be to reduce our company risk. This is not to buy new stuff that has a shiny thing in our face, which happen very often, right? Let's be honest. As a technologist, a couple of years ago, we love to deploy tools. We all like that. We're nerds, so we like that stuff. We like to deploy tools. But at the end, when you deploy a tool that is not associated with your information security strategy, there's no relationship with your information security program, where is that fit, right? It's not going to work. So zero trust.
If you go back to the zero trust, that's the topic of all this, and what we were talking about vendor management before, then there is another place where it might fit. Your client asking you to do it, because otherwise he won't do business with you. Therefore, now security becomes no longer a cost center, but a center of revenue. Because if you don't do it, you don't do business, right? So it could be, rather than looking at it just from a point of view of risk management, look at it also from a business perspective. You have to, because otherwise you lose your clients. Well, at the point, everybody in the board of directors will listen, because now it becomes a problem of not, this security guy wants to spend more money for a toy. It's rather, if I don't do it, I don't get the business.
There's an existential requirement to it because it's going to change the way you work. I'd add one little bit of caution and commentary, Priology, because I think you're right to a significant degree that lots of organizations can't afford an expensive SIM solution, nor should they buy it. The however to it is that more and more organizations that I'm working with, from small to medium enterprises, from 50 people up to the 50,000, are recognizing that there are services now available that you can buy, effectively SOC in a box, that is run by a third party for you. So don't think of it as a barrier to entry to look at it and consider it. It may not be something you do immediately, to your point, absolutely right. But the cost of running managed security services is going down, not up, in many cases. And it's now more accessible to more organizations. So my advice, if I can give it, and we can argue about the network side of things till the cows come home, but in very simple terms, if you explore it and you find something that you can afford that works for you, then go do it, because it's going to improve your posture. And at the end of the day, that's what it's ultimately all about. We want to improve everybody's posture to make it more difficult for a successful cyber attack to occur. We know they will occur, which is the other half of this, which is why zero trust is important from a prevention perspective, but it should also be considered from a response and recovery perspective. And that's where most organizations are still falling down, because they don't have a continuity plan ready. We talked a little bit about it this morning in the panel this morning, but it's worth bearing in mind. If you think about it, if you don't know what your data crown jewels are and what's most important to your business, whether it's formula that you manage as part and parcel of your crown jewels, whether it's trade secrets that you contain your IP, or it's just a list of most important customers and their important information, or PII data. If you haven't done the homework to understand that up front, then you're going to struggle when it comes to doing preparation, prevention, and actually recovery. So all those things should be borne in mind, in my humble opinion.
And if the business is small enough that they potentially have some technical resources that outpace their financial resources, we can't overlook some of the projects on GitHub and that really help to integrate some of the built-in capabilities of the Windows operating system. Mm-hmm. And when I think about a SIM and costs and whatnot, what we're really talking about is the ability to centralize the collection of logs, secure those logs, and then analyze them to detect things that are anomalous, requiring investigation. So, not that I promote any given product or don't want to promote any given product, but I can tell you, if you go out to Jessica Payne's site on GitHub and you look at WEFLs, it deals with Windows event forwarding and the use of PowerShell scripts to go through log data on your systems. I mean, you've got a log agent running on your Windows computer right now, and it's just begging to send that data someplace. And for an investment of elbow grease, planning, and hard work, back to Pierluigi, you can get that type of a capability. So I'm not saying you should run out and do it in 2 seconds, but just know these capabilities exist.
Let's be careful not to confuse log management with CM, okay? Because log management is just an accumulation of logs somewhere. The only thing what they're good for is if you do get attacked and somebody asks you what happened, you can look in the review mirror. Yeah. That is not what I'm looking for. We're trying to.
No, but
Right?
Understood.
We need the agent that looks at your events in real time, and the correlation agent, right? It looks at
And
the
the
event
ruling.
of everybody else, and it looks at the data that comes from the SOC and the threat intelligence, and correlates all of that in real time, so that it can immediately spot if there is something different and strange in your network, like John extruding 7 gigabytes of data, and tell you right away. Right? That doesn't happen if you just accumulated the logs.
Every
right?
time you tell the story, it
It's
gets
always your fault,
this much, this much.
Exactly. The next time is 10 gigabytes.
We've spent a lot of time. It feels like a lot of our conversation and narrative lands on on-prem type infrastructure and solutions. I'm wondering how your thinking changes, or what implementation looks like as we move into areas like cloud, zero trust in the cloud. And we're here in Houston, right? We've got oil and gas everywhere. And what does that look like inside of OT? And maybe, Jason, I could kick it over to you to share your thoughts on OT.
Thanks, John. We've only got like 10 minutes, right? So I need to be tight and concise, which is hard for me, as you know. Sorry, couldn't resist the opportunity to dig it myself. Houston is a fascinating microcosm of both on-prem and cloud. And I think the truth is we cannot get away from the fact that cloud is coming even to those places where we don't want it to go. OT has traditionally been designed with a very, very different mindset. It focuses very much on safety, and that has historically meant that you have standard, repeatable, engineered processes on site that run complex environments, right? These are not things that you can simply pick up and lift in the cloud. Now, here's a funny thing. Goes back to the same thing, you've got lots and lots of vendors in that space who all require access. Organizations are now having to live with the concept of hybrids between the IT and the OT landscape, and also hybrids in terms of their cloud services for their OT environments. As more and more providers go down that road, there is a much bigger challenge coming. So I think there's a couple of things to kind of consider, if I can, just, specifically around OT. Challenging the on-prem model is going to take a long time. It's not going to happen overnight. But what you're starting to see is more and more services, and I've got a couple of clients who are actively shifting a lot of their advanced process control capabilities from on-prem to cloud. And that means that you need security guardrails, because in the old-fashioned world, and it's one of my friends reminded me literally yesterday, cloud is just somebody else's data center in the nicest possible way, where you don't have an awful lot of control around what the infrastructure is, who manages it, and what they do with it, and who's sitting next to you. And the concept of having a single tenant that you own soup to nuts is incredibly difficult to fulfill, especially if you're a smaller enterprise. So organizations that I work with on a regular basis are now starting to say, well, okay, I need security guardrails to put in place for cloud. And zero trust is actually part of that, because the same principle applies whether it's on-prem or off-prem. And actually one of the bigger challenges is, guess what? I'm now going to be transmitting more and more data outside of my organization. It goes back to Pierluigi's point a minute ago around my network protections, and how do I extend my network protections up into a cloud environment that can be hosted by Amazon, by Microsoft, by whoever else, Google, right? There are lots of different players in this space and smaller players. How do I know I'm going to be secure? So the same principles have to apply. The problem is that in the OT landscape, the technology is inherently older. It is not designed with security in mind. It's designed with reliability and safety in mind. And therein lies the rub, because engineers design for the long term. There's a reason that technology stacks still run Windows 7 in OT environments, because it's robust, it's well understood by engineers, and it's designed with the performance in mind. It's not designed with security in mind. So the shift to the cloud is actually going to exacerbate and accelerate some of the challenges that we already see. I'm going to pause there because I'm sure Pierluigi is going to throw something at me.
No, I guess, see, I used to work for IBM for 12 years, and most of it was in the process of petroleum industry. I walked into refineries all over the world.
Yeah.
And it used to be the control room was separate from the network. When we started building networks into the refineries, we never built a network into the control room.
True.
We didn't bring it there. The control room was on its own. And I've seen recently that some companies try to keep the kind of idea separation, because of the physical separation. Unfortunately, though, the mistake they're making in many cases is they're bringing a computer from the network into the control room, so that the operators can spend some time on a computer while the process runs on its own, and then they forget to tell them, don't just put a USB there and then move it to the other. So the cross happens manually, right?
Yeah.
But it can still happen, right? So it's kind of defeats the purpose. And I have a dear friend that works for a company that does security only for OT. It's a sector that is growing very quickly, specifically for what you just said. You cannot live with the illusion that you can actually keep it separate. It's just not possible. The data from the production process has to go in real time into the planning process, because if you have a barge waiting at the dock, you need to know how your production is going so that you can plan when the barge is built.
Yeah.
So because that costs you money.
Yeah.
I don't want to sound like an expert of petroleum here, because I haven't done it for 15 years, but
process hasn't changed.
Supply chain is very important in the sector, because every moment costs you money, and you have to have these connections. It's just, you cannot keep it disconnected. Therefore, now I do not, honestly, I admit, because I do not work much with the sector, I do not know where the security of the sector stands today. But I know that 15 years ago, when I changed the job for IBM, already we were looking at the separation in terms of making it like a separate segregation, a separate perimeter.
Segregation segments.
Yeah. Segmentation. Thank you. For some reason, I couldn't think of the word. Of making sure that segment, yes, it's connected, but everything that goes through that single connection is extremely controlled.
Yeah.
I think I haven't seen any plants blow up just yet, right? Hacked. So seems that so far we may have succeeded, except the one with the pipeline was a ransomware hack into their accounting system. It wasn't the pipeline
but the point to yours, which I think is crucially important, which is why I think it goes back to ecosystem and the understanding of where cloud comes into play on all of this, bring it all back, is that we're now seeing a challenge of adjacency. There is more and more data coming out of the OT layer. You pointed out yourself, whether it's logistics and shipping information in terms of my production count for loading a barge or loading a container, whatever it may be, to, okay, I'm going to ingress more raw product because I've got enough stacking in my storage towers to be able to put it in. You're absolutely right. But what we're also seeing is that there's now an acceleration in that space because digital twinning is coming. Organizations are now starting to ask different questions. Hang on. They're asking very, very different questions around the reality of how much data can I take out of my control environment, which used to be single-threaded connections, and that was about it. That's part of the challenge we're seeing. We're seeing historian data lifting. We're seeing the creation of digital twins, which are great in some respects and actually very, very useful because they provide you with a really good configurative backup should you ever need it. But at the same time, you've got an increase in multiple connections. There's a ransomware event in a refinery in the Middle East recently due to a third-party supplier who had set up their own VPN connection inside the refinery direct to the outside, to their own environment, because they needed download information. And guess what? It was compromised because they had poor security. They didn't think with security in mind. It happens. Yes, you're absolutely right. We haven't seen a big bang yet, and I hope to God we never do.
Yeah.
The reality is that's what safety systems are in there, and that's why Triton and Trisys was such a concern, because they're targeting the environment from a different perspective.
See, in this particular case, what I would be more concerned about is the system the control system gets compromised.
Yeah.
And therefore, I mean, it's not easy, but it's not difficult either to blow up a refinery, right? If you start messing with it. So the data, I'm not so concerned, because okay, so if a hacker steals my production data, which changes 10 minutes from now, unless he's a competitor, that gives them a competitive advantage.
Well, the data in a refinery is regulated, actually.
Yeah, fine.
And that qualifies
but at the same time,
it's
not my personal identity. I don't know. I guess I'm making what's more important, right? I am a lot more concerned about the hacker getting in.
Yeah.
Than him stealing my data. Okay? The data in the cloud, he stole the data. It's not a good idea, fine, but it's not blowing up the refinery.
But the materiality is that we are seeing a shift, and this is why it's getting to be more important. It's maybe a bigger debate for another day. We're seeing production systems actually shifting to the cloud. We're seeing consolidation of control rooms, for example, in power and utilities, where in the old days you had a power plant that built, they built the power plant, they built the control room pretty much slammed in the middle of it, so you had eyes on glass and you could do everything, right?
Yeah.
We did that. You and I probably went into some of those plants and helped configure them.
Oh, yeah.
Materially, that's now shifting. So you can have a super control room that's 150, 200 miles away from the physical plant. And all that data is now flowing back and forth. And you can have, let's say, 10 power plants in a single control room, which is a very, very different kettle of fish to what we saw 15, 10 years ago. The point around digital twinning is it's no longer just a case that they're taking production-based data and saying, I'm going to provide that for insight, which they do. But what you've got to also remember is that from a perspective that they're also taking all of the configuration data, which is exactly what a hacker is going to look for to understand what can I target. And once you've got configuration data outside of a controlled environment, you need to make sure it's appropriately secured in the same way you would do in the refinery. And that's where a lot of conversations around security guardrails are really coming to the fore, because that information is now being demanded by the business, because I want to model more effectively. Well, what happens if I add an additional cat cracking unit in this site, but pull one from here? What's that going to do to my ability for throughput? I want to have discussions around what's the capital investment plan for 15 years out if I add the 16 units in the way I'm trying to do it. So there's definitely more conversation happening in this space, and there's definitely more data flowing up and out. The reality also is, sorry, Andres, I'll shut up in a minute. Last point. The myth of the air gap being a single line of defense that's kept everybody out forever and a day is just that, a myth. I've been in far too many security events over the last 5, 6, 10 years that have resulted in near misses, for want of a better term, where a safety system has actually kicked in as a consequence of a failed activity, either inside or outside. There is no such thing as relying on a single line of defense. And that's why when we start talking about cloud, and especially on OT, and sorry, John, it's been a fun conversation, you can tell, the world is shifting away from reliance on site-based production services and site-based cores. It's going to the cloud. It may not be tomorrow, but it will be in the next couple of years. And we need to plan with that in mind.
And I was going to add with what you're saying, Jason, that another thing that is, I feel complicated in this is the IoT space that the vendors are trying to play in this space. Because we know, Pierluigi, you and I talked about this probably 5 years ago. We know that all these vendors are offering these small things that are going to connect to our process in the whole refinery, maybe, that are going to be extremely probably exposed directly to the internet, that are playing within our environment and maybe touching some of those individual configurations that you just spoke. So I feel that IoT is also something that it has to have a place in consideration when we talk about zero trust, how we introduce these vendors to, because we all know that the refinery is not one pipe, that if you do something here, the implications are through the process, right? So you cannot touch one of those middle parts without affecting the result. So I think that the IoT is something else that it has to be somehow controlled. Yeah. With the shadow key that we know that they can hire without, maybe not even calling Pierluigi, who is configuring the firewall for those devices.
If nothing else, they are starting now, and zero trust is already a concept. Hopefully, they will apply it. Yeah. I want to go back to zero trust because that's what it's about. Otherwise, it looks like we're just talking about OT here. If nothing else, I feel like for some reason we change environments and we forget what we've done before. 10 years ago, we started with the cloud. And somehow people thought that the cloud was already secure. I don't know. I was looking at mistakes, for lack of a better word, that were being made that looked like something we had already done in the year 2000 with the LAN. And why are we starting again? This is just another LAN. Okay, it's not in your office, but it's like, okay, maybe it's not a LAN, it's only servers. I call it DMZ, but you got to protect it. Why are you putting these servers out there without proper protection, without a firewall? Because Amazon is protecting them. No, it's not. They're not protecting it. They are an infrastructure as a server, not a security as a service.
And if you look closely at all the deals that any contract you sign with Amazon, any contract you sign with any of the big cloud providers, I guarantee you there'll be a clause that says we take no accountability for anything that happens in the environment.
Of course. The only thing that's securing is the physical hardware. That's all. Correct. That's it, right? So why is that? Let's try at least to learn from the past, right? So we've done security in the LAN. We know how to do it. Do it in the cloud the same way. from a zero trust standpoint, probably the most important concept is two-factor authentication. I don't understand why it's 2021 and we're still talking about it. The first time I heard about it was 2005 at the banking conference. They were trying to explain the concept of something you know and something you have, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it's 16 years later, we're still talking about it, guys. It's about time we start implementing it.
Well, this has been a great panel. Pierluigi, Andy, Jason, thank you very much for all of your points of opinion and wisdom. I would certainly encourage our listeners and viewers to think about trust and to think about what should be trusted versus what should not be trusted. Have a really good prioritized listing of everything that could potentially cause you the most danger. We've heard about domain admin accounts. We've heard about service accounts. We've heard about processes that run with system privileges. There's things that are more important than others. Make sure you prioritize your efforts and resources on the elements that are going to hurt you the most. Understand those baselines, that which is normal. Allow nothing else to run, and always be monitoring it. Do not trust that what you see today is what you're going to see tomorrow, because it changes at the blink of an eye. Thanks, everybody. Our panel is done. I'm going to turn it over to Phil so he can keep the event going. Outstanding Houston Cyber Summit on Zero Trust.
Thank you guys, and rockstar panel again. Thank you all.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
It's time for Cyber Pitch, organized by Hatch Pitch. Leading that is Greg White. Greg is also a member of Cyber Houston. Hey, Greg, how you doing?
Phil, how you doing? It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. Greg, you're an advisor in innovation strategies for technology companies and the founder of Hatch Pitch. You've served as Chief Technology Officer for 3 companies, and played leadership roles in top-tier consulting firms serving Fortune 500 companies. You've participated in all aspects of startup businesses, vision, strategy development, operation funding, and sale. You developed multiple startup education and mentoring programs, including Hughes Technology Center's Ignition, Surge Accelerator, and South by Southwest Pitch. You've judged and mentored over 400 startups, served as lecturer and entrepreneur in residence at the University of Houston's Bauer School of Business, teaching technology entrepreneurship, mentoring students, staff, and faculty entrepreneurs. Greg, it's impressive credentials that you have. Love what you're doing. I am going to drop off to give you the space, and thanks for doing this. We'll see. I'll be watching from the other side.
Great. Thanks, Phil. It's always good to have you on, and really appreciate you and the rest of our chairs of the event to giving Hatch Pitch such an important slot during the event. And I know we're going to be here and fulfill that. I also want to take a moment to thank Umesh Verma for supporting Hatch Pitch since its inception in 2012, and for helping me create Cyber Pitch, the event we're about to see today. Now, Hatch Pitch has been around for nearly 10 years. Our goal is to support startups in the use of information technology to make life better. And I'm pleased to host 4 startups making life better for us online with their digital solutions to cybersecurity, privacy, and safety. And I know that they are super excited to present to this awesome audience of cyber executives and professionals. None of them hesitated in answering the call when we said, you guys get to pitch. So I know they're excited. This morning, Umesh said, we cooperate in the morning and we compete in the afternoon, and that's what this is, right? Cybersecurity, Cyber Pitch, it's a competition for these 4 startups. They've been picked from hundreds of applicants, and we feel like these are the right fit for this audience and for this judging pool. So we have judges, and I'll talk about those in a moment. I just want to mention a little bit of the impact of Hatch Pitch. Our startups since 2012 have raised over $400 million, and 11 of them have enjoyed an exit. And we'll actually be speaking to some of those who have exited today, who are going to be on our judging panel. Now, we have a whole lot of judges. We've got a bunch of judges on the YouTube live stream. So they'll be watching on YouTube and they'll be interacting in the chat. Our teams, in some cases, will actually be interacting with them. So that is a definite place to go if you want to see some interactivity. And we have, as I say, a whole bunch of judges. I can see Mark Strike, welcome back, Katie Baker, Joni Cobb, Thor Schuler. Thanks for being with us. And then we've got some new judges today. I see Stephen Webster, Joey Sanchez, hi Joey, and Justin Kalhoff, Marcus Carey. Thank you all for joining us on the as scoring judges. Now these are the judges who are going to be there scoring these teams, as well as interacting on the live stream. Now on camera, we're going to have 3 judges who will give direct feedback and ask questions of the finalists. And I'm going to introduce you to them now. Just if I can, as soon as I get a heads up that our first judge is in the room, and I know we've got to clear out the room first, if you can signal me on the private chat, Iggy, I will go ahead and start introducing the judges. All right. So you caught me a little bit off guard because I was going to go in a different order, but that's no problem. So Richard Manassi, he has been a judge with us since 2018. He comes to us from Tampa Bay Wave, where, well, he's going to tell us about this in a moment. And he's also been on the South by Southwest Pitch Advisory Board, and that's, I think, how he got to hear about Hatch Pitch in the first place. And I think he said, hey, I want to be more involved directly in the coaching and the judging, and so he's been a fantastic addition to our team since 2018. Now, Richard, you're doing something very exciting in cyberspace. If you can unmute yourself, tell us about that. Tell us about what you guys are up to.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, and thanks for having me today. So at the Tampa Bay Wave, we are entering into our 2nd year of a cybersecurity-focused accelerator program called the cyberattacks program. We launched the initial year last year, excuse me, with 15 companies from throughout the U.S. and 1 from the UK. Those companies did quite well. In fact, one of them has been acquired by Sophos, Thoma Bravo backed out of UK. Another one was actually acquired as well. That company was out of Madison, Wisconsin. So very excited to be on board today. And also one more thing, we've added to our roster. So we have a specialized advisory council for that particular cohort, led by people from Bank of America, Raymond James, Jabil, Digital Hands, US SOCOM, multiple other military people, as well as Cyber Florida and more. So a lot of value for the startups coming through, and very happy to support you, Greg, and the Hatch Pitch competition here in 2021.
Great to have you back, Richard. Let me go right on. Joseph Kopser was one of our winners at the inaugural Hatch Pitch in 2012. His company, Ride Scout, was one of the first, well, in fact, it was the first Hatch Pitch company to enjoy an exit when it was acquired by Daimler. And so, Joseph, you've got a military background and you've got a diverse career of really making life better through your service, through your startups. We've been friends since 2012, and it's just amazing the stuff that you get into. What's on your mind these days? What are you up to these days?
Well, first of all, Greg, thanks for inviting me back. Huge fan of Hatch Pitch and for Cyber Houston for putting this on. Really, what I've been up to is no different than I was doing in the military. All entrepreneurs like we'll meet today, when they see a problem, they want to go and fix it. And that's what I'm all about. So as you mentioned, 2012, that was how Ride Scout kind of got on the map. A few years later, we sold to Mercedes. And in various forms, I've tried to extend public service in different ways, but all of them have something in common, which is trying to pay it forward. And in this particular context today, as a judge, I'm looking forward to seeing so many of these new ideas and companies. You know, I look into the chat and I see Marcus and Mark Nathan and others that I've been working with over the years, Marcus Carey. It's a community. And so even though I may be here in Texas because of the nature of our work with Gray Line Group, we're able to help startups and help companies grow really anywhere that they exist in the world. So when I'm done here and I go quiet, I'll drop my information in the YouTube group chat for folks that are participating at home. Hopefully we can stay connected, and I look forward to seeing how we can help you grow your company, because in the end, when more people are participating in the economy, it's good for everybody. So thanks again, Greg and Cyber Houston, for having me.
Thanks, Joseph. Great to have you on board. Now, Steve Forte also has vast experience both sides of the funding table. Steve came to us back in 2013, and he was a CTO, but now you're a VC. So how did you get involved? How did you get to where you are today?
Yes, well, thanks for having me. And briefly, I was either the co-founder or one of the earliest members of 5 different venture-backed startups over the course of the first 20 years or so of my career, dating back to the .com era. So I've got some mileage on me, or kilometers on me. But that said, learning from working at those as an operator at those venture-backed companies, all those venture-backed companies went through some M&A exit. And somehow that qualified me to become a venture capitalist about 6 years ago or so. We myself and 2 other partners founded a VC fund called Presto Capital, which is a global VC fund that invests in early stage startups. Also ran a couple of accelerators too. I think Joseph just mentioned that as well. So have definitely been involved at the very early stage, and it's pretty much my passion. And it's for similar reasons. I've been the benefit of great mentorship, great advice. I've always found the ecosystem and the community so welcoming when I had questions, dating back to the 1990s, right? So I've always tried to pay it forward, and been happy to work with HatchPitch, as you said, for quite some time now. So glad to be back.
Great. Fantastic to have you back, Steve. And now pulling this all together is our MC, Kate Basharal, all the way from the UK. It's great to see you, Kate. Good to see you, and glad you can stay up this late. I know you had to sleep during the day today. Kate was a HatchPitch finalist in 2015 at South by Southwest, and really you've been involved ever since, Kate. You've hosted breakouts for HatchPitch Summit. You've been our MC for all of our virtual events so far. You're a digital strategist, and you've written books about cybercrime. Tell us a little bit about your book, and then take us right into the competition, if you will.
Certainly.
And I'll see you at the end.
You will. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Greg. I'm really delighted to be here once again. As Greg said, I'm Kate Borcherell, and I'm a writer, I'm a speaker, I'm a digital strategist specializing in emerging tech. My background's in both finance and tech, and I've co-founded 3 startups, one of which was a Hatch finalist in 2015 before it was acquired. And I've got that particular interest in cybersecurity. So CyberPitch is a match made in heaven. And a few years ago, I was asked to write a book about cybersecurity, a serious one. But after a little while, they asked me if I could write it as fiction, because people learn background knowledge and good behaviors from reading stories. And it's a really great way to change habits for the better. And I said, well, don't be silly. I can't write fiction. And that was 3.5 books ago. And if you want to check them out, the box set was released just last month on Amazon and in bookstores. So enough about me. We have some great stories here this afternoon with our fantastic CyberPitch finalists. So let's get started and look at how our time together is going to be spent. So we will start off with the pitches from 4 fabulous startups, followed by judges' feedback and questions. And then by 4:30, the pitching rounds will end, and there'll be time for you, the audience, and for the judges to cast your votes and submit feedback for all the teams. Voting will end promptly at 4:45, and the winners will be announced at 5 p.m. And in between the casting of the votes and the winner's announcement, George Reeves from the Department of Homeland Security will be giving the keynote speech. So let's go over the details. What you're going to see is each team pitching for 3 minutes, followed by 7 minutes of feedback and questions from the judges. And as a reminder, everyone gets to vote. So you at home, you need to be voting. Use the QR code or the bit.ly link, they go to the same place, and access that scorecard to submit your feedback and your votes for the winners. So find that now. Keep it open through the whole session before you submit. After each pitch, we'd love you to record your honest, in-the-moment thoughts for the presenting team to see after the event. And then once all of the pitches are over, scroll to the ranking section, cast your vote, and then, and only then, hit submit. What's at stake? We have the Audience Favourite Award, which is what you need to be voting for, and the Judges Award from the judges that Greg has just introduced. So, without further ado, our 4 finalists are Authenticate, which will be presented by Chad Spensky, Ranked Right, presented by Thomas McKenzie, Trust Page, presented by Chase Lee, and Stash Global Inc., presented by Janine Darling. So, if we could have Chad Spensky on stage, please, to introduce Authenticate. Come on up, Chad.
Howdy, is the audio and everything working? All right, so I am very pleased to introduce you to Authenticate, a company that is going to make every day of your life more secure and a little bit less frustrating. And I'm very sorry to say this, but Houston, we have a problem. The world's authentication mechanisms are reaching a tipping point. Really, as a practitioner, a hacker, and now a founder and an ex-academic, I can assure you that we can go no farther with the existing authentication mechanisms. And since every startup needs a hockey stick graft, this pitch is no exception. Credential-based attacks are at an all-time high and growing exponentially. If you watch the news, I'm sure you see these kind of attacks every day. In fact, 80% of companies report being phished in the last few years. Economic costs are also at an all-time high and growing exponentially, costing the economy billions every year in these simple credential attacks. And I don't have to tell anybody this, user frustration is also growing at an exponential rate. And the reason for this is that we've gotten in a case where more is not always better. If you think about your daily life, and especially your life at work, you're confronted with a ton of different authentication mechanisms every day, yet they don't seem to be working, right? Why are all of these other costs and everything growing at an exponential rate? That's because all of these solutions are simple band-aids. The dam is breaking, and we just keep trying to plug individual holes instead of taking a step back and rebuilding a new dam. So I'm very confident, I'm actually at one of the top conferences in the world right now, broadcasting to you, that all of these mechanisms will die. The key, the smart card, the password. In the next couple years, the next 5-10 years, they will be completely gone. And a revolution needs to happen. Or as a society, we will remain stagnant and the hackers will win. At Authenticate, we not only think that we can do better, we've already done better. And in fact, we've done much better. We've created a system that is far more secure and far more usable than anything on the market today. The way this works is that when you hire your employees, you'll onboard them on their smartphone, and this smartphone uses really sophisticated hardware-backed security and then unlocks everything for them in the workplace. It unlocks their doors with hardware that we build and ship. It can log them into any of their company websites and also unlock any of their computers. In the limit, this can also unlock company cars. Why would you want to authenticate? The world's infrastructure and your company are going to be far more secure. People are going to be far happier and more productive. Both the employees and the administrators enjoy a seamless and stress-free experience. And ultimately, companies are going to save a lot of money by unifying all of these systems into one secure, easy-to-use solution. So the revolution is happening, whether you like it or not, but I welcome you. Join us on the authentication revolution. Thank you.
So much. That was fantastic, Chad, and on the nail. I love that. Do I have a first question from one of our 3 judges? Oh, Joseph, go ahead.
Yeah, so I get the concept, big picture, but
Yeah.
lift up the hood and get a little deeper underneath and give us an idea, a little bit more of what's going on there.
Yeah. So my background, I have a doctorate in this. I've been doing this research forever. So it's kind of, if you take a smart card that has, all the hardware backed security kind of things on your credit card, your phones already have all of that built in. So we store a secure private key on the phone, and then we've built out all of the infrastructure for everything to communicate. And it's a fully distributed system. So, if the internet goes down, the phone can still unlock everything. And then we as a company, what we do is we distribute the access control list for you.
So you provide the hardware in addition to the phone, the chip in the phone.
Yeah, there's software that you install on your computer. And then if you want to augment your doors, we ship you this very sleek looking hardware that actually can also function as a light switch if you want to minimize construction costs.
Okay, thanks.
Can you talk a little bit about your team, please?
Yeah, so I'm leading the team. Like I said, I have a doctorate, a bunch of background in this. My other co-founder has a master's in electrical engineering. So that's the way that we're able to build hardware in-house and do all these designs and kind of really, really change the game in access control. It's something the world's never seen. And then my other co-founder is much more business oriented. So she's doing a lot of our sales and operations and has been really the person, driving our image out there. And then we have a rock star team of engineers that we got very, very lucky to hire. Our first hires, we kind of hit it out of the park. So we're very fortunate.
Excellent. Steve.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it works offline, because that was Facebook's problem trying to recover from their outage. They couldn't get into their server room because their system was offline. They could have used your solution. With that lead in, like someone like a Facebook, right? Like a big enterprise, they move slow. What would be like your pricing model to bring folks like that on board, right? More for this recurring revenue. I mean, because the hardware will change over time. It's less interesting probably for an investor.
So our pricing model, we're actually a SaaS model. So right now we're just starting out at $10 a month per user. So there's just an overhead on every employee for, security. We actually give the hardware away for free. So we've felt a lot of friction. People kind of, it's hard to convince people about the sunk cost fallacy. So they've just spent $50,000 on the system, or $500,000 in some cases, and they don't want to replace it. So for us, that's kind of for this experience and really to secure the company. We think the hardware is a nice to have. It really adds a lot. So, but we really like the SaaS model. So that's just a complementary perk in our case, and helps a little bit with friction.
Do we have a second question? Joseph.
Yeah, I am a little more trying to dial into the hardware side of it. So in that picture that you showed, I got the impression that I can walk up to a door. That door is going to be unlocked once I move through. So the actual installation of that mechanism that controls and locks and unlocks the door, who is installing that? And give us some sense of the complexity involved in doing that. You said it was sleek, but you're talking to a guy with two thumbs.
Yeah, so this is one of the things that I think we really changed the game on physical access control. If you can install a smart light switch, you can install our product. It actually fits in a standard electrical box. You can power it from 120 AC voltage or from DC voltage if you already ran infrastructure for your existing door locks. So you really don't need a highly sophisticated electrician or carpenter. Any electrician or even a do-it-yourselfer could really do it.
Okay.
I have a question that's come in from one of the scoring judge. Could you elaborate on how the technology is different or better than existing big players like Cyberattacks, RSA, Vasco, etc.?
Yeah, I can elaborate on it much more because I've been hanging out with them all week at this conference. So I alluded to it a little bit in my slide, but many of them are very laser focused. They want to solve the password login for a website problem, or they want to solve, unlocking a laptop problem. And I sort of think that, we actually re-architected everything. The fact that this is a fully distributed system from a technology standpoint, the way we've architected it lets us do usability things that the competitors really can't compete with. So like I unlock my laptop by hitting enter. When I log into our administrative portal, if my phone is nearby, it just welcomes me. Like there is no interaction. We can unlock doors by walking up to them, and you don't have to get your phone out of your pocket. But because of the security that we're implementing, you could also ratchet that up all the way, and you could have everything require a biometric. So it really lets the end user, our customers, decide how annoying do I want to be to my employees for this particular action. And that's a huge differentiator on the usability side.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. Who's going to fight for that one?
So over when it comes to access control, companies like Unikey, for example, have been around for some time, and there are a couple others on the market as well. From a protectability standpoint, that's kind of, I guess, love for you to elaborate on that a little bit, given that there are people that do those sorts of things with regards to opening up access control, leveraging the phone.
Can you define what you mean by protectability, like our security, or
from let's say a patent perspective or anything like that?
Yeah, we did file a patent for our hardware. Like I kind of alluded to, that it's very, very different than anything that you've ever seen out there, and it's entirely designed in-house. Ideally, we do want to outsource that to some OEM vendor to kind of hit scale, so we can order millions of these and have someone with the manufacturing capacity. But we really are like an authentication company, though. So the access control portion of our company is a very nice cherry on top of a very, very beautiful foundation of this seamless authentication experience that really goes far beyond access control. And in fact, our biggest market is getting rid of passwords.
We have literally, can you give us 10-second answer? What happens when you change phones? What happens when you change
so
your
for
phone?
companies, not a big deal. You get your new phone, you register it, you go to the admin, they verify you, you verify them. Off you go, brand new phone. It happens in seconds.
Fantastic. Chad, thank you so much. That was a fantastic way to start. And thank you for your efforts and good luck in the voting.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure.
Just a reminder to everybody, please put your feedback, the thoughts of your moment into your feedback form. If you haven't yet got to that site, you're on the QR code just in the corner here. Now then, I would like to introduce our second presenter coming from the UK. We have Thomas Mackenzie of Ranked Right. Thomas, join me on the stage.
Hey, how's it going?
It's good. Over to you.
Thank you. So, as Kate said, my name's Thomas. I'm the founder and CEO of Ranked Right. Back in 2018, I was asked to help an organization post a WannaCry outbreak. They were heavily impacted by the outbreak, and they wanted to do some work to figure out what they could do to help them in the future. One of the first things that I noticed was in their vulnerability management program, they were prioritizing their vulnerabilities based on the CVSS score. Now, you may not be aware, but the Eternal Blue exploit that allowed the propagation of the WannaCry malware actually wasn't considered the highest risk of CVSS 10. This organization had over 1 million assets. They had thousands of CVSS 10 vulnerabilities, and over 70% of those vulnerabilities actually didn't have any known public way of exploiting them. So by their own admission, they had focused all of their time and attention on remediating and patching vulnerabilities that had no residual risk. Now, there are organizations out there right now that help you kind of get past CVSS, but there are two problems with them. The first is that they can be super expensive, and the second is they basically build these kind of secret algorithms, and these secret algorithms that nobody quite understands how they work. Now, if I, as a consultant in the past, if I'd have gone into an organization and said, hey, look, this is, what your risk appetite is, and this is what you should do, they would have laughed me out the door. Risk is personal. Risk appetite is produced by an organization. And I believe that prioritization of vulnerabilities needs to match that. So that's why we've built Ranked Right. What we do is we ingest vulnerability data regardless of where it comes from, and then enrich that with vulnerability intelligence data that we're gathering at least 4 times per day from over 100 different resources. And then from that, we expose data points that allow you to create what we call triage rules or automated workflows, allowing you to prioritize vulnerabilities for different parts of your environment in a very specific way for you and your organization. Those rules can then be delegated to various different people within the organization so that you know that anytime somebody's actioning your vulnerabilities, they're doing it based upon the priorities that you and your business has aligned with your risk. We're building the world's first what we call suggestive vulnerability prioritization engine. So utilizing all of the telemetry from our customer data and understanding their SLAs and KPIs and the rules that they build, what we've basically done is essentially made it so that we understand how we can improve over time by building these intelligent models and saying, well, if you try X based upon others in your industry and others of your size, you can deliver continuous improvement and essentially get to remediation quicker. Now, I think a lot of us on this call will know that the market is growing in cybersecurity, but in vulnerability management specifically, the market is growing. And actually, the largest vendors, the three main scanning vendors, are growing larger than the market year over year. At launch, we've attached ourselves to those scanning vendors and now support more and will continue to support more. So our serviceable market will grow as well. We're currently in the process of raising our next round. And if you want to hear more about what we're doing, let me know. But otherwise, I'm looking forward to the questions.
Thomas, that was fantastic. And welcome back to our judges. Who has the first question?
I'll happily take one. Oh, sorry, Joseph. Yeah.
Go ahead, Steve.
Go. Oh, okay, yeah. I have a pretty easy one. Is first of all, thank you for your presentation. And looking at what you're doing is, I feel like it's going to be difficult for some people until they're either hit with a vulnerability, right, to take you seriously or to take this threat seriously. So what is just talk to me a little bit about your market segmentation, like which are the industries and then what type of size of companies or style of companies you're going for in those industries?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, this is a cross market, like cross kind of like industry, like vertical thing, right? Like all organizations, especially if you think about regulated industries, have to do vulnerability scanning in some way, shape or form, typically. In terms of like what we're looking at though, you know, the enterprise is quite heavily catered for right now and is able to stomach the cost of these solutions. However, one of the major problems that the mid-market have is they either don't know that this tech exists or if they do, it's too expensive for them. So what we're doing is we're going after regulated industries in the mid-market who basically have never seen or can't afford this in the past.
So my question, I think, kind of builds on where Steve was going with this. I'm trying to imagine who your persona is that you're trying to talk to. Is it the risk management team? Is it the IT if they haven't, elevated cyber to the right level? Is it the CEO? Who do you have to convince to do this?
So this is the age-old question, right? So what we're finding at the moment in terms of the interest that we're gathering is that it's teams that have a relatively large estate, but have either been underfunded or have a very small cybersecurity capability. We recently did some research, and on average, organizations are spending anywhere between 8 and 15 hours per week doing manual vulnerability prioritization. So teams that are small, or as you said there, the cybersecurity capability is wrapped into the IT team because they don't have those people. Those are the people that we're going after and helping them essentially get this done quicker and in an automated fashion.
What's your market traction?
Say that again, sorry, Richard.
So what's your current market traction?
So we basically started off. We signed 2 MSP partners relatively quickly. We have converted one of our pilot customers, and at the moment we're totally focused on product market fit, right? So just getting feedback and ensuring that we're building a product that is going to help the people that we're going after.
Quick question on your data sources. Are there any? Where do you get some of those data sources from? And are there any? And this is a very American question. Like, are there any liabilities that where you're missing a data source and then someone comes back and sues you or things like that?
Sure, it's a great question actually.
Yeah, I said it very American.
We've been asked that question a lot. So we gather our data sources typically from open source databases, right? We do have a commercial partnership with one kind of commercial data feed. In terms of the way that we kind of limit our liability, obviously, like in the cybersecurity space, especially in this vulnerability management space, that we have to have legals in place, right? So things around, you're responsible for your data and you're responsible for how you prioritize them. That kind of usually puts people off, but ultimately our model is to work via managed service providers who are delivering vulnerability management as a service and can utilize this to optimize their delivery. That's our focus right now.
Question that's coming in on the comments. Could you talk a little bit more around the suggestive vulnerability prioritization?
Sure. Yeah. So there are kind of 2 angles to that, right? So as we ingest this vulnerability data and as we're able to understand the things that they're prioritizing themselves and how quick they're able to remediate across different parts of their environment, we'll be able to make suggestions on whether or not vulnerabilities should be prioritized higher, even if right now they're not as critical as they might be. So as an example, we may know that a particular class of vulnerability proliferates their exploit, like exploits proliferate for those over a period of 3 months, but it may take you 2 months to actually remediate that vulnerability because of its asset and where it's located in your organization. So we can make a suggestion that says, hey, it's not part of your rule, but we've noticed that, and then prioritize that vulnerability up. That's one side. The second side is as we bring more customers on board, and we're about to launch the free version of the product to help with this, we're going to be able to say other organizations of your size, of your type, of the number of assets that you have been building these rules and have got better adherence to their SLAs and KPIs than you do. Have you thought about doing A, B, and C to improve your adherence? And that's the suggested vulnerability prioritization piece that we're talking.
Kate, do we have time for one more?
You certainly do.
So due to the technical nature of what you're trying to do, that the very people who understand most what you're doing are the very people you have that are building your system. So my question is, who are your salespeople? How do you take this very technical nature of what you're doing and have people who are strictly in sales try to sell this product? Where do you find them?
It's a great question because that's what's coming up right now, right? Like that's so it's going from me to somebody else. So look, if you look at other organizations like us, our competitors, they've been very successful in this space, and one of the biggest players has just been acquired by Cisco. So we know it can be done. In terms of the way that I would approach it, I have a background in both the technical side and the business side, right? I spent the last 3 years over at IBM as an associate partner. That was my job, was sales. So building sales teams and running that's my bag. My focus is on selling, on the need for getting to remediation quicker. Organizations are really struggling right now in meeting their SLAs and KPIs. And on top of that, are really struggling in certain cases like the one I mentioned at the start, where they're not focused on the right vulnerabilities. So, selling based on that need is important.
Fantastic. That wrapped up that question bang on the nail. Thank you so much. Our time is up with Ranked Right, and I'm delighted to introduce our third finalist tonight. So please welcome Chase Lee from TrustPage. Chase, over to you. Unmute.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Kate. Hey, everybody. My name is Chase Lee. I'm the founder and CEO here at TrustPage. Our goal is to help software companies build trust better. So we let the customers self-serve when they have questions around security, removing friction from the sales process, and ultimately protecting your team's time. So our team, we've all been in software for a while. Many of us came from our last company. We're best places to work, and received quite a bit of traction in the Fortune 500, where we're able to deliver over 25 billion in lifetime value for our customers. So we built a great business last time around, but one of the things that we ran into while trying to grow was really whether or not we could sell through security and not let that be a hurdle, right? All of our buyers, as we were handling sensitive data, wanted to make sure that they could trust us with that data. And so our mission as a company is really to empower other teams to grow through security. And by making that easy, also empower security to be done better. The problem today is that trust is more important, yet harder than ever to achieve. So most teams really can't keep up with the process today. And so security for them becomes a hurdle, often in the sales process, as opposed to a competitive advantage. What we did at our last company was we ended up turning security into a competitive advantage. And we were really able to go on the offense with what we did from a security standpoint. So all the measures and investments that we were making in security actually helped us to drive sales. The problem today with this process is it's very hard to understand different questions. Most of it's happening in spreadsheets being passed around over email, which is also inherently insecure. And your sales and support teams really lose visibility and feedback into the process. And so it's really hard to know like where you should be making investments next. So bottom line is when it's hard to communicate trust between vendors and buyers, you slow down your sales pipeline, your customers are less happy, and everyone ends up doing a lot more work. So what we've built is what we call a trust center. It's an all-in-one collaborative hub for software vendors to communicate trust with their prospects and customers. And it's all backed by an AI-assisted interface to make it really easy for customers to get answers to their questions, as well as for your team to deliver those answers. So far, we've raised over $5 million in seed financing with some really great partners who are helping to shape the future of technology. This year, we grew our team from 4 to 14. We debuted our product on Product Hunt, and we debuted as number 2 of the day, which is an awesome achievement for us. And we've been able to take our product from an MVP to something that supports multiple pricing tiers and is being deployed across companies large and small. Finally, we've created over 300 trust centers. So people are using our product with their customers to grow through security. Thank you very much.
Oh, nailed it, Chase. That was superb. Well done. And our judges are coming back. I'm just checking if we have any questions coming through at this stage. Not yet, but Joseph has one.
Yeah, leading off, Chase, thank you very much. Can you give me a use case? I need to wrap my brain around where you all fit in best, market, segment, size, tier. Just pull me in on your most likely best use case scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you see it across all sizes of companies, wherever you're dealing with any sort of sensitive data, which used to just be an enterprise, but more and more that's moving downstream, even to smaller companies. We most often talk to people who have already created a DIY trust page, right? They've put a page on their website that talks about their security practices so that when customers are looking to learn about what they're doing, they're able to find those answers quickly. The problem is those pages today are cobbled together. They're not instrumented into their CRM or other systems. So they lack a lot of the visibility and orchestration that you would want to do this process efficiently. So really anyone who's going through security reviews as well, that's where you start to feel even more of the deepest pain. One of the cool things our software does is your customers can come, upload their security questionnaires, and our AI will give you recommended answers to all those questions based on past questionnaires, as well as policies and everything else that you've uploaded into your trust center. A really easy way to think of it, it's like a help center for your customers, but for security.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Can I just add another question to that is around the use cases is like, for example, would just looking for the relationship between the buyer and the seller, right? The customer. And are you basically putting in the trust center for someone who is providing security or someone that is doing a different style of transaction? So this would be between me and Morgan Stanley, or it'd be between me and maybe somebody else, me being an enterprise, of course.
Yeah, so we're most often right now, we're selling to software vendors. They're our customers, right? So B2B SaaS in particular happens to be a great use case. And that's like our bread and butter. That said, a lot of times the person who's going to visit a trust center and look at it, that would be someone from Morgan Stanley, right? If they want to buy some new like financial planning software, they're giving that financial data. They want to make sure that stuff is protected. So whoever they're evaluating, if they're using a trust center, it's going to be easier to get their questions answered.
So ultimately both then, right? Yeah. So in essence, you would do it as a SaaS business, but also you could facilitate the secure transaction as well.
Yep.
Cool.
We have a quick question. Is this for IT department? Would IT departments gain trust in a vendor's solution?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Is this for IT departments to gain trust in a vendor's solution? Would that be an application?
Yep. Yes. Yep. Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. Richard, did you have a question there?
I did. You mentioned with your team things like best places to work and a couple of other things. Was that for this company or a prior company?
Yeah, sorry if that wasn't clear. Yeah, that was for the last company. So about half the team was at our last company where I was the CTO. So I was running product design, engineering in enterprise sales. So oftentimes when security questions came up, I was the guy that fell to. And as that pain started to be felt throughout more of our team as we grew, we looked for solutions to turn security into a competitive advantage and scale up the process of communicating it.
Got it. Thank you. And then I'm going to ask a liability question too, with regards to you verifying essentially third-party vendors, software systems. I mean, we saw a lot of issues with digital hygiene with regards to vendor engagement. How does that fall on you from a liability perspective if you're giving them the thumbs up?
Yeah, so we really just provide a platform to vendors that makes it easy for them to communicate what they're doing. Ultimately, they're responsible for what they're saying about what they're doing from a security standpoint. That said, one of the cool things about our AI is it can spot things like, if you said something here and you say something here, and those don't align, like one of these is probably wrong, which is really helpful to you as a vendor. Like you want to make sure, for example, your sales team isn't, misquoting a security policy or something. But also as a buyer, it's going to end up giving them more accurate answers. Many times today, buyers don't really have a great way to verify that folks are actually taking these steps. So in the future, we also want to provide real-time verification. So if I tell you, for example, that all my employees have 2FA enabled across all their apps, we can sync with a system like OXA that's going to actually be able to report out in real time and verify that that's actually happening.
I have a quick question is, someone who's been through one of these audits very recently, I could use something like this but it was actually more because it was really a one-time thing from our side. So I'm curious if you walk through just, your scaling kind of assumptions about how you would scale the business longer term.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there a specific angle you're thinking about scaling from, like financially, or how we're going to grow? And that sort of thing?
Growing in
Say in 1 minute.
Yeah, scaling the business, financially, the customer base. Like I get how you would probably do it on the other side as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we're pretty fortunate. Like I mentioned, we've raised around $5 million. So we've actually got 18 months of runway left in the business, assuming we're not bringing in revenue. The good news is we are bringing in revenue, which we're pretty pumped about. We're targeted to hit 1 million ARR, next June. And so that said, we won't be profitable yet. And so it's a great question. There's quite a few network effects in this process, right? Many of the people who are actually buying from a software vendor are software vendors themselves. And so when they experience how easy it is to buy when using a trust center, one of the first things they should be thinking about is how to bring that experience to their customers too. So we think we have a pretty strong product-led growth model. We're already seeing strong word of mouth and affinity with the product. So we're going to continue to invest in those areas. Also, moving upstream in sort of the needs of customers, like integrating with CRM is allowing us to increase that price point. We started around $50 a month. In this next month, we should be sending out contracts for $12K a year. And the next few months, it looks like we'll have the feature set to support, $60,000 a year contracts as well. So hopefully the stars align for us. But thank you. That's a great question.
And a great one to finish on. And thank you so much, Chase. That was absolutely excellent. And very best of luck in the voting. Thank you.
Kate.
Don't forget to make sure that you're giving feedback for all of the teams. We have one more to pitch, and I am delighted to introduce from Stash Global Inc. We have Janine Darling. Janine, please join me on the stage. Hello.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for inviting me to this wonderful presentation. So I'm Janine Darling. I am the founder and CEO of Stash Global. We are a data-centric security company. And before I tell you very much about Stash, I'd like to talk a little bit about some context that will make you understand Stash a little bit better. Ransomware, as everybody knows, has become an enormous deal. And during the pandemic, it expanded about 600%. And although the cybersecurity marketplace is quite large in general, this, of course, has made it even larger. It is a very difficult problem, and there are lots and lots of companies trying to solve it. But the problem is, even though there's lots of companies trying to solve it, we're still having millions and millions of breaches every day. The cybersecurity industry was a burgeoning marketplace 20 years ago, and now it's an economic juggernaut. But we're still having the same problems. So, what's wrong with this picture? The problem is that other companies are doing some great things with their technology, but they're doing it defensively. They were not built to protect data. They were built to protect the pipes, the things that data flows through, not the data itself. Stash has found the solution to ransomware, both the attack and the attacker, by protecting the data itself. Let me tell you a little bit about how it works. Because Stash protects the data itself and we save all the versions, when a ransomware attack happens, the admin simply goes into the dashboard and selects what he wants to or she wants to restore, clicks a button, and that data is restored. On the flip side, on the attacker side, the attacker has exfilled files which they're threatening to make public or destroyed. Well, you already have your files back, and although they have the files, they cannot get to the content of the files. So ransomware is absolutely solved with this solution. The outcome is that Stash eradicates a great many losses that all companies are concerned about. We have been asked to take our technology and expand it to 5G readiness. It is agnostic, ubiquitous. It is run from a dashboard by an admin. Users aren't involved at all. It is a very easy lift and low friction deployment that we take care of for customers in a matter of hours or days, depending upon the size of the customer. We have won quite a bit of recognition in the cyber community, and we did not approach them. They approached us. Red Hat has asked us to be in their marketplace where their salespeople sell from. And same thing with Oracle. We are an AWS partner and a Capital Factory cohort company. We have just been asked, as I've alluded to create a 5G readiness of our technology for the United States Air Force. It is a $1 to $5 million multi-phase project with the intent of rolling it out to the entire DoD afterwards. And based on that project, the Australian government got wind of it, and we are working with Oracle and ASG to do the same thing for the Australian government. Those are our two largest traction events to date. We have small traction with some beta customers. We have got a number of patents. We have got a number of other deals pending, and we are working with both large and smaller companies through business services companies, master agents, and also direct. We're in the process of raising a tandem round. Our very first round is a $1.5 million round, but we are talking to other investors right now about a larger round to take advantage of the swiftness with which this marketplace is evolving. There's nobody else that has this solution, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about it.
Thank you so much, Janine. I'm going to bring the judges in very quickly. Thank you. Steve is here, and Richard and Joseph. Steve, you look like you have a question.
Yeah, so when I'm looking at first of all, thank you for the presentation. And if anything, you just made me more petrified, of all the data attacks, which is good.
I'm sorry I did that, but the point is to make you less petrified, because there really is a solution now. The efficacy of what we have developed is patented, and it really does what it says. Really does.
Right. So the level that you're protecting the data but not protecting the pipes, would you work in conjunction? So like a SolarWinds attack, actually SolarWinds would be a bad one, but an attack on let's say the infrastructure where we couldn't get the oil up the pipelines, which was less of a data attack and more of a hardware equipment attack, or like you see it against the buses in Baltimore. Would you work in tandem with those vendors, or would that be a separate revenue stream solution that you've come down the road? What would your relationship with that be? Because it seems like you solve the ransomware of the data side pretty elegantly.
So the ransomware solution is actually an expansion of our patented data-centric data governance platform. And to answer your question, we have designed the technology to either bolster or replace other technologies. It is modular. And because it's agnostic, it can work with any network or infrastructure or platform. It depends on a client's needs. They can either snap the whole thing on and over time understand how it replaces legacy or lower value tools, or they can just add it, because we actually fill a gap, right? The technologies that I compared us to, they're all great technologies. They're elegant. Many of them are fantastic, and they do serve a purpose. But with 50 billion endpoints all over the world, going to 80 billion in a matter of a few years, you can't stop every hack. And that's where we come in.
Can I jump in with a question that's coming from our other judges? There's two judges asking the same thing. How do you work to protect the files themselves? So are you encrypting the data?
So very top line, 30,000-foot view is we take files, we do encrypt them, we parse them into a number of pieces based on a patented algorithm with quantum-resistant keys. We scatter those pieces to a number of locations anywhere in the world. We support data sovereignty and localization. And so that provides data resilience as well.
Thank you. Joseph, sorry.
No, it's fine. So anytime I see stats that show all the success and all the traction, and yet you're a very young company raising money in that tandem round, I always have to ask the question, this sounds too good to be true. So why has no one built this before? And what makes you unique that your team built this where others maybe have thought, but didn't do it before? Why you and not someone before?
Sure. So let me tell you a little bit about my team. I am out of the business problem solving sector of business. I am a branding and operations expert, and my co-founder, my CTO.
We seem to have lost Janine. Is she backstage? I don't believe she is. Okay, if we can bring her back to answer any more questions, we shall. But while we have a moment, we will just run over some of the final details for the rest of the evening. So it's evening here. It's the middle of the night in England. So you've seen our 4 finalists, and I hope that you all now have your QR code clicked or your bit.ly link, which I think we have a reminder of there on screen. We'd love your thoughts in the moment, feedback for the individual finalists, who will also be answering comments on YouTube and so on. And this is your chance now to rank number 1 for first place, number 4 for last place. I know you want to put them all in first place, but you're not allowed to. So can we get those votes and feedback in as soon as possible, please, so that we can choose our audience champion? And of course, we have to choose our judges champion. So I would like, for the last, we've literally got 3 minutes left. Would our judges please come back on stage and give us your final thoughts? Steve, over to you.
Happy to. All the companies were great. I know it's a challenge to do this in 2.5 minutes. That's why some of our questions were more clarifying questions. And I wasn't joking with Janine. I always come and look at these type of events and get more paranoid. I read the book Sandworm and then have nightmares. But it does give me hope, because the solutions we saw in previous events and other events that were not, from Cyber Pitch, even like 3 or 4 years ago, were just not as sophisticated as the ones we saw today. So as an industry, I think we are maturing, but partly because the threat is just so much stronger every year, as each of the speakers has pointed out. So it's very encouraging, and great presentations. Look forward to seeing who wins.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. That was fantastic 4 amazing pitches. Joseph.
Yeah, I just want to thank Hatch Pitch. Thank you again for hosting, and Cyber Houston for organizing all this. I'll echo much of what Steve's saying. I mean, the fastest line of business growing in Gray Line Group, my company that I'm a part of, is in the world of cybersecurity. There's just not enough people right now paying attention to it. So I applaud you all. For all the entrepreneurs, members of the audience, judges, everybody involved, let's continue this conversation. It's more than just this one great event today, but it's all these conversations in the future. And I even clicked on all 4 of those buttons that said, I'd like to meet. And I clicked all 4 companies because I want to stay in touch.
Richard.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks again for having me. Great job, all companies pitching today. Certainly addressing critical issues that we have here in the U.S. and abroad with regards to our companies, especially now that as both other judges alluded to, we're in a brand new world when it comes to cybersecurity. We are actually at war with other countries. A lot of people don't know that. We're not at war on the battlefield, we're at war on the internet. So great to see these innovative solutions here today, and everyone as well in the audience looking forward to engaging with all of you and watching you grow your companies as well.
Fantastic. It just remains for me to thank our judges, and that you see on screen, to Steve, to Joseph, to Richard, to our judges that are sitting on the YouTube channel and making their votes alongside our 3 judges here, and to you, the audience. Please make sure that you get your responses in. We have a huge number of responses coming in so far. You have 15 minutes to get those votes in. And all of our finalists are answering questions on the YouTube channel. So get on there, ask them any questions that you think haven't been answered. They have their chance to continue to tell you all about their fantastic pitches. Please come back to us at, let me see, it's going to be 11 o'clock at night here. So 5 o'clock, we will be announcing the winners of the Audience Award and the Judges Award, and we are very much looking forward to that. And this is the time that we hand back to our hosts in Houston. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you. Hatch pitched, and those pitches, that is just awesome. You guys are incredible what you're doing, and I think, could I pitch my company like that? You've obviously practiced this, hit the nail on the head. You've really got it down to words. It was awesome. Yeah, and we'll be bringing Greg back at 5 p.m. Central Time, 11 p.m. UK time, to announce the results. So looking forward to that. So now I'm going to bring Andy Sawyer back to introduce our final keynote speaker. Andy, wasn't that amazing?
Phil. That was awesome. I want all of them.
I know, me too. I mean, there's such great ideas, and you think, oh yeah, we could use all that, and I love the energy, the smarts. It gives me a lot of hope as well.
I do. Like I said, I think the future is bright. We have people out there coming up with these new solutions all the time. It's just awesome.
It really is, yeah.
So, but on to the next. So,
thanks, Andy. I'll leave you to it. The floor is yours.
Okay.
I yield.
All right. Thank you, Phil. Well, I have the honor and privilege of introducing the last keynote speaker for the day. And so I want to introduce everybody to George Reeves, who is with CISA. George is a cybersecurity advisor with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. They're so committed to security that they have it twice in their name, where he has served for the past 5+ years. George works to foster collaboration and coordination on cyber preparedness, risk mitigation, incident response, and to provide cybersecurity resources, including training, exercises, and assessment in support of the nation's critical infrastructure key resource sectors and with state and local government. George is a former Air Force Special Agent for the Air Force Office of Special Investigations and was responsible for conducting cyber operations and investigations to detect, mitigate, and neutralize adversarial targets through the Air Force network and assets. I think that's a nice way of saying people are not on the planet anymore because of George, but he can tell you more about that. Prior to joining the DHS CISA, George held several positions with the private sector, where he was responsible for identifying and monitoring advanced cyber threats, discovery of cyber vulnerabilities, and investigating global cybersecurity incidents. And best of all, George is in the Houston area. He's local to us. So with all of that, I want to introduce everybody to George and ask him to take it away.
Okay, well, thank you, Andy. Hopefully you guys are hearing me okay. It's a pleasure. I'm really
and George, before you get started, I want to ask the question: when you neutralized adversarial threats? Are you going to talk about that?
I can, but I have to kill you all. No, that's my former life, but it's a little higher in classification than our audience today. But over a beer, we can have a chat.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Andy. All right. Well, hello everyone. Thanks for having me here. It's always great to represent Houston, but also giving me the opportunity to speak a little more about our agency, CISA, and about some of the initiatives that we're currently working on. So again, as Andy stated very eloquently, my name is George Reeves, and I am a cybersecurity advisor for the greater Houston metropolitan area. I've been bouncing back and forth from Houston to San Antonio, but I'm back in Houston now. I also support New Mexico just for the time being until we get a new advisor on board to kind of help cover that state for me. But as far as CISA, I've been with the agency for a little over 5 years. And previously, my role with CISA, again, I've worked predominantly here in the Houston metropolitan area with the oil and gas sector, and as well as worked a little bit as a cybersecurity consultant supporting matters involving corporate investigations and electronic discovery. But really, the bulk of my experience really comes from the government sector. As Andy stated, I'm a retired Air Force special agent, did criminal counterintelligence investigations and operations, predominantly on the cyber side of things, which took me downrange. I supported the warfighting efforts in Iraq and Afghanistan, but also did stints across Western Europe, Eastern Europe, the Balkans, and Northern Africa. Now I have to admit, although it was quite rewarding putting bad guys in prison or thwarting nation states' collection activities, my current role here at CISA has been nothing more than satisfying as we continue to assist our critical infrastructure partners with their security and protection efforts. So what I would like to do here today is talk briefly a little bit about CISA, because again, we're fairly new. I want to make sure everybody understands who we are and what we do. But so on that standpoint, as Andy mentioned, we are the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. So that's the cybersecurity and the physical security components when it comes to everyday operations. And again, we're going to hit our 3-year anniversary next month. And we're a sub-agency under the Department of Homeland Security. Now, we've done a lot in the past 3 years, but I believe, as well as many others, that there's still so much more to do out there. So our mission is pretty simple. On the surface, we lead the national effort to understand and manage cyber and physical risk to our critical national infrastructure. So we are an agency built of collaboration, which comprises of cooperation, information sharing, and action. So across both private and public sectors. So which is at the heart of our ultimate goal, raising our overall collective defenses. Now, as the national coordinator for critical infrastructure security and resilience, our vision is to have a secure and resilient critical infrastructure for really the entire American people. And this mission can only be accomplished and realized through collaboration and as well as imagination. What innovative solutions can we come up with? So we as CISA are asking you all, everybody out there, to partner with us to raise the security baseline of our products, our services, our networks, and practices to make the internet a safer place. because it has gotten a little out of control these last few years. So it's been a busy year. Within the last 12 months alone, we've seen numerous incidents, from the SolarWinds supply chain compromise to the exploitation of vulnerabilities found in Microsoft Exchange servers, the Pulse Connect secure devices, and as well as the Windows Print Spooler. And lastly, to include the recent escalating ransomware attacks affecting entities from Colonial Pipeline to JBS Foods, as well as the recent Kaseya software. Now, in all these instances, CISA responded swiftly, assisting our partners. We issued emergency directives to our federal partners and activity alerts for network defenders, which provide additional information on these vulnerabilities and actionable steps to strengthen network security. In many cases, we deployed teams to help victims on the ground to identify and remove adversaries that were embedded in their networks. Now, it was through ongoing partnerships, that's really what it comes down to, that we were able to issue these alerts, these directives as quickly as we did. Because we lean on a lot of you folks out there who really are the frontline soldiers, the frontline positioned assets that are out there that can really help the nation as a whole. So as I stated, there is so much more we can do. So at least we will continue to focus on strengthening the government's collaboration and our industry, with our industry stakeholders, because ultimately it is through this collaboration and partnership that will help us secure the nation's critical infrastructure and all the components of the supply chain, to include businesses of all sizes, small and large, that comprise our economy. So I will go over just 3 CISA initiatives that it's really designed to help build and continue the collaboration efforts. Okay, so in the first initiative, one of the initiatives we recently pushed out is the Vulnerability Disclosure Policy Platform. VDP is what we call it for short. Now, in a sense, this platform is really designed to help agencies streamline day-to-day operations when disclosing and managing cyber vulnerabilities. Okay. Additionally, the platform serves as the primary point of entry for intaking, triaging, and routing vulnerability disclosed by the public, and as well as the ethical hackers that are out there doing their due diligence. The platform enhances information sharing across the federal enterprise by improving how agencies track, analyze, report, manage, and communicate potential vulnerabilities abroad. That's what it really comes out to. We try to get the information to push it out to you, to make it actionable. So ultimately, the VDP, or the Vulnerability Disclosure Policy Platform, will enable agencies out there to receive actionable vulnerability information and to collaborate with the public to improve the security of the internet accessible systems. Okay, so that's the first initiative that I just kind of wanted to mention. The next initiative we've recently introduced is the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative, okay, also known as JCDC. So through this new collaboration, collaboration center is really what it is, CISA will coordinate national cyber defense planning and operations by partnering with our interagency, our state and local, tribal and territorial government agencies, and as well as the private sector stakeholders, to do 4 key things, okay? First key thing is to share insight, to shape our joint understanding of challenges and opportunities for cyber defense. The second item, design a comprehensive whole-of-nation cyber defense plans to address and ensure coordinated actions. Third item, support joint exercises to improve cyber defense operations. There's not enough planning and preparation and testing out there. Fourth, last thing, key thing, is to implement coordinated defensive cyber operations to prevent and reduce the impacts of the cyber attacks. Now, because obviously we can learn from everybody. The unique value add of the JCDC is to create a proactive capability for government and private sector to really work together more closely before an incident actually occurs, in order to strengthen the connective tissue and ensuring a common understanding of processes. Now, through this partnership, we are seeking these five areas. Identify unique public and private sector planning requirements and capabilities. Seeking to implement effective mechanisms for coordination. Thirdly, seeking to establish a set of shared risk priorities to inform a joint planning agenda. The fourth item, seeking to develop a coordinated cyber defense plan. And lastly, is seeking to support joint exercises and assessments to measure the overall effectiveness of the cyber defense planning and operations. Now, in the recent time that we've since introduced JCDC, several industry partners have since agreed to work side by side with CISA to stand up the JCDC and bring a whole-of-nation approach to cyber defense. Now specifically, some of the industries are CrowdStrike, Palo Alto, FireEye, AWS, otherwise known as Amazon Web Services, Google, Microsoft, AT&T, and Lumen. Okay. Now, these industry partners have all chosen to work with the federal government to jointly defend our country's national critical functions against cyber attacks, with an initial interest or initial focus on two cyber efforts. The first effort is to combat ransomware. The second effort is to develop a planning framework to coordinate incidents affecting cloud providers. Okay, that is becoming a larger risk. The JCDC depends on close partnerships with critical infrastructure companies, and needs really the best and the brightest throughout America to achieve our mission. So, if you out there are interested in partnering, with the JCDC, please reach out to us, as we'd love to, join forces with you. Now, the last initiative I wanted to briefly mention is the Cyber Workforce Training Guide. So this effort largely came about with the ever-increasing need to address the shortages of skilled cybersecurity professionals. And it's even been reported that there's about 3.5 million unfilled cybersecurity positions around the world. And here within the US, that's about 500,000, 500,000 unfilled positions here in the US alone. Now, to help address the shortage, CISA is undertaking a variety of efforts. For instance, a few years back, we invested in a program called Scholarship for Service. Now, this program provided scholarships for students interested in a career in cybersecurity And in the return, for the scholarship was that they would work, within a government or a contractor with a government. But that's essentially the buyback. Now, and then recently, as of August, just a few months ago, August of 2021, here at CISA, we released the cybersecurity workforce training guide that I mentioned, and this is designed to help professionals develop a training plan based on their current skill levels and desired career opportunities. In essence, what it was we were making careers in cybersecurity more accessible and allowing more people to see themselves in the cyber career space. So with over 100 training resources and certification prep courses, CISA's new guide can help cybersecurity professionals of all levels stay current and advance their careers, as well as to help build a highly diverse digital workforce. Again, all intended to narrow that gap of the workforce shortage. So the last thing I wanted to mention was, so there are a few things that we together can do to strengthen the cyber ecosystem. For instance, one thing you can consider is joining our team, joining CISA, as we recently made an aggressive push to get cybersecurity coordinators within all 50 states. And I believe we have a few remaining states we still need to fill, to include New Mexico, as I mentioned, and as well as Louisiana. Okay, that's here in Region 6. We fall under Region 6. So again, if you know somebody, point them my way, and we'll see what we can do. Additionally, besides joining, CISA, you could also consider being an industry or a community cybersecurity expert, or helping advocate cybersecurity as a business risk. Because what it comes down to is that there is something that we could all do to contribute together as a nation, because we all have a common interest. We all have an overall incentive that things need to work out. Otherwise, the blowback, as we sort of saw with Colonial Pipeline, and as well as some of the other national incidents that has happened, it really doesn't take much to really knock the economy or our overall way of life out of whack. Okay, so in closing, we are striving to solve the most complex cybersecurity issues that have really real-world consequences. Now, together, through partnerships, collaborations, we have made tremendous achievements throughout the past several years, and we've come a long way. But we must also, be realistic about how much more remains to be done. There's just so much help, so much holes and weaknesses that are out there, and these are generational issues. And there is no perfect cybersecurity. There really isn't. No matter how much you invest, who you hire, and et cetera, it is impossible to have a perfect cybersecurity program. But then again, together through continued partnership, we can raise the overall baseline of cybersecurity and really help reduce the overall risk that we face. So that's all I wanted to go over. Again, thank you all for having me here today. I believe you guys have my contact information. I'd be happy to talk with you one-on-one and assist in any way that I can. Other than that, addressing some few questions, I think the last thing I have is, hey, let's go Astros, bring it home. But other than that, thank you, Andy, and really thanks for the opportunity.
Andy, you're on mute there, Andy.
Thank you, George. That was great information. Thank you for taking the time to share that with us, and thank you for being in the Houston area.
My pleasure.
Do you have a few minutes for if people have questions? Can you field a few?
Absolutely.
You're wearing a baseball hat. Can you field a few?
I know. No, George, Phil, thanks again for doing this. Really enjoyed it. I want to ask, both in the collaboration on the education piece, how you're collaborating with the universities around the state. Many of them have cyber programs. How you coordinate with them.
Yeah, so one of my large responsibilities is I am the boots on the ground. I am the local regional asset, but as well as headquarters has a large presence as well. So they are proactively working with a lot of colleges. So University of Houston, A&M, UTSA, just kind of close by here. But really a lot of the larger institutions, but even the smaller institutions, junior colleges are starting to there's a scholastic program in order to get sort of accredited for the scholarship for service. There's a program, kind of like a curriculum that we bless. This is through CISA, DHS, and as well as the NSA. So, but absolutely, there's a lot of R&D. There's a lot of aspects that we do working side by side with everyday academia. And largely here in the Houston area as well.
And a related question, Joy, just in my own work, which is healthcare, and sometimes it's easier to teach people the technology piece, and it's harder to teach them the healthcare, coming in, having someone come in with that and then teaching them the healthcare. But what about people looking for a change of career? I've been in an industry, I really know the workflow, I know the industry, I'm not familiar with security components, but opportunities to take that knowledge, but then, get educated on cyber and then be a super valuable member of a team in that industry vertical.
Yeah, absolutely. So, there's no cookie cutter as to what it really takes to be an effective advisor or somebody working in the cybersecurity field. Like I said, we recently made a mad push to get a lot of folks on board, and they come over from a lot of walks of life, from finance to energy to government to academia. They come from all over. Is really what it comes down to is that you have the overall institutional knowledge that translates well, but as well as you have the ability to learn technology, et cetera. And as I stated, the cyber workforce guide is a good start as well. It's a easily downloadable document which can help you maneuver. Like, look, this is where I want to be. How do I get there? So it goes from skill levels as well. So that would be a good starting point to kind of gauge, at least on paper, what would it take to get me here and then to there and et cetera. There is no one path. We've all, from myself to others, we've walked all different, traveled through, walked miles and many miles in each other's shoes, but we all ended up where we are, and that really just comes down to just having that passion, having that interest, having that ability to acquire the information, as well as to grow and develop. So we're not hiring. There is a progression, but CISA as a whole, there's and within the next few years, we're going to be hiring more and more. Hopefully here in Houston as well. So there's going to be obviously the White House, DC has recognized the national interest, and we are making a lot of headway to get positioned to get those folks that we need to help succeed in this effort together.
No, that's That's great, George. It's really encouraging.
That is so great.
Yeah, no. Love Andy's message of hope. Andy, did you have any other questions?
I didn't. I think the one thing that you made several good points, and I just wanted to kind of reiterate the JCDC initiative that you guys have got going, and how you've gotten a lot of the big hitters right off the bat to partner with you from private industry. I mean, that's a who's who list, and they're immediately engaged with you. And that's got to be a first time effort for the federal government to do something like that.
It is. Again, being positioned here in Houston, there's a lot of Fortune 500s, a lot of big organizations, and it's really hard to get in front of them. It's really hard for these big organizations to work with the federal government. We always say, look, we're from the federal government, we're here to help. And we really mean it. We because if we succeed, everyone else is going to succeed, is what it comes down to. So we know that we don't have it all. So we leverage the expertise across the nation, and then together jointly, because again, we all have a vested interest, and they see the necessity, the need, because it is getting out of control. So hopefully we can add more to that. So that's just a start. Hopefully locally here in Houston, we can get some organizations, but there's more to come on that effort.
That's great. Well, thank you for your time today, George. Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, George.
I appreciate the opportunity, and again, thanks for inviting me to come out, and love to work with any of you guys out there. If you don't have my contact number, you can find me easily on LinkedIn. I pretty much accept everybody. So if you want to connect, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to connect with you guys. But again, thank you, Andy. Thank you, Phil. You all have the rest, enjoyable evening. And hopefully the Stros pull it off again.
Yeah, thanks. Peter's keeping us up to date on the score there. 1 up.
Okay. Fantastic.
Awesome. Thank you. There's a few seconds here, Andy, and I omitted last time to give away a couple more of our Amazon gift cards from some of our rockstar commenters, and putting out the hashtags there. So I'd like to give one to Inja Mitchell Burnett. Thank you for all your comments, and one to Miriam Jacob as well. So thank you, Miriam. Thanks for all the questions.
Congrats.
Thanks for coming.
That's great.
Yeah. So with that, I'd like to bring back Greg, and I hope Kate too, as well, to drum roll, give us the news, Greg.
All righty. Yeah.
Kate.
Obviously, we.
Bedtime.
It is.
Thanks, Phil. Yeah, we have to be super careful here, because if we get this wrong, all hell can break loose. So I've got in very large type in front of me some things that I need to remember. But this is a really good reminder. Right here is our judges, and really want to thank Kate. You did a fantastic job on getting us on track again after, of course, I managed to get us off track by about 3 or 4 minutes. Hey, that's what I do. Thanks to Joseph Kopser, Stephen Forte, Richard Manassi. You guys did a great job. Just really, I love the flow of it. And the other judges that we saw in the YouTube were just blowing it up. It's just fantastic. The flow is great, and all the startups were answering them as well. So hopefully we can preserve that thread somewhere. Speaking to the Cyber Houston organizers, is do a quick capture of that thread before you lose it. But absolutely love that. So we are going to announce 2 awards today. Well, we're going to announce 4 awards. The first one is the crowd favorite. Now, everybody that is not an official judge, but is in the audience and who submitted a judge form, this is for you. So this is basically where everybody in the world got to vote, got to be a judge, got to give feedback, and we're so appreciative of it. We do have a ton. Really, it's like 4 times as much as we had last year, Kate.
Yes, it is.
My colleague Josh is going to love this, because I'm going to give him the job of parsing it out and making sure we get it all packaged up correctly. So we've got the crowd favorite coming up. The other the judged awards, the judges awards is basically the official first, second, and third place of the event, and we will announce those after we do the other one. So the one thing we should do is just remind everybody, the startups themselves. You want to pull those up, Iggy, for us? The startups that pitched today, and if you can just pull their slides up. Yeah, Authenticate with Chad, Rank Right with Thomas. We just saw them. Chase Lee and Trust Page, and then the last one to pitch was Janine Darling with Stash. And as you remember, Janine got cut off, so her final question wasn't answered, and that may or may not have played a big role in the results. But yeah, what do you think in there, Kate?
It was so tough. I mean, the standard of the presentations was very, very high. And what I really liked was the clarity of the questions from the judges and the clarity of the answers going back. There was some very, very good businesses here, and I'm really, really delighted to have been involved again this year.
Yeah, and I agree with you. It was definitely kept well on track and everything. And yeah, I think, normally we have run-on questions, and I will do a very, very personal thank you to the judges and to the startups. You guys really responded well to that call for brevity, and you guys pulled it off and really did a great job. Should we go ahead and announce the crowd favorite?
We could talk for another 10 minutes or so, but I think that
we can. I don't know. I've got a feeling we could run short here, and I'm hoping that Phil has got something to do. I'm pretty sure Phil will be able to fill in if we do run short. But us, we can talk longer. And of course, now I've lost my very important piece of information that I need to have in front of me, and I refuse
you're just teasing them all now, Greg.
I refuse to. It literally has gone. My goodness.
What's really interesting was the different solutions that were presented by the startups. They are incredibly important now that we're moving so many things online. We've got the digital transformation starting to hit in all different sectors. I'm doing a lot of work with fintechs at the moment, and having cybersecurity baked in to the very start of any project is so essential. And it's great to see these applications that are speaking to companies to make this easier for them. It can only be a good thing. It really is.
Absolutely, and really what's great is putting those out in front of the audience that is at Cyber Houston is really important as well, because these are some of the largest companies in the world actually are based here in Houston. And it's really good for them to see some of this innovation coming through. And I just love the fact that we've got some really unique solutions to the problems that these large companies are going to face, as well as everybody. Let's go ahead and Iggy, bring up with a bit of a drum roll the audience favorite, not the winner yet, but the little cup thingy. And again, this is the favorite of the overall audience, and we're going to give that one to Authenticate. And do we have Chad. Oh my goodness, he's got his whole team. Put them up, make them big, Iggy.
Thank you guys so much. It is an honor.
So well done. You have a lot of friends in the audience that were watching today, and that's very, very cool. That, or otherwise you did some sort of a bot job on us. Either one is doable.
For everyone who voted for us, we're
Yeah, and thank you so much for tuning in.
Very well. You did a
And
great
for
job.
letting us
Thank you so
pitch.
much.
We're honored to be here.
Alrighty.
Absolutely.
Well, and so everybody in the audience, take a good look at these guys, because hopefully you're going to be seeing these companies here in Houston selling their wares, and these are guys that are going to be solving problems for you. So
Sure.
thanks, guys, and we'll look forward to keeping up with you. By the way, you're going to pledge right now that you're going to keep HatchPitch apprised of your progress as you go on. Sorry, this
For
is
sure.
just a little thing that we
Absolutely.
dump on you at the last minute when you can't say no.
Not a problem. We'll add you to
Alrighty.
our mailing list. We have your
Thank you. Oh, there we go. Alrighty. Let us take another in the next look. Now, judges, there are actually a good question. How many judges? There's well over 20. I saw easily over 20 judges have voted here. Probably a lot more, but I don't want to overstate it.
It is worth reminding everyone that these 4 companies are finalists. They are the creme de la creme. They have won already by being here, and they are in front, as you say, of some of the biggest companies in the world.
Yep. Thanks. You're absolutely right. Josh, you got to give a shout out to Josh Weibling. What a job picking through all the companies that applied and finding us these 4. Let's talk about the third place, and this is the place that the judges that you saw on the screen, as well as the judges that you saw on the YouTube asking questions in the feed. The third place goes to TrustPage.
Yay!
Hey,
Well
so
done,
Chase. Well done.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
All right.
There you go.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Alrighty. No, good. Well done. And again, putting you up here and making sure that the audience can see this is somebody you're going to see walking the halls of the companies here in Houston, and he's going to be solving problems for you, the audience. So thank you, Chase. We look forward to seeing you.
Yep. Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Kate.
Alrighty. Moving on with the second place, and the second place goes back to that team. So hopefully you're still there. Authenticate, because you are judged as the second
Awesome.
place. Uh-huh.
We are still here.
Back again.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty. So the judges thought that you
Back
guys.
on. This is a huge honor.
Yeah, I guess you get the most coverage of the whole group. So it's worthwhile winning that audience award, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Cool.
Yeah, thank you so much to all the judges. Thanks for believing in us. And yeah, we'll definitely see you around for sure.
Awesome. We'll see you back on the WhatsApp group in a moment. And then finally, and do you have any final words to say before we...
No, let's
this
put
one?
everyone out of their misery and then see if we
All
can
right.
bring all of the wash hands. And then let's bring all of the finalists back in after we have made this final announcement.
Alrighty, and I do still need to thank the HatchPitch team and everybody else, so we will say that. But so yeah, Janine, that final question didn't do you any damage. The winner is Dash Global.
Wow, thank you so much. How exciting.
Yep.
I'm so pleased that even though you have your doubts if it's for real, that you liked it well enough. All I can say, and I've had trouble getting onto the YouTube chat. I did put a response to the last question in private chat. All I can say is, come and kick the tires. You're going to be really pleased with what you see, because what we've tried really hard to do is to think about this massive problem in a different way and make it very easy to administer and take users out of it completely, right? Because users are the weakest link, all of us users. So thank you. I'm so thrilled.
Yeah. So this does mark the second year in a row that our winner has actually been on the road while they were pitching. So last year our winner was at an airport. This year, Janine, you just barely are not in an airport. Or are you?
No, I actually made it from San Antonio to Austin, and I got into the hotel where I had quite a lot of internet trouble. They had to come up and rewire the room. So, the whole thing was just really, it's really a lot. But I'm very glad that I made it and got to share what is a real labor of love for the Stash team. So thank you for that.
Fantastic. Well done, and thank the travel guards for allowing you to join
Indeed.
us. I honestly, I did have sleepless nights last night thinking, oh my goodness, what if there's a huge delay and she's not here? So now I can go and sleep probably just before Kate even gets to sleep. Thanks, Janine, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Can we do we still
Oh yeah,
have
yeah. If we have everybody,
finalists?
yeah,
Do we
let's
still have finalists? We have
do a
Chase,
big shout
we
out
have
to all the
Chad,
finalists.
We have Thomas, we have Janine.
We have
Congratulations to all of you.
Yes, congratulations to everyone. I love listening to all the solutions.
Yeah, fantastic. And again, to the audience, these are the people you're going to see selling you the solutions of tomorrow to your cybersecurity problems. Really appreciate all of you guys being on and doing really upping the game here at Hatch Pitch and at Cyber Pitch 2021. We look forward to following your trajectories, and good luck to all of you. Really appreciate it.
Good luck and well done.
Awesome. Thank you so much for hosting such an awesome event. This was great.
Alrighty.
Thanks all, guys.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Now, we're getting close. I do need to thank the Hatch Pitch team. Now, there's a very large team of maybe 100 people behind the scenes here that are helping us to find startups, to market, to do all the things, as well as the selection and the judging. Special call out to Josh Weibling, as I did earlier. Josh is the one who pulled the startups together for this particular event. You did a great job, Josh. Somebody that I'm sure everybody has seen on YouTube and on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook is Melanie Monique. Melanie has been just giving us a new life in terms of our social media. Thank you so much, Melanie. She's also our performance coach. She's joins us from South by Southwest, where she is also a performance coach and going to be playing a huge role in the South by Southwest pitch coming up in March. Iggy, again, you may not have seen him on the channel, but he's been in the background manipulating all of everything that you see and hear going on today, and thanks very much. Jawad, thank you. You did all the judging, made sure that our judging process all worked, so really appreciate that. Mariam, just coordinating everything behind the scenes for us. Thank you so much. Absolutely couldn't have done it without you. Now, coming up next, our next event is going to be, we hope, is going to be in person at South by Southwest in March. In fact, we think it's going to be March the 14th. We encourage everybody to come and join us for that event. We will live stream it. It's something that Iggy's been helping us to do for about 6 years now. So we will have it live streamed, but it will be in person. Unless we change, it's going to be an invite-only event. So make sure that you are signed up in some way, shape, or form with HatchPit so that we can invite you, because it's not open to the public. Startups can apply as of today for the 2022 Hatch Pitch Summit. Reach out to us on social media, and we look forward to seeing you. And with that, I think we're at the end. I did see Liz says, did I want to give away a gift card? And I'm not sure if that offer still stands, but I don't know who I would give it to. So, yeah, you know what? If I'm allowed to do it, I'm allowed to do it anyway. I'm going to give it to Melanie Monique. She's just been so great. She's been on our YouTube channel. She's been doing such a great job for Hatchpitch. So Melanie Monique, you are going to get whatever this fantastic prize is that Liz wants me to give away. And with that, I'm going to turn us back over to Phil, who's going to take us and wrap up the event for today. But thanks everybody for participating. It's just so great to see the participation. And as soon as I can see that you're here, Phil, I'm going to yield the floor to you.
Thanks.
All righty.
Thank you, Greg, Kate, Hatchpitch team, the companies, the judges. That was awesome and exciting. And yeah, thank you for being part of this. Appreciate it. And Kate, I hope it really is bedtime now.
It is, yes.
Thanks for staying up.
Yeah, good night, Kate.
Good night.
You've been awesome. Thanks for all the energy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And just another big thanks to the chair, the chair committee of Cyber Houston for having the faith in us to pull this off, and giving us this huge slot on the calendar of this one-day event. It's been great. Just a great event so far, Phil. Fantastic how you've jumped in and pulled it off. And we've got to thank Liz Batley as well. Liz really has filled in for Umesh, hasn't she?
Everyone's really pulled together for Umesh. I know everybody. It's been I think it's been a great show, and Hatchpitch is a big part of this, and we always want you here, Greg. So
great, thank you. Yeah, I look forward to our meeting tomorrow. I think this was a great event. I think Umesh will be very proud.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, Phil.
Thanks now.
Goodbye.
Goodbye now. Well, with that, again, thanks everyone, and thanks to our audience who have been here. It's want to close. I want to bring back Elizabeth, George, Jesse, and Andy, if we can. Hey, welcome back. To help us close out. So first, I think the most important thing, we gave away seven raffle tickets or 7 Amazon gift cards, $25 each.
That's great.
We're free to give away a few more. If there's some folk you would like to share one with. Not to put you on the spot.
I think you've already done that.
I just did. Well, actually, maybe let me give you a little. While thinking about that, I want to ask you all. I think it's been a great show today. Really deep and thoughtful content, and great questions from the audience. I think it tied together really nicely. But I'd love your closing thoughts and what you'd like everybody to take away from this today. Maybe Jesse, I can pick on you first.
Sure. Well, I mean, again, before I say anything, Phil, dude, you rocked it, man. I mean, you were awesome, man. Again, thank you for getting us organized, for stepping in, and for doing a fantastic job today. So, I'm sure everyone on the team can echo these sentiments. So again, thank you for everything you did. I mean, this was fantastic and kept it lively. And so again, I think, when we were first planning this, we were, considering a half a day, do people really want to sit on there for an entire day? But the way you led us and Andy, same thing, you and Elizabeth, the rest of the team, it was just a great sessions, great information, made it fun, made it interesting. And so I think if I can say fun and cybersecurity at the same time, allow me to, but I think it was a great day, and again, I think for me, it's how do we continue to carry this momentum, and again, I'll say to folks out there, and that are listening either now or later, you have a lot of resources in the Houston area. You got our teams, us, and so there's, as you heard today, there's a lot of resources out there. Never hesitate to reach out. Nobody's going at it alone, and I think that's one of the things that I've appreciated with our friendship, on the screen and others that couldn't make the screen, we are working together, and it is a joy to be on this team. So, reach out, use your resources, and use us is what I would say.
No, definitely, we're here for you. You're right, just
exactly.
Elizabeth, what did you think?
Well, I am just blown away by the level and the caliber of leadership in this group, and of all of our guests. And I give you a big shout out. I want to recognize and remember Mary Dickerson, who was very missed today, and recognize her for all the coordination work she did. And Liz Battle, if there is anybody, besides you, Phil, who it was behind the scenes and made everything run so smoothly. But I think what it is a testament to, that I think is important for everybody who's attending to know, is that there is no barriers to entry and to participate in Cyber Houston. And if you have any ideas that you would like the team to focus on, we're always looking for ways to serve you. The whole purpose of this group is to have things on our agenda that are meaningful and valuable to your organization. So if you see a direction that you would like us to go in, and or if you want to become involved, please know that the door's open, and we are a year-round organization. We meet every month and hear from people throughout Houston and beyond about what is exactly should be on the radar and how to address those things. But that doesn't mean that your thoughts and input and participation isn't welcome. Please consider becoming involved and or reaching out to any of us as a resource to help your organization, whether it's with an incident response plan, a tabletop, an assessment, how to talk to the board. I mean, all of these things are living projects. They aren't just annual projects that we work on. So thank you very much for coming and for your sponsorship, to all of our sponsors as well.
And thanks, Elizabeth. You were a big part of putting this agenda together too, and really appreciate your leadership. Thank you. Andy.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Well, those two are tough acts to follow, but I will just kind of echo what both of them have said. Phil, you're just amazing, and Liz, we just can't say enough about Liz Battle and everything she's done to make this work. And just maybe to close it out with what Liz was talking about, Elizabeth Rogers here, that this is a volunteer organization. We want you to be a part of it. We need your help desperately. We need new thoughts all the time. You can see all the information that was shared today. And together, each of us makes all of us better. And put your civic-minded hat on and serve the Houston business community. Come join us. Help us to make Houston better. And with that, I don't think I can just close it any other way.
No, thanks, Andy. Well, I have a few closing comments, but if there's back to the raffle prizes, if there's anyone you would like to call out.
I think you hand it out to the people who are really posting and doing a great job. I mean, I don't, there's a way to do a real raffle, which just go through the list, close your eyes, and pick a name, and that's what I would do, or have Liz do it for us, and just tell us who the names are, because I think everybody really contributed content, and
right.
It was very engaging. I think that's one thing was very exciting as I was watching the feeds. Everybody was excited. There you go, Deborah Mansfield. Liz.
Perfect. Deborah, very well done. Yes, thank you. Amazon gift card on its way to you. Well, and I also want to echo those, thanks, Umesh, your leadership on all of this. Thanks to Liz Battle, you really did a whole lot of work on this to make it run smoothly. Thank you to Reneka Digital in the background, coordinating things. Thank you, Mary, Elizabeth, and Andy for the agenda. You did all the work on that. Jesse, you and George did all the work on the prospectus and our sponsors. So I also, again, I want to say thank you to our sponsors, If we can pop the screen up, but Cyber Houston, Blue Lance, Reneka Digital, Free Cyber Scan, Block Lord LLP, Network Box USA, and KPMG. None of this would be possible without your sponsorship and short support. We really appreciate you. Thanks to the audience. Thank you for all your questions and feedback. We always want to, do a better job. We accept all feedback is welcome. If we can do different, hopefully we're in person next year and we'll all be together with 10 times the amount of people. We'll see. We will have the webinars before then, so we'll have lots of engagement going on as Cyber Houston with all of you. We hope to see you back. We hope your input, and we will be. We've got some follow-ups as well from the legislative things and the work group, so we will be following up with those. We will be posting this presentation to Cyber Houston YouTube channel as well as to cyberhouston.org website. Cyber Houston is a coalition of volunteer, business, cybersecurity, academic, government, and civic leaders. As we said at the beginning, our goal is to continuously educate and inform business leaders on how to manage and govern cybersecurity risk. We take lessons learned from our enterprise members, many of which you've met today, and distill them into sensible economic guidance to help small and mid-sized businesses improve their cyber posture, build resilience, become better and stronger suppliers back to the enterprise, all through the lens of helping small businesses grow their business. This guidance comes in the form of the Business Vitality Guide, guidance for the Board of Directors, Cyber Preparedness Assessment, and the free Cyber Scanner, all free of charge and can be found under the Resources tab on the cyberhouston.org website. I also want to I want to say thank you again to all our presenters today. Really appreciate the great content, your volunteer time, your efforts putting these things together. I know it's not easy. Really appreciate you all. We are right at the bottom of the hour. I will say be safe, stay healthy, have a great day, and see you all again soon. With that, this summit is complete. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.